is the restaurant's official mascot. That's Dolly by the way.
This is just an advertisement for a chicken sandwich. It was like IHOP when they changed it to Popeye. Whatever.
Dolly, a character that was featured in the Big Boy comic book series from the 1950s, will now be the company's permanent mascot.
What's saying? Why do you say comic like that? Like it's not a very good TV show. It's not saying.
It's the local news that we're the headquarters. I'm just kidding. You're right. It's a temporary change to the chicken sandwich.
I love how bad you got me upset.
We see Red Dead on the news, so he was circling around the big women's electric bike in a little sleigh.
Now, honestly, I was thinking about like going with buy all those old statues.
Friend gonna protest no justice, no peace inside. Still got it. I love you, David Lucas. We have fun here tonight. There goes David Lucas, everybody. We're going to keep it moving along here. It's all happening. We're flying through it. We're going back to the bucket.
I was going to say that was the dumbest thing ever.
No, I really did think I misread it. And I was going to say, what's that fake cartoon character? I know. That's great. Compared to the real one. Alright, this is exciting. This is this young man's first time ever on the show. He was recommended to us from the great Michael Lair. He was featured in a Michael Lair video last week. Ladies and gentlemen, 60 seconds and an interview featuring Martin Morrow, everyone. Here we go. His Kill Tony debut, Martin Morrow.
Thank you. It's an honor to round out the diversity portion of the show. Like David, I'm also from the South. I'm originally from Birmingham, Alabama, and I get asked all the time where I've been called vegan worth the most, and surprisingly, in my 21 years of living in Alabama, it was actually more within 10 minutes near Chicago. It was in Wrigleyville, which was my first mistake, and this white guy was there and he was buying up shots for everybody in the bar. He put his arm around my shoulder and he goes, "Hey, I'm more of a nigga than you'll ever be." This hands me a shot. And I was very upset by this. I wanted to fight him, but I couldn't have a shot to take. And I realized that moment that my alcoholism definitely trumps my feelings on racism like that. Sort of that. But then a buddy of mine came in, a little white guy, he's from like the south side of Chicago, bald head, red hair, very angry. He was like, "Hey man, why do you look so sad?" I go, "Oh, I got everything wrong with you." He goes, "Don't lower your hands." The thing I learned is that if a white guy from the south side of Chicago tells you go handle something about racism, don't believe it. He's going to make it way worse. Because then he goes, "Hey, you don't have any nigga on it?" No. You know what kind of nigga he said? No, that chick, you call a fucking nigga, huh? No, nigga, even me outside right now. It was the first time I've ever been confused by racism. I was like, this needs to change. Thank you.
Look, yeah, Martin Morrow. Welcome. How are you?
I'm good, how are you?
Man, can I just say the band sounds so good with the return, especially of Grover Chris. I mean, what that adds to a saxophone and drums, having a little bass behind it really fucking kills the dying cat. It's like it numbs the. It's like when they give you a numbing shot before the big shot of something. Like it's like okay, you're gonna deal a small pinch instead of a pumpkin.
It's the only band in show business that gets reprimanded for playing their instruments. Oh, wow, look at these idiots over here doing their job.
We're complimenting you guys.
Oh, yeah, this sounds like a dying cat. The saxophone man in the corner.
Who said that?
I can say that. I mean, you have a keyboard. It was nice meeting you.
Yeah. Welcome, Martin. So how long have you been doing stand-up?
About 10 years.
10 years. And you're originally from Chicago?
Alabama.
Oh, that's right. But comedy-wise, did you start there?
I started in Alabama.
Okay. And you came straight to LA from there?
Alabama, New York, Alabama, Chicago, Alabama. In Chicago.
It's a lot of Alabama. You're like Forrest Gump. You go around the world, back to Greenville, then out again.
Yeah, a lot of downside.
That'll do it. Hey, wow, you're very quick. That still got nothing. Jeez, ever since the Viper Big Boy thing happened, interesting. What part of Alabama? Birmingham? And are you like in the city of Birmingham? Or are you in a little suburb?
Like right outside of it, town of
Yeah, I have a friend from where's Willie from?
I don't really even the same college.
You're not a tiger.
Yes.
Huntsville. What's the name of that city? We had a little fucking suburb. It was
That's the fun.
it doesn't matter.
He's with me. So
So close. That's the one. That's somebody else. What made you?
I wanted to start my career as a feature at best. So
That's great. Did you enjoy New York? Like the comedy scene in New York's pretty nice. You get a lot of spots and stuff like that.
yeah, I mean, I was kind of like I was 21 when I moved there, so it was I didn't look like the table out there.
The best place ever.
Yeah, I lived in Queens, so I just
Did you go to the skate fest when you were in New York?
No, I was there in 2010, so
Before skate fest.
but I would love to now if I had the money for skate fest.
That's just like what happens.
Yeah, no,
Every 10 more years or so. Yeah. No. No. No skate fest was quite a bit. No fest of any kind. How did you get Michael there?
Second City. I was like the kid before me that he would get high between shows and stuff.
I've asked a lot of people about when they went to Second City and said that, Michael Laird is known in Second City as being one of the biggest assholes in Second City, like a drama queen. Eflin, Alabama. What do you know about Eflin?
Not a goddamn thing.
Oh, okay. So what do you love about Birmingham?
Good food. That's about it. There's not really like a lot to do there. It's like now it's growing. It's like a weird hipster art community. Like a bunch of people moved from Brooklyn to Birmingham. They kind of turned into this like kind of thing.
A lot of racism there.
Yeah.
What's like one of the more racist things that's happened to you? The most racist stuff that's happened to you been in Alabama, New York, or Chicago?
I'd say a tie between Chicago and Alabama. But I think the worst racist stuff happened in Alabama. Like there was one time I was doing a show and this guy came in, he had a cowboy hat on, and like said, "Oh, you look like Sam Elliott." He said, "Shut up, nigger," like that.
Oh,
and
shit.
he was like, he flashed his gun at me, and I was like, "All right, there's no one gonna do anything about this." He's like, "No, he's like, such left."
Wow.
Yeah.
Have you been pulled over a lot in your life? Like, do you feel like you're treated weird when you're
Yeah, but then I like I wear glasses, so I think that's when they come.
That's the secret. Glasses are like, when a cop sees it, it's like, oh, okay, shit, he's put that in there else.
Yeah, you're gonna get me, man. I'm just gonna read a book.
That's right. I love it, man. All right. So, now, how long have you lived in LA?
A little under 3 years.
Okay, what do you do for work?
I'm a copywriter.
I thought you were going to say you're a cop for a second. You kept going copywriter. What exactly a copywriter? Like you just make sure you type in people's copyrights when they ask you for one?
I do like tweets and stuff for different companies.
Copyright.
Yeah, W-R-I-T.
Gotcha.
R-I-G-H-T.
Gotcha. Okay.
It's a living. I got to tweet it. Thank you for the hot ones.
Yeah. When you tweeted her.
I made up like fake rap lyrics about Lord, and she was like, yeah, she was really into it.
Oh, that's cool. So you meet any other cool celebrities while you're in LA? Or bad celebrities?
I went to Jeff Ross's house once. I think we were there. Yes. And so I was like, I shouldn't be here. And I remember I came out. It's like 3 years ago. I'm 20 something, and you get it. Whatever. Like they were playing Cisco and all the Trues, and I was like, I wonder what Cisco's up to right now. And everyone was like, this guy sucks. Stop talking.
And you looked at Tony. Well, you were high on the shrooms there as a deal.
Yeah, it was cool. I like that. Yeah. We're here.
Fuck yeah. Alright, well that's cool. That's fun. How'd you end up getting to Jeff Ross's? Or like, someone took you or something?
Yeah, a friend of mine was like, hey, you want to go to was going to go on Spirit. It was like two focus out of the tank.
Were there other comedians there?
Yeah.
Oh, wow. Jeez, must have been one of those Sunday services that he has up there or something. Very Christian. I love it. Any
Like
other?
you're very upset with me for calling out that you were there too.
No, it's good. Yeah, everybody here has been to a Jeff Ross party except for Red Hat.
Oh man.
He doesn't invite people shaped like that. If Broadway is just,
Oh, okay, nice to see you. Well, I hope that you
I know very often they go to shit for that showing up just to swim it.
I guarantee you there are way worse looking dudes there.
Maybe at the party you were at. I mean, did they come and see what he did? Those special skills or talents of any kind?
I play trombone.
Really?
Yeah.
We have an extra trombone there.
Maybe check with Tony.
Now I've been told them.
Wow, you have a trombone.
I did. I bought one off the
Guys, I heard you convert
So
for
yeah, I guess.
sell off all of you
That goes from here to like,
Yeah, no, my parts.
do you practice in your
I sell
apartment?
off
I
all of
do
you
every now.
I didn't even have the cash.
No, they're like cold, so they're cool.
You got it.
Yeah, but I
Then
said, how long have you been playing?
listen to Rothschild.
Since the 6th grade.
Rashi says you're this way. Rashi, yeah, this guy.
Look at that, I love that. Absolutely. A guest band member, you watched it happen here. Right nearby.
It's really awful.
Hell yeah. I mean, hey, it's fun. It's a lot of fun to be here. You get to have fun.
That's what I do.
Yeah.
What's the ice house open time again, too? Like, I've got an ice house.
Yeah, I know it was that bad.
Absolutely.
I would like to suck your dick in this.
Wow.
I like to watch it.
Wow.
Yeah, I mean, great. I like to watch you watch that.
Yeah. Get that. One big boy closes, another one opens. There he goes. Mark Morrow, everybody. Thank you so much, Martin. Fuck yeah. We're going to keep it moving along. This is it. The final bucket pool. Ladies and gentlemen, I happen to know who is left in the bucket. There's only one name left. This is the final piece of paper that I'm pulling. And they are absolutely kill Tony royalty. I have been hit up via social media for less than the past 2 or 3 weeks. Because you know them as the stars of season 1, episode 1 of The Floor is Lava. It's been a long time, ladies and gentlemen, all 3 of them. I present to you the great Jersey triplets. Hell yeah. The triplets. Jersey triplets.
So we've been balding a lot since the last time we were here. We've been balding. We've got hair transplants. Actually, we've been balding at different rates. Like we have different faces now. Yeah, like I have a marriage face. I have a relationship face. I've got a sit on my face.
However,
We broke quarantine not long ago to go to Lake Havasu, Arizona. Which, if you haven't been, Arizona is just a retired humanity mountain. Lake Havasu, Arizona. Listen, the people have been tanning there for about 50 years too long. They all got this leathery skin. They kind of look like used tobacco pouches. We're going out there with a party. It's like, guys, give me some young college girls, you know, get some pussy. And we went to the party channel, and it was literally just one people that were flashing. Like, I've never seen women out of bikini before. It's like CBS receipts coming down. Artifacts too. The guys are the same exact way. The guys are the same exact way too, man. Their balls just dangle in the water, man. They hacky suckers, you know. They're like fishing whores, yeah. That's about as well as I thought I'd do one night. Thank you for having us.
Ladies and gentlemen, the long-awaited return of the Mercy Triplets. The Mercy Triplets. The Mercy I'm so excited you guys are here. Really? It's been that long? And you can tell you guys have improved a lot. Yeah, since last time. You're getting a little risky.
We could have gotten worse. We could have gotten worse. We legitimately did just get here to transplant.
Really? Three of you?
Yeah. So, you guys, it's Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursday, so we just
Oh, you guys are adorable. I feel like your parents almost named you guys that. On Tuesday, this is Wednesday, on Thursday.
you got pictures of it 2.5 weeks ago.
My goodness, that's awesome.
That's why he's got like red skin and stuff.
Well, you guys are adorable. You're all good. And that all happened after the Forest Lava. Is that thinking on the walk of the chair?
Yeah, we got fun. We got beers.
Yeah, I actually rewatched it today after I hit you guys up and invited you to come on because I wanted to talk about that. It's very interesting. I mean, literally every single fucking day since that came out, there's people.
It's a show. It's like a game show. It's kind of like a game. You can't touch it.
And it's a really big deal because Netflix it's really just them jumping into the game show field for the first time. They're doing it at 1,000 miles an hour. They're pushing it hard right on their front page, and that's their whole, that's their whole marketing thing is they have the ability to sort of shove shows right down your throat. And the Floor is Lava is one that they are certainly doing. You guys got beat by a group of pastors.
Pastors and then one or two twins on some 18 years old. Yeah, we got beat because we're short. Legitimately, right. 5'4".
Yeah, low centers of gravity. Everything was slippery. Which one was the one that slipped on the bottom step that didn't squeeze hard enough? Yeah, that was you.
I played the classical music to my face.
Oh man, you really? Are those things sort of soft? Are they foamy?
It's like in between.
Yeah. Yeah.
I landed on my arm, so it wasn't bad.
Right.
We got turned into a meme.
And then the big one, a little linebacker boy was stuck on the triangle of the pyramid for like whatever felt like an hour and a half.
It was about that long. They cut it down a lot. Yeah, it's pretty simple.
Spinning around up there. So here's a few of my questions. One is the liquid. Is it warm? Is it cold? Does it taste like anything?
It's pretty warm. It's a good temperature. It's kind of like orange chicken, like that consistency, that sauce.
Okay.
Kind of like that.
All right.
It tasted like the sweet and sour sauce. So it's kind of thick.
Wow. If it's just covered in sweet and sour sauce, then in that case, I mean, sign me up. Red bed is lava.
Hey, that's boy, it's been a last People either despise us or a few of them like us, but mainly the gay guys that are sliding our DMs.
Really? Welcome to my world, gentlemen.
We got one of the pictures I got was just some guy's asshole. He's like, do you like boy pussy?
He wants to be your new lava. Wants to be your gay lava.
Think about starting an OnlyFans because we have so many gay homies out there, and it's great. Michelle is like a piece of power.
Oh, yeah.
Totally. Like, if you look,
Look at that domination. Incredible.
so I think we're gonna sell out his boy pussy and see what we can do.
Yeah, you don't have to do like gay shit. You can just be like shirtless and stuff. Like clean the house and get like suntailers on each other.
Yeah, do the splits, do that kind of stuff.
Yes. But if you guys decide to do the triple suck off with one another, I mean, then you guys are going to get rich.
A little triangle.
Yeah.
Triangle silver.
Yeah.
You should come and do it if you want to do it with us. We can photos together.
Yeah. You know what? Let's get rich. Yeah, that's it. I'll be the caboose for the,
You would be right in the front, I think.
yeah, you do the chain. Right. I'm a bunch of Fursy.
First, you're trying to down.
Certainly. So, not a lot of people know this, but your fourth brother is here. This is William Fursy.
Hey, how's it going, y'all?
My name is Jackson Rothschild. I love these guys. We were in the army together. We were doing spec ops. They were the three twin brothers. I was the redheaded stepchild. Okay, hand them back the microphone. Yeah, that's what they want to touch it up their way. Yeah, now we have, there you go. So you have one more thing to say? There was a time in 2005 we were all in Afghanistan, just sort of dreaming of better times at our mom's place in St. Louis, Missouri. But no, seriously, two of our buddies got killed. We are in a foxhole, me and the Marcy twins. Okay, there you go. Like the triplets, and the Percy triplets. There goes Jackson R.L. Stein. For those of you wondering who that was Jackson R.L. Stein. I saw you guys on TikTok. You're taking your Rabbi's roommate's TikTok. That's cool. There was a part where I was thinking about having you guys do some trickery here today. We don't have a camera operator. It's going to have you guys jump from chairs into tables and whatnot. I mean, it certainly is. You guys must feel right at home here. Is that something that you think now when people recognize you? Like, oh, each of our animal things for us.
We haven't done that yet.
No?
Yeah, I think a lot of people have been surprised at
Right. Because they're like, you guys weren't funny at all. But you were. I thought you guys were hilarious. I loved it. And I think the whole Tony fan base did too. You guys were really silly.
Subreddit was trolling. If you're on the subreddit, we're trolling that.
Oh, yeah, you have to go on that.
Half a word of shit.
Yeah, you don't want to go to the thread.
I don't mind it. I don't mind it.
Right. Speaking of being shit on, I mean, you guys can do that in your OnlyFans and get rich.
That's true. We charge them. I feel like we get $20. That's why we start off.
Shit on each other's feet. $50. And then you could, the higher up you go, the more you raise the money. Shins is 35, kneecaps 40, thighs 45. And then there's a huge jump if you shit on each other's penises. But then it goes lower again through the midsection and increases again on the face.
Yeah, I mean, I'm game. You know, I've been asked. So you guys have tears and candles.
Catherine disapproves. I got a question. Go ahead, Joel.
As a fellow balding man, did you guys ever just think about just like shaving and just letting it
What was the decision behind it?
The fact that we're already short, we don't want to be bald as well. So, you know, can't be bald and triplets. And his was the worst by far. He got more hair grafts than we did.
Is this the one that cut it off the back of your head?
That's like what Joe Rogan did. This one, they literally suck out the follicles, did it like individually, and then they replanted them. Sorry, the back of the head looked like a beehive.
How long's a little bit?
We should use that.
How long's a little bit?
It was, he loved it in 2 weeks. We got it 2.5 weeks ago. So
Was it painful?
they done the shit out of you, so it's not like that bad.
Okay. Jesus. Wow, that's frightening.
So it sounds like a lot of pores and a lot of blood. Yeah, in the back of your head.
Holy shit.
When they picked out the no, they gave us like 3 Valium, and then they numbed your pretty good. I mean, our heads ran for 2 whole days. I mean, flushing. That's the first time I ever did drugs. I've never done any drugs.
What did you think? What were your thoughts?
I puked pizza immediately out of my nose.
You puked pizza?
Yeah, I puked it. We inside the CB came for lunch, and I shot my some shits out of my nose.
Damn. When you were on these drugs, and you think Tony is a bad person. There you go. That's what happens. If you know me and you take drugs, you see that I'm a bad person. Thank you guys so much for coming. This was incredible. A lovely appearance. And we love you guys. Is there anything else you want to talk about? Am I missing anything?
Subscribe to our TikTok at Percy Triplets.
Percy Triplets.
Percy Triplets on everything. Thank you guys so much.
Check them out on the floor is lava.
Yeah.
I was excited to find out the temperature and everything of the lava and I'm glad I got to ask you guys. All right. Indeed, there they go. The Percy Triplets, ladies and gentlemen. Very exciting moment right now, ladies and gentlemen. This is this final regular's first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time. Ladies and gentlemen, it is the great and powerful Michael Blair, everybody. Here we go, Michael Blair. Alright, here he is for the first time back at the Comedy Store in a long time, the great Michael Blair, everyone.
Welcome to Michael Corona, the Corona version of Crippled Heartthrob comedian Michael Blair. I felt raw dog and macro this morning. Thank God no floppy disk. Full hard drive, baby. A Roomba vacuum gave me herpes. She sucked it off the bathroom floor, I think. If you think my voice sounds weird, you should see my cock. It is made of Legos. I'm a strange one. I do not like food. Maybe it's because I have to call the Navy SEAL Team 6 if I want to take a shit. I cannot be cancer or me too, because your typical jailhouse Wi-Fi cannot accommodate my needs.
Go ahead
The one thing bots and humans have in common, a junk drawer full of RCA cables. My body is just a vessel. I am now in the Matrix, and the rumors are true. Keanu is homosexual. Got my very sucked by a chair-rigged coffee maker this morning. It's a conflicting experience. Chair-rigged sucking is so good, but they so bad for the environment. What is the deal with vocal cords? I mean, these fucking cunts shut the fuck up already. You know, when I got this incurable disease, I was pretty well bound. But after watching these little white ladies yell Black Lives Matter at African American police officers, maybe I am the lucky one. Thank you very much. That is my time. I'll be playing all weekend non-stop. And the giggling giggling.
Does such a person have the ability to decommission and negate idolatry? He says, on one hand, the public without the real content.
Wow, thank you. I mean, holy shit.
Only one who worships idolatry and decommission.
I thought you were doing a ventriloquism thing.
Anyone who's people are finding it. If you're in the church, when I say future, I mean and this guy, this is not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So
I hope that's not the case, but I must say that you
he himself doesn't worship
are in a
idolatry,
bubble right now.
and he has the full option to go out and negate it.
I forgot to
You must see who that is. So what's not going to do this. Stand up, the Republican, not the Republican. But not the says, you know, only someone who worships it can do it. But someone who doesn't worship it.
You mean the blueberries? Yeah, and you can't get sick. You can't get the coronavirus, is what you're saying, so you're making
Went ahead and found idolatry. Actual boss of the so that's a quite different. I'm working in the I see the city and city
get sun out on the patio. Yeah, no, I love it. That's why you're an absolute assassin, super creator. Always dialed in. A hot streak of murder every single week. Always fitness. You can do it. Are you doing it? Yeah, absolutely. Wow, that's so cool. Oh yeah, that's like if someone, like got hit in the head with a baseball and they got to participate in the Special Olympics. Yeah, you're right. Absolutely. That's fucking awesome. Your episode of Jeremiah Wonders came out. That was great. Wow, you guys ride. I mean, I know what you ride, but what do you ride? Furby. There you go. That's some of that classic info. Jeremiah's going to be in the Easter Seals challenge. Right. No. Well, I mean, I will say that it does add to the compelling nature of the story that you happen to have started stand-up extremely late. We found you on the show with a debilitating disease. I'm saying that, honest, you want the honest answer. Well, I mean, I don't know if I would have made you a regular if it wasn't for the ALS. If you get up and start walking right now, I'm going to lose my mind. Oh my goodness. I heard a rumor that, tell me if this is true at all, but I heard a rumor through the grapevine that you're currently involved in a lawsuit. Yeah. Wait, what? Okay, how are you the original king?
Rising in the weary, nothing's getting paid. Sitting here in traffic on the way for its mind.
Is this the Queen's the King of Queens?
Oh my god. Some of us are.
Isn't the nanny also from Flushing? Well, I mean, why aren't you suing Fran Drescher then? What about that voice, though? I'm noticing that, this week, I understand really pushing up against that plastic really hard. I've noticed that I understand you a lot better. You've been drinking a little bit less.
This is like the PKS drink for even the next
What is the definition of Rothschild? Because Rothschild is someone again who eats not sharks. He is accepted
Oh shit! Is that a part of the development of your disease? Oh my goodness! How bad is the sharding bit?
All of the mitzvahs except one. He's not doing that.
Maybe you should think about sleeping in that plastic tube that you're in. Red band, come on, that's a far cry. How's your son doing?
He's great. I don't want my father to that's when I get lifted. I get caught. I like it. I'm sorry. Please come home.
Yes, we did. Oh, really? Really? Yeah, that sounds horrible. But now you're our starship trooper, Michael. We absolutely love you. Thank you so much for being here with us live on this, the return to the Comedy Store. Follow Michael Lair at Michael Lair Comedy and everything Michael Lair has amazing merch for sale. Here comes the drawing from Ryan J. Email coming right at you. Oh my goodness gracious. How in the world did I forget that? Get a little bit closer there, Ryan. Let's see see what you did here tonight. Jeez, how cool that is. You did it. There's actual trains. There's a lot of train jokes. A lot of it had to do with me getting butt fucked, as with every Monday's episode. Incredible. He's been auctioning off artwork. It's all at RyanJames.com. He's the house artist. He draws every single episode. And that's tonight's episode. The return of the comedy store. I hope the people in the parking lot had a good time. There's a lot of things here, a lot of things switch, wires, this, that. There's so many different variables here at the comedy store. Some things are old, some things are new. Special thanks to Danny Lucas for coming in and running the mothership for us. Big boards, all the power and the neon that happens here. And the fun times continue. My weekend in La Jolla for this weekend just got canceled today. They closed the bars in San Diego today. Jeremiah Watkins is going to Tempe, Arizona, July 30th. Literally a 600% increase in COVID in the past week, but you are scheduled to go there. Yeah, it's not going to happen, but get tickets immediately. July 30th and 30th. I mean, there is literally no chance that happens, but he's coming. So if you're in Tempe or Phoenix and you want to go out and you want to see a show in a public place with a roof, the Tempe of July 30th and 31st, Jeremiah Watkins. What else, Jeremiah? Denver has a chance.
Denver has a chance as well. As for it, I guess, with Jeremiah last week, Michael there had a great conversation with him on Jeremiah won the last week. And Jeremiah, that's one thing to go in. I think you to the comedy store or being open in the line with this great show.
I can't think Michael said we're using him. You're using us.
No, I give men.
Of course you do. People have phones out there. Yeah, we couldn't add another string white male regular if you didn't have ALS. You are technically correct. It doesn't change the fact that you're hilarious. Yeah, we're all using each other here. The great Chroma. Thank you guys. Thank you. So we fucking love you. Bruce Wayne and Kill back again. Joel Jimenez was here tonight. He's at Mostly Sorry with the new Mostly Sorry podcast.
Tomorrow we premiere at 5. We did these live chats, me and David Deary. Thanks again for David Deary. Miss him also. He's back.
He's back. David Deary's back. Thanks to everybody. Charlie from Vito's Pizza, the Percy Triplets, Martin Morrow, Keely Olmer, David Lucas, William Montgomery, Michael Larry, Ryan J. Abel, Gino, who kept us afloat in Better Box Studios. We will never put them down. That's for sure. Colette, everybody. Mitch Burrow and Martin Morrow and Cackles from the Percy Triplets. We did it. Thank you to everybody who came in the parking lot for this, the first show back from the pandemic, the world famous comedy store.
Now what it is red is rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, but the red is rights. It's righteous. It says, Yisrael, the Shana Shabbos of the Shef, Medaka Lushus. Ultimately, right? Here is some unfortunately again from Yisrael. Well, what is this story? What is the deep shots?
Kill Tony. You know where Tony is.
Yeah, here we are again, live from the world famous Brian Redman. How are you?
Hey, how's it going, Tony?
Good to be here. Happy to be here at the Comedy Store yet again for another episode of Kill Tony. We have a fun show lined up for you as always. We just ate some delicious Vito's pizza, and I'm very excited to have that in my mouth. The great Ryan J. Ebels is here, ladies and gentlemen, drawing tonight's episode live right here at the Comedy Store. I'm all jacked up on amazing caveman coffee.
Get that new tea they got. That's so good.
The hibiscus tea over spice and kicks it up to a whole other level. Get all that at cavemancoffeeco.com. Type in the quick Kill Tony, save some money. RyanJEvo.com has every print available of Kill Tony ever, and it's also being auctioned off as of late. So follow him on social media at RyanJEvo. So yeah, exciting stuff. Right, man. A lot of wild stuff happening.
Good job on the fight companion. That was a great episode. You and Joey Diaz.
Very exciting to fill in for the COVID brothers, Brendan and Brian Callen.
Brian Callen's almost dead.
Yeah, it affects the people in that age range very deeply.
75.
Yeah, so they were doing meet and greets after some shows in Texas. Meathead and greets, perhaps, is what it could be called. Meathead and greet, perhaps we could call it. But yeah, now's a good time to not do meet and greets.
Now, because it's just going to Texas alone is pretty
You know, if you want to get a photo with your favorite comedian, now's a good time to learn how to Photoshop. You know, just put yourself in there. You can view your favorite comedian right in front of Mount Rushmore. Or perhaps an ocean, or perhaps a, you really have Stonehenge behind you.
Yeah, we're going to do it in Zoom.
Yeah, I have a picture of me and George Carlin outside of the Comedy Store. Yeah, I got a recent picture with Robin Williams. Anyway, exciting stuff, and as always here on Kill Tony, we always have the coolest sponsors, and I am so excited to talk about this one tonight, because our newest sponsor, Lucy Nicotine, is a company founded by former smokers like us, who are finally making tobacco alternatives that don't suck. It's 2020, get rid of your cigarettes, unplug your vape, throw out your tins and dip, and go get some Lucy Nicotine gum or lozenges that actually taste great. Now, I still vape sometimes, but I've cut way back thanks to Lucy Nicotine gum, and as you know, I used to smoke cigarettes continuously up until 2 years ago. Both of my parents smoked when I was growing up. My dad's still a heavy smoker at 72. And it just runs through my blood, man. I'm sure they were both smoking when they made me, when they were banging it out. So I have nicotine deprivation just in my blood. So the nicotine means a lot to me, and Lucy gum is a fun way to get it through my system. Healthier, better way.
Yeah, it's almost like a habit that you're constantly wanting to fidget or do something with your mouth. And, those jewels, I'm always constantly puffing on it. And it eats it. The great thing about this gum is it tastes great. And once you have it in your mouth, you just kind of chew it once in a while, and it just kills all cravings. I love it. I used to not be able to eat or chew this gum because of the taste. And this tastes amazing. I have the wintergreen.
Yeah, I have the cinnamon. It is unbelievable. It is incredible. The subscription to Lucy comes directly to your door each month, so simple. It's 2020. Lucy has delivery down. This is the real deal. Use the promo code KILLTONY and you can get your first trial order of gum or lozenges at the lowest price they're allowed by law to charge you. The government has rules against giving nicotine away for free. The team at Lucy is working with us and our partners to get you your first trial order of gum for right around $1 and lozenges at $2. Go to Lucy.co, use promo code KILLTONY at checkout, and get rid of your old cigarettes or vape today. And so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store begins now. We have 4 pre-selected sign-ups in the bucket. Recommendations from people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back, so we're going to meet them tonight. However, Before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band in the land. It is the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jetski, Jesse Johnson, I'm so excited about this. This is the first time we've had all 4 band members in over 4 months. Can you believe that? Incredible world, perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are back. What's your name, head flight attendant?
My name's Gavin. You can call me whatever you want.
Gavin?
Gavin, yeah.
Gavin, okay. And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, I want to thank you for flying Kiltony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that red band can be used as a flotation device.
It's just that we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
Oh, there you go, very good. Absolutely. What's your name, little Mexican blonde?
Excuse me, my name's Dylan, and I'm here to serve you the nuts.
Okay, very good.
I'm getting informed that my name is actually Daryl right now, so it's there.
Wow, this is that high elevations.
Getting it?
That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh, man, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay, I've been stealing for years. Oh, my goodness. All right. Okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. I'm very excited about this, and let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments, because we're about to get this party started right now, and we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kiltony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Blair. Everybody hear the Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair. Everyone, here we go. We're gonna move up there. It's very important, that part. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Blair.
Sports illustrated just had their first transgender switch model. She got the job by reading that the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she don't play a transsexual. Hopefully she plays that waitress again. It's a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton that was hot as fuck and she won an Oscar. That's when the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Go Unmedicated Party for making my boys feel like they can licked all day. Living in the moment, no regrets. One regret, I wish my generation had as much passion as this generation for England
Man, the band sounds great tonight. Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Lair, getting things kick-started here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking
The audience. Yeah.
Yeah, the audience rocks. I love you guys.
Well, yeah, Michael fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. It's exciting that ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now. You get your ALS medicine in an alleyway? Wow.
That's medicated.
Oh, okay. HMO. I noticed you have like a spray bottle of that for your nurse/girlfriend.
Because of my disease, I get overheated a lot.
I love that.
Thank you. But I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing for a sec, and I'll make crazy good change. Hold on.
Oh shit, you're about to try to stand up right now.
No, I'm fine.
Fuck.
No, I got water socks.
Oh, there's some water socks, exactly.
They're so nice.
Spring. That's what the water socks are for, in case you like socks.
No one's clipping me. So,
Oh, water socks.
Michael, are you purposely wearing your glasses as you're taking the earnings myself?
we cannot burn with my comedy depression. Cause I knew I'd be dead before I finished being
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're in a weekend at Bernie's. How long? Like we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
what Patreon you signed up for.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, well, I got you.
I like that.
Yeah, I'm sure it's a text too. Wait, let me see.
You are sharper than text. You are. Today. And so it continues. Another episode of Kill Tony live from the Comedy Store begins now. We have pre-selected sign-ups as a bucket, recommendations from people close to the store, and one new comedian and one that we met during the quarantine that we said should come to the Comedy Store and sign up when things get back, and they are back. So we're going to meet them tonight. However, before we get to the bucket, ladies and gentlemen, there is a band on this show. Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be and what they're going to do. Ladies and gentlemen, I do present to you right now the best stand band on the land. It is the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Jesse Johnson, Charles Jesse Johnson. I'm so excited about this. This is the first time we've had all 4 band members in over 4 months.
Can you believe that? Incredible. We're all perfectly spaced out, a perfect 6 feet apart, and we are. What's your name, flight attendant?
My name's Gavin. You can call me whatever you want.
Gavin? Gavin, okay. And this young lady, hello, how are you?
Hello, thank you for flying Kill Tony. My name's Sandra. I want to remind you, in the unlikely chance that we do crash, that Red Band can be used as a flotation device.
I love it. And
This just in, we can also use Tony because he is also full of hot air.
oh, there you go. Very good. Absolutely. And what's your name, little Mexican balloon?
Excuse me, my name is Dylan, and I'm here to serve hot nuts.
Okay. Very
I'm
good.
here to inform that my name is actually Daryl right now. So it's Daryl.
Wow, that high elevations. That's right. And how about you, bass player?
Oh, hey, Tony, my name is Chris with a K. I'm the lead bartender on the plane.
Okay.
I've been stealing for years.
Oh my goodness. All right. Okay, we have flight attendants here tonight, Southwest flight attendants. I'm very excited about this. And let's have some fun, shall we? You guys want to grab your instruments? Because we're about to get this party started right now. And we're getting it started with a bang. Normally, this guy is what we would consider in the business a closer. However, we're going to have some fun tonight and get the episode started with him. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite human beings on the planet, the Dark Lord of regulars in the history of Kill Tony. Ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, Michael Laird. Everybody, here we Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Laird. Everyone, here we go. That's very important, that part. All right. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, Michael Laird.
Sorry for the delay. Oh, sports illustrated just had their first transgender swimsuit model. She got the job by being the other models by using her manpower. Holly Berry said she won't play a transsexual. Only she plays the waitress again. Gets a doggy from Billy Bob Thornton. That was hot as fuck and she won the Oscar. Dance with the partner you brought to the party. Speaking of party, shout out to Gold Medicated Powder for making my boys feel like they can lick all day. Living in the moment, no regrets, one regret. I wish my generation had as much passion as this generation for eating ass.
Man, the band sounds great tonight. Ace of Spades from Motorhead with our very own Motorhead himself, Michael Laird, getting things kick-started here.
Yeah, that was awesome. Even better than the band, the fucking audience.
The audience. Yeah. Yes.
Yes, audience rocks. I love you guys. Fuck yeah.
Oh, yeah, Michael, we're fully hallucinating that there's an audience in the room right now. It's exciting. That ALS medicine must be fucking bumping right now.
Man, it's so good. My name is Sally.
this medicine in an alleyway?
Wow. That's medicated.
Oh, okay. HMO.
I noticed you have a spray bottle. Is that for your nurse/girlfriend? Or...
No, because of my disease, I get overheated a lot.
Oh, that's wow. I love that.
Thank you. Yeah, but I've been working on my physical therapy because the thing is, I can't walk, but I can stand. So I'm working on standing first, and I'm in crazy good shape.
Oh shit, are you about to try to stand up right now?
I got water socks.
Oh, extra water socks, exactly.
They are so nice.
That's what the water socks are for, in case he collects some socks.
Someone else clipping my showers.
Oh, water socks.
Wearing your glasses like Indian parties right now.
We cannot breathe with my company. Cause I knew I'd be dead before I finished breathing.
How long are we allowed to do that to your body after you pass away? We're gonna weekend at Bernie's you. How long? Like we get like 2 months with your corpse or something?
What Patreon you signed up for.
Okay.
I got you fuckers.
I like that.
I'm sure it's a tight suit. But let me snap
You are sharp with the text. You are.
Wow. I want Jewish deli. Alright. Hey, how about those Jewish delis? Hey, if you hate the Jews, the Chinese fucking Bibles are terrible.
Oh my god, alright. Wow, we got to see what fucking level 30-second city gets you right there. That is some of the best. That's some of the best improv I've ever seen in my life. Fuck you, Jewish delis. That is a big fuck you. COVID took care of them.
Recently heard from my dad. They think that maybe I should go for Christmas, but I might not have ALS. I might just be an edible drug addict. So cross your fingers.
Yeah, I will definitely crush my fingers and You learned how to do magic?
Can I show you?
Oh, please, if you're gonna do a magic trick right now, I'll lose my mind. What's an ace of spades, Motorhead? It sounds like it. Alright, here we go. Oh, here he goes. Oh, it's happening. Oh, shit. Oh, no. He's making that come out of his penis. I do believe
Come as that hard.
Oh,
This is my favorite magic trick I've ever seen.
this is This is clearly a side
Now,
effect of
however, watch this.
ALS.
I'm
It's,
thinking,
You can't smell balls without an ALS.
that is an incredible magic trick. It seems as though he's pulling
let's say, yeah, I'm sitting here.
white plastic out of his penis, which the craziest part of this magic trick is that he's covering his penis and he still has his pants on, so it's crazy. It's going through his pants
Case number
and
one, suitcase. I like
there it is. There it is, and he did it all while laughing very hard. Most magicians don't laugh that hard during their own tricks, but yeah.
Promo Chris said, is that his hospital
Got
bill
that.
receipt?
Case number two, same thing, $11,000.
He deserves us all for the smell. Oh my god, that is so fucking funny. My god, you are a man of so many talents, Michael. It is absolutely incredible. Now you can add comedy, improv, magic, yes. And you're doing something with film as well, right? What do they suggest to you, Jewish deli? Disabled.
Do you have an idea what you're going to do?
Yeah, definitely. That's all you. So you're gonna do a monologue tomorrow? Yeah. And that's for Easter seals? Easter seals? Let's talk about that set a little bit. Were you talking about? I lost a part of this. So you were talking about Angelina Jolie. Oh, okay. Yeah, I missed that part. I got back up in gold bond power.
I was using gold bond recently, and I guess my balls got so sweaty that it just made like a toe.
Oh, wow, that's completely fucking
Smart facts at your seat.
This episode is sponsored by Vito's Pizza. Get your Vito's Pizza. Fresh out.
Oh my god, when you do you put the gold bond on yourself or you have someone do that for you? You put that on yourself. I picture your balls just look like the table from Scarface, just a big white pile of you have a $1,000 monthly room on that? Oh, gold bond budget. I thought you said robot budget. Yeah, you're doing good. This is great. I love the look. I love everything that's going on here. So now that I know it was Halle Berry, what did you say?
Halle Berry is turned on her own and playing tricks in the reverse. I open the zip. She plays that metal waitress again. Raised it doggy from Billy Bob. Cause it was harvest fun and she wanted nice.
And then when you say this generation eating ass better than our generation, so like you're talking about the people that are kids now, I don't know. I really don't see. I don't think it'll be interesting to see what happens there. Well, I mean, it just I feel like this future generation, they're being raised with iPads and things like that. I don't know what the kids are doing nowadays. How do you know this? Wow, look at that. It's got a little bit of that Delio right on your face.
I think it's true because they're watching all the craziest parts. The kids are looking at playing with
You know what, you're absolutely right. That's a really good point. Ass eating's like just fucking, that's first base for the
ass eating is a new missionary.
Yeah, man. I wonder what's next. I wonder where do we go from here? If they're desensitized to that level. How's it going out in the parking lot, Mike? Everything's good? 2 thumbs up. Shout out to the audience that's live in the parking lot right now joining us. It is wild times here at the Comedy Store during this new normal. They're calling it So, Michael, you eat ass and you had your ass eaten, is that correct? Which one do you prefer the most, eating ass or having your ass eaten? Modern day, Michael, they're getting your ass eaten. I'd imagine there has to be a little bit of cleaning that goes on before it can be eaten.
There was a hole cut out of the seat of his chair.
Oh, wow. Why never again? You didn't like it? What did it do for you?
I just noticed something Michael does I've never noticed before. A lot of times he has his hand out, just like Yoda from the Millennium.
He's the Force.
Yeah, a little baby Yoda with his hand out.
Wow, I actually felt something when you did that. I felt a little tingle. Oh my God. Whoa! God, that is incredible. Do it one more time. Hold on 1 second. Okay, give us a second. Okay, do it one more time. Whoa! You're really good at sound effects. Oh, okay. He's not doing anything. None of this is working. Stop. Everybody stop. Michael, anything else? He's making a funny face. Fred Rover? What is going on? I hate when I don't talk to him because I'm not drunk or so the laughing is because this is so we wouldn't change a goddamn thing. Lights out, clear, everybody. There we go. That's a way to get the party started here tonight. With the beautifully great comedy stylings of Michael Winter. Everyone loves that. There's a little switch to the batting order for you tonight. Starting out with a cleanup hitter, a power hitter, right from the get. We have some wacky signups tonight. I'm excited to see what happens here. A lot of new faces.
Are the comedians that are in the bucket actually in here?
They are, a couple are in the back there, and the others are outside patiently waiting.
That's like 20 seconds.
Whatever happens, happens. But your first comedian, we met him over the quarantine. This guy is a roast battle extraordinaire. This is one of my favorite roast battlers. He's probably already on his way to the stage. If there's a 20-second delay, ladies and gentlemen, this is definitely one of our favorite people that we met over the quarantine. A true California native, the one, the only, Los Digits, everyone, for his first time live in the main room of the Comedy Store. I'll be back again, leaving on a jet plane. Yeah. Los Digits, everybody, here he is. Right there, right there, right there. Here he is, one more time for Los Digits.
What's up?
Should I start rubbing it now? Now you can tell how Mexican is what. Those Mexicans don't really keep jobs, man. We got a lot of fucking jobs. See, I've been fucking working at the taco truck here for days. It's hard out here now. In LA, man, you gotta be skilled on some weird ass shit, man. I got fired for not flipping tortillas right. And that's kind of like fucking disrespect to my own fucking family back then. I was raised with the business, you know. I was fucking tortillas raised, man. When this bitch told me not to flip a tortilla, she said, oh. I said, what the fuck, bitch? How do you not know how to flip a tortilla? See, I don't know if there's a tortilla college out there that's teaching this kind of shit, man, but I want to be more because when I flip tortillas, man, see, there's a lot of bit about tortillas because see, I got one filled with tortillas, man. So there's a lot of shit, you know, a lot of compassion when it comes to tortillas, man. And I hate cats, man.
There you go, Los Digits with 60 seconds and a little bit of change. Stay right there, Digits. We're going to interview you now. That set was incredibly Mexican. That was so Mexican that made Joel Jimenez look like a blonde flight attendant named Daryl. That's how Mexican that was. A lot of tortillas in that set.
Yeah, man, I fucked it up. I gotta do some other shit with all this shit.
Like, is that a true story?
That's a true story, man. I
Fired because you wouldn't flip the
because I didn't know how to flip a tortilla right, man. I mean, the regular haircut style. I was doing the raw man. I was working at a taco truck in LA, man.
What did they tell you that you were supposed to do? Use some of
That I was slow, man. I was like, what the fuck? What's the science behind this? The eating science, man. I was fucking fast as fuck.
Is that what you I feel like you wore that inside the taco truck sunglasses all now?
Well, that's pretty much what you keep getting.
Everything's good, dude. Excited to have you on the show.
I actually wrote, man, but I wasn't feeling as bad, so I just fucking.
You know what? It's good. Sometimes you gotta call out us and whatnot. What are you sipping on there? You got a little bit of
Man, that $5 beer, that's fucking.
wow. What are they selling for $5?
Like,
My goodness, $5 only for a drink in the comedy. I love it. That's incredible. They are turning $4.99.5 profit for every There he is. Joel, have you ever met Los Digits before? You guys are both Mexican. You probably smoked in the same car at some point.
Exactly. How did you know that? I was cheap.
Okay.
Sorry, I'm hard.
Digits, what's your living situation during this quarantine? Yeah. You live by yourself?
Yeah, we're right off downtown LA, but I'm flying like
back and forth. I'm just working on there in the valley, the Coachella Valley, staying out there with my brother, and then going back to downtown.
So that's cool.
I'm here for a couple of days.
What's your brother do?
My brother, he's a fucking IT or some shit. He's a pretty good band. Yeah.
Awesome, man, bro.
That's cool.
Ain't no
Do you have a girlfriend right now?
Man, not at the moment. I don't know. I don't like that.
This is Gavin. He's a gay flight attendant. Gavin, what would you do to digits if you had a chance? Oh my goodness. So, how about your love life? What's that been looking like, digits?
I mean, it's alright. I get some here and there.
You on like the dating sites or something like that?
No, I got my real life shit.
What do you do when you go up to a girl? Like, what's your opening pickup line?
What's up?
Oh, I like that. I like that. Sometimes you gotta talk down to him, let him know who's boss. Call him a fool right away.
Okay, get a little bit of that high horse, so come on.
Somehow you're harder to understand than Michael Laird.
I can do my improv.
I think you have been weird.
I guess I get shit in my tortilla.
Digits, you ever get in trouble with the police?
Yeah, I've been a couple times.
Yeah, like
I
there's
used to like graffiti, right?
Oh, that's right. I talked about religious. Yeah. You ever do any famous graffiti that we can see around town? You ever draw like Kobe Bryant or anything like that? Yeah, I think so. During the looting a few months ago, I think I saw some of your work.
Yeah, I got shoes for sale too, man. Oh, what are you talking about?
But bro, what else about you? What else do you know any magic tricks or anything like that? Yeah, do you have any like special skills or talents?
Yeah, actually, I used to do that like when I was a kid and shit. Yeah, the 20 I remember, right? It only works with like
That's fun, dude. That's exciting. What car do you have?
I can't read it. 2000 something.
2000 is on
I'm a mechanic, boy. It look like
You don't know how to fix cars. If something happened to it, what would you do? You call AAA a lot? Yeah, absolutely.
Have you modded out your car? Oh, yeah, that's not me. I ended the season and dropped lower.
You got like neon inside your interior.
Nah, man, I don't know.
Number 2.
You're a fan of the Raiders, right? And the Dodgers. Raiders, you like the Diaz brothers? Those are your favorite fighters? Name another sport. This is my talent. You name a sport, I can tell you digits. Favorite athlete. So, I'm gonna go with Mexico. Yeah, nailed it. Very few special skills and talents. If I was the guy on the show, there you go. But, if I was on the show and somebody asked me what my special skills and talents would be, I would say that I could tell you any digits favorite athletes. I love it. Do you sleep with something like a teddy bear or a special Really? I fucking knew something in my gut made me ask this question. You are like you are a caricature of a wild Los Angeles Mexican man. You sleep with a pitbull. What's the pitbull's name?
It's actually fun, but I named him Butt.
No, I mean, he got even better. He skates in the rim because
That's
I
a
named
good
him Blood just because, weed,
That's a good coach.
And then I was just like, well,
That's what I mean.
so it's called Bloody.
You don't have much shit on this roast. It's not a lot. Shit on this roast.
That's why they're kind of working a lot of fun.
Is Buddy good with other dogs? You ever take him to the dog park? Oh, Jesus. I feel like this is a bad dog. Does he wear the same sunglasses that you do? Tendons, I love you, man. You are hilarious. You are a serious man. All right, cool. Well, I love you. Ladies and gentlemen, that is Digits live from the Kill Tony and the Maker of the Comedy Store. Thank you, Digits. Fuck yeah. The great Los Digits. Fuck yeah, man. Everything's we have lift off. We have reached altitude. You can now take off your seatbelts. Chroma so far with the joke that I have the long receipt joke coming out of Michael Laird's. What was that? Like that? Come on. Oh, your seatbelt. Okay, pull another name out of the bucket. Ladies and gentlemen, this is this guy's first time on the show. I found him, I discovered him in David Luke, in one of David Lucas's videos. He is here tonight to make his Kill Tony debut. 60 seconds and an interview from Jason Rodello. Everybody, here we go. Yeah. I just want to fly so high, way up in the sky. Yeah. Oh boy. Baby, put your arms around me, baby. There really is a 20-second delay. Here he is, ladies and gentlemen, the Kill Tony debut of Jason Rodello. Riots, pandemics, Will Smith marriage problems. These are issues that I will not be discussing, but instead I'll tell you about my amazing life. I know it's hard to believe I'm married, but I'm someone who just makes shitty TikToks for a living or masturbates to Ed Sheeran musically. I'm a marriage guy. I'm with my wife in Kazakhstan, and Kazakh people, they look Asian, the sweet Russian, so they're the holy grail of wet dreams for red men, am I right? Come on! Violent Asians. Juicy Asian, big tits bouncing, oriental, anal, fucking, 5.5-inch deep throat Asian mom teaches daughter how to suck cat. Alright, there's Jason Rodello, everybody. Can I just say real quick that sounds like a nightmare in Asian that speaks Russian, something beautiful when the most accents in the room. The Russians, you don't like a Russian accent? No, that just makes me like I'm on a man. Oh yeah, it's okay. Man seems like it fits, like a dangerous man, like a James Bond spy. But a woman, you finally found what kind of dude red bands in. So yeah, I would admit it. Yeah, what about Red Man? What about Chris said? What about
especially one with an Asian name. Now that I can get into.
I love it. So Jason Rodello, first time on the show. You were the first person in the history of the show that was born without a forehead. Definitely didn't know that. Oh, there it is. Okay, there it is. There's one back there. I like your style, dude. I like
Lady
it.
gave me that note too.
For a second, I thought you had a bicycle helmet on, but now you moved it back. I see there's a little something there. So, I like his hair. It looks just like mine. Appreciate you. Was that it? You just like
It's more for the visual.
Johnson, listeners, I had no idea. I literally turned around like, what the fuck did I saw? Jason, fuck yeah, how old are you, dude?
25.
Heck yeah, so that you do that's the future. So let's go back. Let's ask a question from earlier. Michael Mayer brought up this generation. Are they eating ass? Are you eating ass? And have you had your ass eaten?
Absolutely. The ass eating
Right, I'm covered in hair. She's covered in hair. I see your forehead. I can't imagine.
Now you just got to.
There you go. You know what that sound means? She's covered in hair. But you eat ass, huh?
occasionally, yeah. When I'm in the mood. It has to be a spicy night.
What do you mean by spicy night?
You know, honestly, I was just not a spicy night.
Drink the soda.
Yeah, exactly. Special occasion, you know.
Not on the table. It wasn't even an option. It was considered a bad decision. Nowadays, it's like the most exciting thing you can do. It's like proposing to the girl, basically. It's like, I will eat your ass and clench up on your tongue. Oh, God. Every man does it. Every makes me feel
I'm getting that workshop.
I love it. Can you show us what it looks like, what your face looks like when you're eating ass? Oh, wow, okay. All right, that's pretty good. You got that?
He knows.
I like it. So, Jason, you're 25, you're born and raised here in Los Angeles?
Yes, sir. Currently residing in Studio City.
Yeah, Studio City. You beat that studio shitty. What do you do for work?
I'm a professional dancer / choreographer.
Get the fuck out of here.
Sort of, yeah.
Are you serious? Can we get a little sample? Wow. Oh, wow. God damn, that is incredible. How long have you been doing that for?
Since the age of 13.
Wow.
Yeah.
Yeah, can we see some of your dance moves?
Me, Jeremiah, we can do this. I need you. Yeah. Anything that you do. That is exciting. Gavin dancing to the song I Need You from Jeremiah Watkins.
Check it out on his YouTube page. It's a great
Debuted this week. Number 2,045 on the Billboard chart. I will say this. Is that song might be one of the catchiest goddamn songs.
I can't stop singing in my head.
I always have to make the face that you make when you say the I word. There's a face that you make me go. Yeah, he makes the same face that he did in his Black Lives Matter video. Serious, he gets serious. Jeremiah can be one of the silliest people in the world, and he can get serious like a motherfucker. That will never not break me. It's right in my fucking back. Oh, no. Oh, shit. He actually is. We're in the sky right now. Where to go? He literally does have to put money in his meter. Fun fact for you listeners.
We should talk about that because, like, before the show started, he goes, "It's a 2-hour meter," and he goes,
And we're all in the room, scattered around in the part of the show where we're eating pizza, all 6 feet away from each other. Thanks to our great friend Charlie from Vito's Pizza. He brings pizza every single week, multiple pizzas at different times. We're all addicted to pizza. Everybody knows that. Anyway, and at one point, while we're all just sort of, getting ready, but, mentally preparing, Jeremiah goes, Tony. And I go, yes, Jeremiah. And he goes, my meter's up at about 8:50. What should I do? And I'm literally like, what the fuck? Put money in here? Like, have any one of the 70 people here put money in here?
Like 5 minutes before we started the show, just put 2 quarters in.
Yeah, or 2 hours worth. Really, just any amount of money, really. Just really do anything.
And like, we're talking about this right now while he's walking through the audience and everybody's looking at him like, what the fuck's wrong with you?
He's probably stopped and watching this right now, being projected on the back wall of the Comedy Store. He's like, who are these guys? Okay, all right. I love it. So, Jason, you're on the show for your first time. What's something else that we'd be interested to know about you? A fun fact about Jason Rodello that would surprise us. Your dancing has me very surprised. How did you learn how to do that? How does that come up in your life?
Yeah, so initially I started dancing from a Chris Brown music video that inspired me from the beginning. It was like a dancing vampire, it's called Wall to Wall.
Yeah,
And then, from there, I saw the reaction I got from my friends, and it was just a feeling I couldn't escape. So, anyone doing comedy or something they enjoy doing.
Yeah, that's super cool. You blew people's minds like at weddings and big events and shit.
Absolutely. Even bigger, man. You teach classes across the world, international thing. That's how I met my wife. I mean, I can get into it if you like.
That is so cool. Maybe your wife took a dance class from you.
Yeah, she owned a studio from the area that I met her in a different country. That's all right, man. I think you would learn Spanish.
I do that accent, man. That's the only thing that turns me crazy. Look at any beautiful Russian model, the most beautiful woman in the world. The second she opens her mouth, like, oh, it's
Redman only likes Russian dudes and Russian salad dressing. Those are the only 2 types of Russians. Russians, what? That's basically Thousand Island.
Yeah, what's weird French about salad dressing?
What's weird about it? It's like ketchup. Well, it's not. It's not like ketchup. I like it. I don't know what flavor it actually is, though. What is the flavor of French? No, it's not. It's not ketchup and mayo Cheetos.
It's kind of like sweet and sour chicken, but
yeah,
something's missing.
it's close to that. David, do you know the answer to this? Yeah, I had a feeling he's getting closer to sweet mustard than anything else. Jason, how do you know David Lucas? I saw you in a couple of his videos.
This is
I know it wasn't from a dance class.
Absolutely not. It was, I saw him, I got into the show during the quarantine, surprisingly, and I just fell in love with him really, watching every episode. Wow, and again,
I can't believe we made a fan during the quarantine.
during the quarantine, fresh off the queue, and then one day,
Can you almost get back the 30,000 fans we lost?
oh yeah,
So French dressing is a creamy ketchup-based dressing. Yeah. No idea.
that's right.
It's made of oil, vinegar, ketchup, and sugar.
Smash
Ketchup is in the
Wow.
It is
What is the
one for choose.
I mean, I only really remember French dressing from like old-timey salad bars. Like that would be the one that I picked long ago. Talking about Ponderosa. Ponderosa. Yeah, I know Ponderosa. They have those in Vegas.
Wow, French dressing and fries might be good.
Yeah.
It sells me the
All right.
So yeah, it's David in Studio City. Yeah, I got a party just week and I stopped him. But you know what? I knew how to not keep it like creepy. I was just like, hey, but Lucas. Oh, it's Kiltony. I have a fan. Hey,
Oh, wow. That's so cool. So you actually recognized him from Kiltony? Oh, well, there you go. Fuck yeah. All right, Jason. It was nice to meet you. Thanks so much for coming on.
thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, Jason Rodello, everybody. There he goes.
Put your arms around me, baby. Put your arms around me, baby. I just want to.
Yeah. All right. 2 bucket pulls. That means we are ready for another regular, ladies and gentlemen. It is that magical time of the show where we get to see one of our favorite joke writers, one of the literally, probably definitely the greatest roasting regular in the history of the show. One of my favorite people, just a great comedian, a great guy. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, David motherfucking Lucas, live in the flesh at the Comedy Store. Here he is, the real deal, David Lucas.
The scariest thing about the coronavirus was not getting pneumonia. The scariest thing for me was losing my sense of taste and smell. Like, man told me I can fry chicken and not smell a motherfucking thing. I got that mask, but I don't hate masks. Like, oh no, that mask will make women look so goddamn good. Like, as soon as you cover up her mouth and her nose, this bitch is attractive as fuck. Like, I think we need to keep masks for another 10 years. I might fuck around and get married. This bitch can't say shit. She can't even breathe that good.
No, take the job,
It's
get the money, and come up, you should be
I'm scared. I want to get coronavirus just to lose weight. You know what I'm saying? I lose like 20. Maybe I didn't get coronavirus for like 6 weeks. That's my new diet plan and shit.
Fuck yeah, David Lucas. Absolutely.
That shit went fast as hell with no audience. I timed it out. It was a minute and 15. Then I come here. That shit was 45 seconds.
That's quick time. You never know when it's going to go down. But it was sad. Fun stuff. All about the corona. I believe it. I don't think you would, I don't think you're one of the guys that would lose your taste and smell. Let's check in with Sandra here, because Sandy is fresh off of actually having the coronavirus. And from what I understand, you just lost your sense of smell.
Just my sense of smell.
That's it.
Sometimes I would remember smells and I wasn't sure if I was smelling it or was remembering.
Wow, that's weird. You said you didn't lose taste, but you can't smell it. You can't taste certain things. So you lose it.
But I could.
Right. Yeah, it's like, makes no sense.
They no sense. I still can't really smell.
Really? Wow.
You might be Mustang.
I can reach.
You can breathe.
Probably shouldn't do that.
You know how you got it? You could say it seems like you didn't get it from any of us because we all lost it.
But yeah, because none of us had it. Right?
Nobody's gonna care.
Welcome to another episode of Dr. Redman.
When Red Band found out I got it, his first word was, "You're a dirty girl."
I think I
I said something else. I don't think it's important.
Dirty.
Dirty more.
He knows that if you're not feeling good, Dr. Rabbi.
We know that you didn't get it from any lunch.
Dr. Rabbi.
So, wow, this is interesting. On a very ass-eating heavy episode of Kill Tony, it got started with Michael Ware. I think we're finding out that now with no sense of smell, perhaps Sandy, the flight attendant, has now been eating ass.
Gobble, gobble, gobble.
Gobble, gobble, gobble. Everybody knows that. Turkeys and ass eaters. That's the noise that they make. Gobble.
Have you eaten ass before?
No, but if I lose my taste, I might go in there.
Tony eat ass with a knife.
Oh, come on, David.
Now get in his shirt and all that type of shit.
That's
Taste man, you eat ass.
right on the jump.
Let's hear it, Bob.
Go ahead, Gavin.
Oh, no. When I went to go refill my meter on the way out, David kind of shouted at me. He goes, hey, it worked on my meter, too. And I was like, yeah, it's no, he's funky red.
Wow. You really have to put money in your meter?
Yeah, because we didn't work at the same time. So I'm like, hey, bro, you take your ass out there, I'm about to go next, but my shit about too.
Damn. What do you ever put any of your chocolate coins that you keep on you at all times in the meter?
Maybe get your ass out there.
I know. They will. You can't put those in the meter.
You gotta pay a deal, don't be for that shit to turn on.
Dildo meter?
You gotta put up the money.
That's a real reach.
You gotta put up more than your bed. You know, if the deal don't pop up.
All right, I'll ask you this. Yeah, that's actually true.
Tony got me chained. That's the good chain.
What's your sleeping situation? You sleep in a food trap, something like that?
Get the fuck out of here. Sleep in a net, sleeping bag naked.
Sounds good, actually.
Yeah, I mean that's actually really cozy.
Tony sleep next to the wall.
That's actually true. I would there is names of buddies. I just at one point I just named them buds.
You a name of snake into.
Okay. All right. Not all of us.
Nobody is here. Goddamn, this shit.
Not all of us are lucky enough. I mean, do you have any pets?
My kids. Really cute.
Oh yeah. You have one of those pet kids.
I got an STD kid.
Damn. Quite a bit. Did you just have a new kid recently? Is that a regular rumor that you have a new baby? Someone said I can't even hear that kid. I did. Oh.
You said I know
Right, especially with your mouth to feed, that's a lot. Dildo. Alright, so what else is going on, David Lucas? What were you doing in that hallway when you met Jason Ronaldo?
I was at my brother's house.
How many brothers do you have?
Just one.
He lives in Studio City. What is that? Oh shit. Damn, so he sells CDs at Hollywood Highway. Damn, you don't know exactly what he does. He just tells you. Oh, okay.
Vintage t-shirts.
Oh, okay.
With an equal.
Something like that, yeah. So what he really does, like, he goes, like, you know, we got hella places that sell, like, secondhand clothes. So he'll go get them, like, take them to the dry cleaners and sell them for like $150.
Damn.
He buy them for like $20.
Damn.
Because everybody doesn't have access to that. That's United States, but in LA, we got a whole bunch of these products. You can check all this down, you turn it in, and then you can sell them online.
It's a profitable business. Your brother's flipping clothes like digits flips tortillas. What's that? What do you wear? What is that tie-dye? Oh. Okay. How much does something like that run? Even for your size? It's not more?
Fucking Wi-Fi cable.
That shirt is actually the sleeping bag that I sleep naked in. So nothing's changed since last week. Except for you may or may not have had a new child.
I had a new child last week. I can guarantee that. What happens if I damn man?
I feel like that's a true rumor. How exactly? It might be. I don't know. This is one of the more suspicious moments in the history of David Lucas being up there.
I got one question. I was not a white guest in the white community. Like, why y'all don't assume that back in?
They come out like puddles. They can't form it.
So Michael ain't got no right to get out of
He's not being son of new kids at all. It's just, Michael does? What do you think? He doesn't have a vagina.
Oh, he works down there.
Shit. He needs to board the flight first, obviously. You had sex with a midget?
No, baby, you need to listen. I said I've never been on an airplane with a person in a wheelchair. I've been on a plane.
I've been on a plane with a midget before as well. Were you with me on that? Is that one? I know I just must have told you about it, but
You tell me anecdotes. I just listen.
anyway, there is a comedian who is a midget, and one time we were on the same flight, and he was actually one row ahead of me, which, street cred is you always want to be in front of people. And I remember he was, hey, Tony, he was in the row in front of me, and across the aisle, and I remember being like, fuck, I can't believe he has a better seat than me, right? And then right as I was, like a minute after I was jealous of his better seat, he stood up on the chair and adjusted the air vent like he was changing a light bulb, and then I'm like, I'm not jealous anymore.
Bitches actually give me advice.
I will never forget that moment. And you have not held in a lap in your life until you see a midget turning on you and standing up on a chair.
They put me on the plane. I was
Oh, I know. I almost had to throw up in one of those park bags. It was incredible.
You ever notice that bitches women always have fat asses?
Dude, they are natural hogs. Yeah. I mean,
The best flashlight ever.
if I was like in the desert, like by myself, if I was in the desert by myself, like 3 hours into a mushroom trip, like a hot midget that appeared out of nowhere, I don't know, I might do something.
I think that'd be hot, just like, I guess.
What would you do? What would you do?
Hey, man, feed that bitch first.
I really thought about it. It just hurt like that.
You think midgets are like kids?
Well, I mean, that's what I was thinking. Like, I was imagining her, like, riding me, but then it'd be like, oh, like a little kid. I don't know.
Oh my god.
It's disgusting.
And I think I'd have that, as much as it seems funny, it's
Somehow redhead made having sex with a midget even more gross than having sex with a
Red man always supposed to live shit. They be a microphone trying to attract kids.
Oh, come on.
I think the purple microphone, I thought
Some official price of that shit.
pink shirt on. I wonder what you're talking about.
Bro, you got two dolphins kissing on the hat.
Yeah. Yeah, I used to be able to wear this hat until somebody released a comedy special.
I love what Tony like. Okay,
Love it, absolutely. We do. You are turning more and more into a big bundle of cotton candy every second that you stand there.
getting stronger too, bro.
I love it. You've been working out? What have you been doing? Lifting food up to your mouth? All right, David, so much fun. Good to have you again here with us, everybody. On to the next one we go. Alright, your next comedian, this is also his first time on the show. Ladies and gentlemen, this young man I met a few days ago here at the Comedy Store. Ladies and gentlemen, put your hands together for him. It's Malsha, everyone. Malsha. Here we go. Malsha, ladies and gentlemen. Hey, you. Malsha. Step back from that ledge, my friend. 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 Step back, my friend. All right, here he is.
So the other day I was walking around and I was walking by this alley and I heard some noises. And I went in there just to check it out. And this buff ass prison rat fucking everybody corner. So I get closer, right? And he's just smash it. I get even closer and I notice everybody's dead. So it's fucking a get my car. So I get even closer. You gotta see right next to it. They don't give two fucks. This rat is just bashing the shit out of these brothers. Eventually he finishes. They God walks away and looks at me like he's about to smack me. He's got a pop on his head. You know, I talk about it. It's like, wow, if you want me, it's a good pussy. Don't worry about who's watching. The second thing I thought about was, I might fuck some record this season.
What the fuck? Moha. Alright, Moha. So you saw some guy doing what?
I saw a buff-ass rat.
You saw a buff-ass rat having sex with a raccoon. A dead raccoon. Is this a true story? Why? How did you make this wild tale up? This is like a horrible pitch for a Pixar movie.
It's an episode of the Boondocks Midnight Game.
This is the first time I didn't even know how I came up with it. It was slightly large.
And in his defense, he usually has a stool to hum.
Usually what? Just repeat that again for me.
Usually has a stool to hum. He's doing the joke about the rat fucking the dead raccoon.
Is that true? Do you normally do that down if you're on the stage?
This is the second time I ever did it.
Oh, okay. Well, the second time ever performing for was the first open mic.
I think my first open mic is in Diego a couple weeks ago.
Oh, okay. And how many people were in the room in San Diego?
6 people.
Wow, that's interesting. So tell us more about you, Moha. Where are you from?
So I'm African.
Really? What kind of African are you? There you go.
He's African Somalian.
Oh, Somalian.
I was raised most of my life in Sweden, Stockholm.
Alright, so you're from Somalia. Alright, what was your child? How long have you been in America? 12 years, okay. You came with your whole family or just you?
Just me. I like the Americans.
Wait, what about Seattle? Okay, why Seattle? What made you pick there? Your family was in Seattle? Oh, your aunts, okay. And what do your parents do?
for a living.
I'm from Palestine. So much.
She lives in London, and my dad lives in Stockholm.
What are the countries from this?
Stockholm,
Sweden?
yes.
Oh, okay. You know,
Syndrome.
that's not a place. Stockholm Syndrome's not a place.
Yeah, what he said. Now, just do it. Now, are you a flight attendant or a flight attendant? You can't even. Joe.
Okay. So, why is your mom live in London if your dad lives in Stockholm? Oh, wow. So, how did they end up separating? Did they separate and then she had a husband, or did she cheat on your bus driving father? Okay. How old were you? How old were you when that happened? Maybe 10 years old. And, okay. How did that make you feel when your parents said they were separating? Alright. Okay. That's fun. So you lived with your aunts in Seattle. Your aunt Tifa and your aunt Eboni's. Those are quarantine jokes that are aunt Tifa and aunt Ebon.
We couldn't even have a jokes in Southwest Airlines.
Oh my goodness. So, how's your love life been since you've been here as an American? You're single right now, but you still getting laid, hooking up with white women? Wow, that's what you're into. You are black, right? A lot of white people are into fat asses nowadays too, though. That is, it's like rap music. It used to be just black people were into it. Now everybody's into it. Yes, white girls figured it out. Back in the day, the only way for a white girl to have a fat ass was by eating a lot. But now they realize there's one exercise called squatting that in which you can actually grow an ass.
So cheap in Mexico. It's like 2 chicks for like $500.
It's like a $500.
Wow.
Is that true, Rabbi, that you moved into did you get some? Is that where you got your scrub?
But I had this idea to make a pillow out of his plants, like a moon pillow. And I was going to buy native plants, and I found that you can buy them from Mexico pretty cheap.
That's literally like fucking 1,000 McDoubles.
Yeah, it's
My goodness. What do you like to, what's some of your favorite American cuisine? You're from Somalia. They are usually very hungry over there. So you must have, quite the appetite. What do you like here in America? What do you like to eat other than thick white girls' asses?
Chicken, fried chicken.
Oh, wow, that's shocking.
Steak.
Chicken, waffle, steak.
Everything except for pork.
No pork. Why no pork? Oh, you are. Okay. Heck yeah. So,
my single food is like every single one.
do you have a Muslim sound effect? Okay. All right, that's enough. That's very long.
Please blur my face off this party.
Alright. So do you, is there, you have like a Muslim church that you go to? What are those called again? Yes. What would you? Okay. Alright. You ever take any flight classes or anything like that? Okay. Alright. If you had to kill one race of people, what would your race be? Which ones would you pick? America is an option. Wow, look at that. That's very interesting. You would just pick one human and you chose the president of the United States of America. All the racist people. Okay.
I work for
That's
myself.
cool.
My
Have you met a racist since being here in America?
mother there.
I think I've met a lot of people that just don't
They don't have the balls to say something to your face? Yeah, that is.
Here's your upman token.
Listen, here's your open. He's a racist, basically. Listen, here's your open.
He knows what's going on. This guy's built like a fucking microphone over here. It's built like Bob Barker's microphone, just thin and very thin and very black. Yeah, for sure. So no one's ever been racist to you in America, but the people that you would pick first to kill are the racists. You've never had anyone be racist to you face to face. 12 years here in America. Living in a big city helps, but it also means that you're around more people that could be racist. It almost seems like a lot of the racist people are around other. Yeah, maybe you're lucky, or maybe just maybe racism is an overexposed storyline in the modern media. Who knows? Well, you're welcome, Mr. President. It's always a pleasure. Anyway, I'll show you have any special skills or talents. We had a guy earlier do a magic trick. We had a guy earlier do some dance moves. Is there anything you have, any talents you have that would surprise us? Can we get this guy a basketball? Does anybody have a basketball?
It's literally one of the top dangerous sports right now.
It's Mohawk.
Mohawk. Okay. So basketball, what else? Anything else? What else can you do? Any poetry? Okay. Oh, wow. Okay. I like Goodfellas. Yeah, I like Goodfellas. I like Bad Fellas. As long as they have a penis and a ball sack, I'm into it because I'm a gay man. I'm a gay man. I will run this storyline forever. I am a gay dude. Goodfellas. All types of fellas. Okay, what's your favorite scene from Goodfellas? Let's reenact it together because I know every line of that movie, so we can do it. That's the scene, the first fucking scene in the whole movie. Alright. No one actually likes that scene. That's the scene that people that haven't actually seen the movie.
My favorite scene when he's freaking out driving at the end to help his nurse. He's like looking up while he's driving.
Mohawk, fun times. Nice to meet you. Thanks for coming on the show. Congratulations, dude. His second time ever performing stand-up comedy here on Kill Tony. That's Mohawk. Where did you find that guy? I've been here. Story said he wants to be able to do Kill Tony when he can, and I do pre-select a few healthy people that would test properly through the rigorous testing system they have set up here, where they take your temperature one time and cross their fingers afterwards, or crush their fingers, as Michael Bear would say. I can pull it out of the bucket just to make it fancy, but I know who's left because he's the only other submission. This was a very funny man recommended by Michael Bear himself, ladies and gentlemen. Elliot Mack, everybody, here we go. Here he is, Elliot.
So I have gay dads. Yeah, which you applaud in 2020. Thank you. Fuck the rest of you make it sound like they just kidnapped me from a nuclear family when I was 8, showed me Ellen 10 hours a day till I turned out like this. Which is exactly what happened, but it doesn't mean I don't deserve applause for it. That was cool growing up with gay dads. Like every morning they just put me on the gay agenda. It was just brunch, mimosas, brunch again, tap dancing lessons, eat a salad, go to bed, listen to Weekend. That shit was bomb. The best part was definitely whenever it was family game night and I got to choose like the vote on what to do. And it was my 2 straight brothers, my 2 gay dads, and me. So I would just be like, all right, should we get Cubs tickets or should we see Wicked for the 5th time? Cubs tickets, Wicked, Wicked, Wicked. Oh my god! I know about popular. But then I'd get hit with a belt for singing off key, so it evened out to a regular childhood. Oh yeah. Cool. So good to finally have someone a little bit less gay than me on the show. Very exciting stuff. Nice to meet you, Ellie. This is your first time on the show, correct? First time. How long have you been doing comedy for? I've been doing comedy 11 years now. Awesome. All of it here in Los Angeles? No, I grew up in Chicago, actually, and I started taking comedy classes at Second City when I was 12. After seeing Michael perform with Eddie Bryant, he did this one hilarious blackout. They were wearing sombreros. It was incredible, and I was like, that's what I want to do. Wow, that is so cool. So you actually saw Michael Lair when you were 12 years old. How old are you now? I'm 23. 23. That is fucking awesome. You saw Michael Lair when you were 12 and you said, I want to do comedy, and now you've been doing it. He was fucking hilarious, yes. It's been an amazing ride. He's something else. He's unbelievable. Yeah, so I think we finally found out who's putting the gold bond powder on Michael Lair's balls right here. No doubt indeed. I love it. That is so awesome. So how long have you lived in Los Angeles for? I was here for about 6 months, and then I went home to be with family for quarantine. And then I did, like a bit open mic here. I was having for a bit. It was this really cool open mic where you would open the door and like weed smoke would blow into your face. And I did an online like Zoom mic, and I got to see like all the other LA comics. And I've been thinking about not coming back to LA, and I was like, I had to move with this. Like, this is it. So I came back. I've been moving for the last month. It shouldn't have taken me so long to move, but I also had to decorate, stuff like that. Oh, that's hilarious. Oh, that's so funny. So you're a gay man. You live in West Hollywood. I did, but I hated all of the other people there. Yeah, it is a little bit wild, right? I'm gonna share something with you guys. I saw 2 gay guys holding hands today. Yeah, and I literally thought to myself, that is like the gayest thing that 2 gay guys can do. Like nowadays, like 10, 20 years ago, you'd be like, if you saw 2 guys making out, you'd be like, whoa, that's gay, right? And then, like, since then, there's like butt fucking, I think is the most gay thing 2 guys can do. And then it hit me today. In 90-degree heat, in the middle of the day in Los Angeles, you don't see any men and women holding hands. Like, to hold hands, you have to literally be like, I don't mind making a puddle of sweat with our hands. We had to fight for that. We're going to do it, goddammit. It is. It's a hot day. That is incredible. And would you agree that that's an extremely gay thing? Oh, 100%. I was with this guy the other day, actually, and there's like, I guess there's like a connection between us or something because we can't hold hands or we'll get a boner. You'll get a boner? Well, like, it's kind of like if he gets a boner, it's like a yawn, you know how that like spreads around. Right. Totally. Exactly. Yeah, so if you hold hands, he gets a boner, and then if he gets a boner, you get a boner. Exactly. And then if some other gay guy sees you 2 guys with boners, they'll go, oh, no. You can tell it's up to like a mile away. The gay arm is a very long radius. Absolutely. You're telling me I'm like a Doppler gator over here. I see it all. I have a tri-county gay arm. Boners spread like coronavirus in the gay community. We call it the coronavirus. Yeah. The old fucking. It's so weird if street friends can hold hands. If we like went to go get some food together, we hold again, but that's a gay. Yeah. It's fucking terrible. I don't like holding anyone's hand. I've never been a hand holder. No, absolutely not. I didn't like touching you pre-coronavirus. Not to mention right now. What is that? Look at that big, strong hand. Look at that, just shaking from fucking caffeine and nicotine, just vibrating with high blood pressure vibration. Tell me why my hand and I said holding hands. Red Man loves holding hands. Wow, chasing that.
boyfriend of yours?
It's kind of been like one of those things where just like whenever we're in the same city, it goes down. So like 3 times in the last 3 years, but now he's in Orange County and I'm in LA, so it's like a little bit easier. Yeah, I would love to tell you that like he's my Dylan or something and work it out. Have 2 kids and 2 dogs, but
Probably not.
So,
Okay. But how'd you meet him?
originally Tinder, and then he and this other guy, like, we went to a bow and they like flew for me, and I was like, oh, stop, I hate this.
And then are they like tops or bottoms? How does that work? Is that a thing? Is that a weird question?
I'm not saying another word without my lawyer present.
I love that. I love it. So, is that how Tinder works? Like, do they have it separated, like in tops and bottoms or anything? Oh, that's right. No, I just like deep in the closet, so I have to pretend like I don't know these things.
I messaged you and you never replied.
No, I haven't checked my, what do they call it, an inbox or a bubble? Nothing, okay. Alright. Man, this is my episode tonight. I'm what they would call on fire. So I get the Gringo Bandito hot sauce because it's a spicy bullet tonight. Oh, kill Tony. Come over here. Elliot, any special skills or talents or anything like that other than being a comedy veteran? Started at, what, 13 years old? That is fucking awesome, man. That is so cool. That's Chappelle, Eddie Murphy, all those guys.
I was going to learn to play the ukulele for this, but I was like,
How about anything else? We had a guy earlier that can dance. We had a guy earlier do an unbelievable magic trick. He laughed a piece of plastic out of his hand. It's really impressive.
what's your pottery?
You know what? Somebody bring. Can we get a pottery wheel in here? Kilns. Kiln Tony. Oh, that got a laugh. There you go. Looks like that's what I'll think. That's the moment I'll think of before that's the clip was Kiln Tony. The big laugh. Right. Just as I'm crying and sweating myself to sleep. Elliot, let me ask you this before. Have you ever been with a woman or anything like that? Like,
Only while I was looking her boyfriend's did.
is that true? So you guys have like a threesome?
Yeah, it was when I was in high school, and he was our quarterback, and we had all been like drunk bowling that night. We were like going off, and then they were like, "Oh, Elliot, like you have a hot tub, right?" And I was like, "Yeah." And we went back to my hot tub, and like he looked at his girlfriend, and his girlfriend looked at me, and then they both started changing like glances. And I was like, "Oh." And then she was like, "So Elliot, what happens in the turn tub stays in the turn tub, right?"
And then you bent over and he put his hands under your butt and went,
So close, actually. He put his hands in like the 2-finger of my elastic.
game quarterback moves.
Exactly. He pulled me in his lap and kissed me, and then immediately, like clockwork, I just like grabbed her face and was like, "Out of my way, this is my moment."
Oh, shit.
Yeah. Sucked his dick.
Everything that you do, the fire in your eyes.
And I have a big secret.
Oh, yeah?
It was Gavin.
Ring around your finger. Do you have to let it linger? I want to marry you.
And one
Put my finger in your butt.
what's going to happen to it?
Yeah. Elliot, well, awesome, man. I'm so glad that you came down. Come back anytime you want. And by come back, I mean have you good orange coat from this boyfriend. You know what I mean? Come back. All right.
Thank you so much.
Elliot Mack, everybody. There you go. Elliot Mack. Ladies and gentlemen. William, you
You
Alright, there's only one person left to perform tonight. We're so excited about it. His stock is crashing through the floor. I mean, this guy was once beloved on this show. He, at one point, was the only regular on the show, and then once he started to fade out a bit, I brought in David Lucas so that he would get his shit together, and write harder and work harder. And then a few months after that, he started to crash again. We brought in Michael Lehrer, who absolutely started stealing episode after episode after episode. He upped his game yet again. And now he's crashing yet again, disappointing people from the management to the band to the host of the show to the other regulars. And now he's here to perform for you right now, closing out tonight's show. William, the Big Ring Machine, Montgomery is fighting off his back here tonight. A lot of people disappointed in
That's
him.
what I fucking standing talking about. I'm kidding. That was my joke. I've been working on that, but seriously, Ellie and I had sex last week. We're expecting. Not kidding. For a treat. That's probably Jeremiah. Might be my best set. And we're in Syria. We ain't talking about Jesus. We talking about Brandon. You'll ever watch The Sixth Sense? Because that's been hanging this past week. Every time I turn on The Sixth Sense, I'm like, hold up, is that Brandon? If you're in the parking lot of the movie store, please leave any excess syringes and the tincture. Darius Rucker from Foodie and the Blowfish is now single. That's way better news than if I told you Darius Rucker released a new single. If they defunded the Ghostbusters, who are you going to call? That's probably my best. Can I say the next one?
Yeah, maybe that will work. Go ahead.
One to work on. One of my favorite bands is Traffic. One of my least favorite bands is Child Traffic.
That was the set this week. You had a lot riding on this, people. A lot riding on this.
See that, Tony? I have this mask on now because I got something called diabetes.
Boy, coming off a wild week this week.
Coming off a $3,000 loss from one of those games we put the little marble on. Roulette plus $3,000 fucking dollars. Y'all get a good look at these eyes right now. I'm heading back to Memphis. I lost all my fucking money. I'm gone.
And you're also in the process of losing your job, is that correct?
It is correct. I'm worried about this thing they call COVID. Hello, what's that guy's name? Brandon? Jeremiah, you told me to say that, Jeremiah.
There's something weird going on with your mask. It's very ant-eatery. Yeah, it's ant-eatery.
That's what I did today.
Ant-eatery.
Ate a bunch of Butterfingers.
Yeah.
In this fucking mask.
Yeah.
Around all these people. And Michael, I love you. I don't want to call you out, but I was eating Butterfingers around a bunch of triple flakes. And they gave me the creams.
William lost $3,000 and got the big bag.
Can you say that a little bit slower, bitch?
Really not very nice. Where'd you get that mask from? Did you get that in Las Vegas? Oh, you went to Jacksonville this week. Listen to all the laughs in the room and get even during your set.
Jeremiah, I forgot, man. I listened to your new song. It made me cry to some extent. Now you're making fun of me saying Ron Surf Shop. What am I going to do? I lost my job. I'm heading back to Memphis.
Just work. That's one of my favorite lyrics.
Can I read you all one of my favorite quotes?
Okay, go ahead. Is this the comedy part?
And they were telling me, now it doesn't matter now. It really doesn't matter what happens now. I left Atlanta this.
Okay, well,
Let me start from
no, it's okay. So, you went to Vegas, you lost a bunch of money. How's your girlfriend?
She is not with us anymore.
She passed away.
She is passed to the other side. That guy holding the fucking camera was there touching my testicles. It was so sweet of him. He saw what happened. Literally, I drowned her.
You drowned your girlfriend.
Literally, I drowned her.
In the Bellagio fountain?
In the Bellagio's fountain.
Why
I killed her. She's 42.
did you kill your 42-year-old girl?
Because I'm 32.
Yeah, showed her who's boss.
Just kidding, I'm 33. She's 42. I killed her fucking ass. She had it coming.
You at least rough her up a little bit, or just a straight
Did I at least eat a Butterfinger? No, I don't.
Wow. You ate a Butterfinger while doing it or beforehand?
I ate a Butterfinger just pre-game, eating a Butterfinger, looking in her eyes. I have goggles on. She has goggles on. She's in the bathtub. She's drowning. I don't care no more.
So you drowned her a little bit in the bathtub, and then you took her
You
to
right, man? That was perfect, you motherfucker. Also, I had two noise.
Did you just say the word drowning?
Did I say the word drowning? Good one.
Did you?
What's wrong with that? How did you say that? Drowning. Drowned. Damn.
If Redken's correcting your English grammar, you're in big trouble.
Shit. Professor what?
Everyone in the railroad knows how to say drowning.
Everyone in the railroad. I was in the motherfucking railroad 15 fucking years. I swear to God. I'm part of massive. Thank you, Redken. I learned that shit before. I was so done.
That's what you did on the railroad?
I was putting pennies on the track, seeing what happened when the locomotive hit them. That's what I was doing. Jeremiah, get my back on here.
I got your back.
I'll never will get better when he called in on the video.
Thanks so much. You got me sick. Why do you think I compare this now?
Where's Marshall on his way?
William,
You're my lungs now, bitch.
William, you've been saying that you've had coronavirus now for 4 months. Have you had any symptoms at all?
Yeah, I started losing in Chinese checkers. You have to check that attitude of the game. I started losing in fucking Chinese checkers, Tony, and I don't know what the fuck to do. Well, I've been listening to Skinner. I've been playing Chinese checkers.
And you bet on in roulette, black or red on roulette.
Black 22-inch Tahoe lifted. That's what I bet on. That's what I was trying.
Driving up this Tennessee, it was
A little fun fact, a little inside information. William actually caused quite the scene last week around the comedy store. He was pacing around. He was talking very close to people.
And he told me that the pussy's running this place. Really called me out.
That wouldn't be the way.
Right, man, is that what you're gonna do, motherfucker? You told me to walk around, you piece of shit. Here's where you walk around. You told me to walk around. And now tell me you're calling me out for walking around. Right, man, you told me that, dude. I get it. You're from Ohio. You eat Wendy's. You're 28 years old. I trust you.
seems about your emotional carry is a little bit too large for this flag.
Jeremiah, you might hear what I picture of when
I was in Vegas, just me and you being in sort of the top part of that hotel, just me and you being the guy killing everyone. And just me putting on your song, and you being running.
Without you, and everything.
And just reckless abandon, shooting that AK-47, and you stopping shooting, and me pointing the gun to your fucking head.
Alright, that's tonight's episode. There goes William Montgomery, everybody. There he goes. Go ahead, William. All the way to the back, William. Straight back. Straight back. Right, check out the drawing from Ryan J. Email. While you all sat around doing nothing, he drew this. Look at that. You can get a little bit closer there. Yeah. It's all of us on an airplane. In honor of the flight attendants and, of course, your pilot, Captain Hinchcliffe, with my first officer, Brian Redman. We're going to be taking off for another, we'll see you next week. Shout out to those of you in the parking lot that were awesome enough to join us here at the Comedy Store, making history in this 100-year-old building. You know, we're making it happen, fitting things into the proper slots here. Hoping things get better sometime soon. We have William Montgomery in charge of making the new vaccine for COVID-19, so I'm expecting a cure now any second. Here, go that way, all the way back, all the way there. There you go, then stand there once you get there, all the way. A lot of fun stuff happening. We'll be back next Monday with yet another show, which is exciting stuff. Shout out to Vito's Pizza, RyanJHill.com, CavemanCoffeeCo.com, and Lucy.co. Get off your cigarettes and your vapors. Lucy.co. Use the code KILLTONY, and they will literally let you try their product for the minimum amount of money by law.
Yeah, and if you've tried the nicotine gum before, you know it's expensive. Usually, it's not that good. This tastes very good, so try it out.
Gum is $1. Lozenges at $2. Get your lungs stronger than ever during the coronavirus by not catching coronavirus. Trying that out. Here's the part where we check in the Jeremiah Watkins, who has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders out.
With Dr. Phil and Shanks, actually.
That's very exciting.
Very exciting.
Kiltony fans are going to love that. Adam Ray plays Dr. Phil. And, of course, Jeremiah plays Shanks. He's got his Venmo piece of paper there.
At Jeremiah-Watkins to cover all parking fees tonight.
Those of you that...
And then I'll be in Arizona at the end of the month, July 30th and 31st. Denver is canceled, but Arizona is still going strong.
Wow. And definitely not there's a way better shape in Arizona. It's weird that you want to do that, gig.
And then I got the Luis J. Gomez shirt up on
Is that a real shirt? It's a real shirt. That's real.
There you go.
It's such a weird shirt. That's good, though. Jeremiah has been taking some creative chances lately. He's got new songs out. He's going to be dropping more of those. According to what I've read in Billboard magazine, there's a whole bunch more coming. So we're excited to see some of those romantic songs.
I will have a number one song.
You know what? I agree. You put those energies out there, and people that believe in hope will clap at that. How about Amber Jetsky Johnson, everybody? She was here tonight. That was her. She's back with the coronavirus. She's Jetsky Johnson. What else, Jetsky?
Everybody who messaged me when I was gone and checked in, everybody here at home listening, thank you so much. That was so nice. And if you are alone, hang in there. It sucks, but yeah.
She saw what you wrote her. She heard your thoughts. She did not smell the second.
Smell anything.
Chroma Chris was here tonight, everybody. Unbelievably funny. Incredibly great on the bass. So glad to have you back, filling in the sounds of the band to make it so much more powerful. What am I missing, Chroma? You can just check me out. Check out the Baby Boys on Spotify. Yeah, they do albums. Great. What's that? Thank you, Eddie Reagan and the Baby Boys. Is that right? Reagan and the Baby Boys. Yes, we're actually just the baby boys. Just like it is, and it's the baby boys for the single Lego boys on Spotify. There you go. And last but not least, the backbone of the band, Joel Jimenez, everyone. He's mostly sorry on social media. His new podcast, Mostly Sorry, is out. What else, Joel?
Yeah, we're going to drop it on Wednesday this time since we'll be working tomorrow. So we'll see you Wednesday at 5. Me and David Deary.
I love it.
Big thanks to David Deary.
Yes, big thanks to David Deary. You know, he's got a tough gig, and he really helps us out tremendously on this show. And sometimes, oh, there he is. He's right there.
Well, I didn't even recognize him.
And we love him very much. It's such an important role, and we care about him deeply. He's admin of David Deary on all things social media. Catch him working with the great Donnell Rawlings, and
He's really good on Joel's podcast, too.
yeah, he's great on Joel's podcast. Works with all the funniest people. And we absolutely love David Deary. He's a great comedian, a worldly traveler, and just an overall great guy. He keeps us safe. He's strict about the coronavirus. I remember when we were driving to the ice house that first week, and I was saying all this shit's bullshit and everything, and you're like, no, Tony, this is a really big deal. People are getting really sick. I have friends in Italy, and I'm like, this fucking nerd is scared of this disease, and it turns out you were completely correct. And I was an asshole. Yeah. I've been an asshole a few times.
Hey guys, check out my show, Virtual Rabbi. If you like virtual reality, I play virtual reality.
Same with me. My new side project, Roast Master Class, is booming over there. I just had an episode with Sarah Tiana drop where we went over for the first time ever anywhere the unheard and altered script that was controversial and talked about on many platforms but never heard before. We went over it, and on episodes of Benji Flalo, David Lucas, this week I'm interviewing Jesse Joyce, the former writer for the late great Geraldo. So everything roasting is happening over there. That's at patreon.com/inchclip for that exclusive content. Thank you, Gino, again, Speedweed, and Betterbox Studios for keeping us holed up during the majority of the pandemic. RyanJGmail.com for Fritz and Michael Mayer Comedy for all the coolest merch.
And thank you, audience, in the Comedy Store.
And the Comedy Store. Thank you, everybody.
Does Ishbar olabilir? And not to say, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell her what you should invest. You have that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see that. She did that. Ain't coaching you know, let's say, you have to kind of friends killing the great clients for good news. So we had some
This is Rabbi coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Here's Tony Henry.
Yeah, what's up? We are live. Good to be here. Exciting stuff. And here we are for another fun episode of Kill Tony. Brought to you by our amazing sponsors this week, and here's a little bit more about them. Hey, we're all into creepy stuff. Maybe it's a type of porn, maybe it's a type of video on the internet, and when you're on one of your devices searching for weird stuff, you don't want other people to know about it. So you're probably thinking, why not just use incognito mode? But let me tell you, incognito mode does not hide your activity. It doesn't matter what mode you use or how many times you clear your browsing history. Your internet service provider can still see every single website you ever visited. That's why, even when I'm at home, I never go online without using ExpressVPN.
It doesn't matter if you get your internet from Spectrum, AT&T, Verizon, Comcast. ISPs in the U.S. can legally sell your information to ad companies. ExpressVPN is an app that reroutes your internet connection through third secure servers, so your ISP can't see the sites you visit. ExpressVPN also keeps all your information secure by encrypting 100% of your data with the most powerful encryption available. Most of the time I don't realize that I have ExpressVPN on. It runs seamlessly in the background. It is so easy to use. All you have to do is tap one button and you're protected.
ExpressVPN is available on all your devices, phones, computers, even your smart TV, so there's no excuse for you to not be using it. Protect your online activity today with the VPN rated #1 by CNET and Wired. Visit our exclusive link, expressvpn.com/Kiltony, and you can get an extra 3 months for free on a 1-year package. What a deal. ExpressVPN.com/Kiltony. That's EXPRESSVPN.com/Kiltony. ExpressVPN.com/Kiltony to learn more. Hiring can be difficult, but if you're a company that's currently trying to hire, you face new difficulties. From safely reopening your doors to finding the right person for a specialized role, Housing Wire could relate. They needed to hire an ambitious reporter to cover news stories on the U.S. mortgage and housing markets, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's smart matching technology finds people with the right experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. And that's how Housing Wire found Alexandra Rothschild. Alexandra never imagined she could get a reporter job in the midst of COVID-19. Hiring was frozen, and the idea of looking for a job was discouraging. So she created a profile on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter matched Alexandra to Housing Wire's reporter job because her degree and writing skills were a great fit for the role. Housing Wire received her application only 4 hours after they posted the job, and a few weeks later, Alexandra started her dream career. ZipRecruiter helped Alexandra find the right job, and they helped Housing Wire find the right person for their role fast. See how ZipRecruiter can help you hire. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/Kiltony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. Glad to be here. Very exciting stuff. A very fun show lined up for you here tonight. And let's just jump right into it. Of course, there's no guest on this episode. However, everybody, there is a band.
And there's also Ryan J. Email sitting right there in the audience.
That's true. Ryan J. Email draws every episode. We're going to check into his drawing later. All of those are available at RyanJEmail.com. We're all filled up on delicious Vito's Pizza special made ziti night tonight. What a fiesta. We have the great David Deary here with us, the great Gino from Speedweed, who let us move up at Betterbox Studios for the majority of the quarantine.
Delicious caveman coffee.
Yeah,
Get enough of those.
yeah, you can't get enough of those guys. David is here up in the bird's nest, keeping an eye on us, making adjustments smoothly to the lights. And we're going to have some fun tonight. So let's bring up the band, shall we? Every week they commit to being different characters. We never know what they're going to be. Let's all find out what they are this week together as I bring up the best damn band in the land. It's the Kiltony Band. Jeremiah Watkins, Joel Jimenez, Jinsky Johnson, and Chroma Chris. Here we go. Hey, that's all good. Hobby, yeah. Here they come. Here they come for sure. Any second. Come on in. the cameras can see a little lady. You're being blocked by this guy. Hey, look at that guy too. Wow. So this one had great energy. Incredible. Here they are, definitely movie theater employees if I've ever seen them before. Look at you, sir. I mean, you are a wild one. Haven't had a barber during this quarantine, huh? What's your name?
Spencer.
Oh, you're still working at Blockbuster part-time?
Yeah, that's the last one.
Yeah, that's in, where's that, in Florida? And how about you, little lady? You came out with great energy. Seem like you're not burnt out or anything. What's your name?
My name is Jen. I'm 16 years old and I'm an aspiring actress.
Jen, I can't believe you're 60.
16.
Oh, 16.
But I can play 60s.
Let's heard that. My goodness. 16. And what's this young magician's name back here?
Hello,
Hello, my name is Brent. And people say I have the spinning image of Johnny Depp. Yes, they do. Definitely a spinning image of Johnny Depp, maybe after he found poop in his bed from his ex-wife. And clearly back here we have what appears to be fucking Adolf Hitler's attention deficit nephew.
I keep getting the same old guy. I don't know who this is, but my name is Snork. I just moved here from Eastern Europe and I'm 62. I get the only job I can at Morgan.
Snork.
Snork. I love the snorks. Yes, and all are good.
Yeah, Snork. What part of Eastern Europe are you from?
The east part.
What country?
East. It's been so long since I've gone.
It doesn't seem like you've been gone long with a thick accent.
I don't talk much at work.
What do? You tear tickets?
I go in the hall.
Okay. So we got Spencer, Jen, Brent, and Snork, movie theater employees, fully in uniform. Theaters got closed this week, even though they've been closed. Really, in California, it didn't close really anything, just nail salons, massage parlors, and card rooms. For those of you that were going to card rooms, a lot of Walmart, right?
In 64, just playing Mario Kart.
Just like you were playing a new system, like a 15-year-old system. Well, let's just jump right into the show, shall we, everybody? Going first, yet again, a murder on this show. One of my favorite comedians on the planet. I love his style. I love everything about this man. One of my favorite people just in life and in the history of the show. I present to you to get things jolted right from the start before we go to the bucket with the pre-selected names in there. Make some noise. Michael Lair. Here's Michael Lair.
I'm not mad at China for bringing fun in his life. China taught me how to bishop the is. If you look in the window of a Chinese restaurant, no hours, no name, just 45 ducks. No one takes more pride in their work than the Chinese duck maker. They spend so much time coming to America just to say, I bet it all on duck. Screaming to the guys, free spirit. They don't even call them windows in China. They call them duck monsters. The duck monster is the mascot of the Peking Ducks baseball team. China might have run civilization by raining loose coronavirus, but man, do they make a motherfucking duck.
Wow. Someone had duck this week, huh?
It was good. I thought I'm
Sometimes things are so funny that you're just like awestruck. Yeah, I was wondering if this one. No, it's good. Yeah. Well, there you go. Where is that again? Where are you from? Oh, okay. All right. So Peking duck and the coronavirus they made duck. So who cares if they made coronavirus? That's right. Yeah, it appears as though Snort decided to wipe out his microphone during a podcast. It's very bizarre. Snort is who maybe might be in the Easter Seals film challenge. Eastern Seals. Oh, you've been pleasing a lot of people. I heard you have a big audition coming up.
I'm working on a new audition. I don't want to take it with this, but
I'd love to see this on the
all right.
Yeah, absolutely. Are you kidding me? This fucking receipt is like way older. He keeps them like all labeled. Yeah, sure. Just go on the road with him sometime. Yeah, we got time. We still have a wig. It appears that Michael's wearing just so we're gonna have to use our imaginations. What kind of wig? What would the wig look like if Jeremiah would have let you borrow a wig? A women's wig? Alright, so we here we go.
Alright.
Yeah.
Alright, so we need to know
SNL music, but yeah, you can stop it. Wow, that was impressive. Yeah, that was definitely like masculine style, or as I call it, ALS. That was good. That was good. I always want to ask what that would sound like if she had to share. That's a good one. Is it the only character you're submitting to Saturday So maybe we'll see more another episode. Can you come from your whole family? You come from a long family of comedians, right? Yeah, you did hand me a folder of pictures. Should we go over some of these pictures? Is this really your that's your great wow, this one sort of looks like this one here sort of looks like a snore. Look at that. Is that your grandfather? I mean, these guys from the Zeros days. Wow.
What is that? Fabiola pizza? What did you say?
We're gonna put these on the YouTube and show the people. This is who your grandfather, your great grandfather. Oh, your grandma's uncle. All right, it's a little bit more distant of a relative than I would. I don't know if you know this, but my grandfather built the Pennsylvania Railroad. Yeah, he was the designer of it.
Oh, for sure.
It had nothing to do with the B&O, but the Pennsylvania Railroad being built. Redman just dips some of these old pictures and some of his mashed potatoes that he keeps always very close to. What? You have an incurable disease. You think you might start selling stuff in like the last I don't know what I would do if I had an incurable disease. You're planning like an auction towards the end or something like that. You should sell that magic trick that you did on last week's episode. Gotta make sure they're gonna work. Yeah, you went to a magician's store or online. It's not easy. It's not easy communicating with magicians. It was good, man. You know, peeking duck, China, coronavirus, duck, peeking duck. Speaking of ducks, you ever play Duck Duck Goose?
Very good.
You can start playing as long as the person just says duck. Not the goose. That was good. You nailed it. I'm still picturing you wearing a women's wig right now. Anything you're ever going to ask Jeremiah for, you could just ask one of us. I'll help you out. There you go. We like it when everybody does good around here. I'm surprised they didn't ask you yesterday to go and do that for you. Alright, Michael Lair, everybody getting things started tonight. We love you, Michael, the great Michael Lair, everybody. Hey! Oh yeah, Spencer Chen, Redmond Sports.
But again,
Very exciting. Whose mic was that? Oh, okay. Jeez. Joel, come on. All the noises back there store.
Disinfecting microphones.
Yeah, I know. Twice. Even though you're the only person on that microphone, it's pretty impressive that twice during one performer you would clean it. I know.
It's weird because Chris really wants to reach and pop sometimes. And it's kind of freaking me out with his Johnny Depp.
Okay, well, if he does, you can unplug it and then clean it and then plug it back in. How about that? Snort.
Sounds great.
Things that are here in the United States.
Thank you, wonderful country, great to see you.
All right, we have some people in the bucket. Let's see what happens here tonight. I'm going to reach my hand in there, and we are going to meet a stranger. How about that? Time for Stranger Things. Oh, wow. From one man in a wheelchair to another, this young man was here and signed up. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the stylings of Kyron Bentley. Here we go. Kyron Bentley. He is nothing more than you welcome. Hey. I'm Kyron Bentley. I fucking knew that shit was gonna happen. That fucking is great. I can't even remember I said enough. My God. I do remember the last thing I said to my dad before we got paralyzed. I said, are you still holding the ladder? This is fucking awesome, man. I have done stand-up for 14 years. Stupid 14. Oh, God, it's hard. Right now, everything's such a blur. Goddamn coronavirus. I'm sick of worrying about it. I want to go out and actually catch it. Just to quit worrying about it. The problem is, people with coronavirus, they're stingy. Yeah, hold up in quarantine. Like, that's the Dutch.
Number two.
Kyron Bentley, everybody. Hell yeah. There you go. Hey. All right. That was fun, dude. I knew I was going to find that just, it is weird. The book has a mind of its own that is wild. I love your holding a ladder jump. Very fun. Stand up, coronavirus, paralyzed. Is there just being regular paralyzed? Does that cause a bigger threat for coronavirus in some way? Like, I mean, is it every spinal cord injury is different? Yeah. Like, I broke my neck, so like I had very little function. So I had compromised lungs and I smoked cigarettes, so yeah, probably killed me. Yeah, probably. All right. And I mean, yeah, they worry about being paralyzed and take your balls away, though, huh? Hey, you're out here. Maybe your balls don't. I can't feel them. But they were. Where do you lose feeling at? Oh my God, like right through my chest. Damn it. How did that happen again?
Stuff on it.
Yeah. You've been on the show, we've talked about this. Yeah, but I like to lie about it. Okay. Yeah, what do you like to say sometimes? My favorite is I dated a bodybuilder girl, and I was performing heavy numbers. She squeezed my neck so hard, bro. Kind of like Wes. I love that. And that was 14 years ago, the snowboarding accident. Yes. Are you doing like some wild trick or something like that, or did you just go too fast? Too fast off the jump. Damn. Just trying to do a regular old jump, no like flips or anything. I wasn't that good. Right. Awesome. Shit, right? Okay. Well, that's fun. So what have you been doing during this quarantine? What have you been watching movies, Netflix? What's your favorite stuff that you've got during this? I watched one last night, Son of a Gun. What's that? Golden Heist movie. You were wearing her.
Favorite? He has exactly how all of them is close except for he's Latino.
Every day feels like the same day.
Incredible.
Yeah.
The best thing I know is
When
you
you
have
told
to
me it was
have
weird, that was
yeah,
amazing.
what
What is it? No, what's that on? What is it, Ryan? Greyhound? Ryan's talking with his head and it's what's that called? The drawing thing. I couldn't hear it. Greyhound? Greyhound, yes. I love it. This time he said Greyhound again with his head down and then lifted up his head like not David's.
Trolls 2.
Have you seen Greyhound in the movie theater, people? Well, you, Jen, have you seen Greyhound?
Greyhound, because poverty.
Oh, shit. So what else other than watching movies? What do you do for food? Do you cook yourself or you Postmates? I got food stamps.
You cook himself.
What sort?
Yeah, you put yourself in a boiling hot water, and then you add some salt and rice.
Yeah, cook on high heat, so that's ready real quick. What the fuck did you say, Snoller? Earlier, what did you say?
Now showing Tony's anger. He said, why would he cook himself? I said, because he
You have food stamps, you say? Yes. And what do you do with them? You just go to the grocery store yourself, or no, you caregiver? I'll show where government pays for the vegetable, laundry, all the shit I get. Oh, that's awesome. Like everything.
sounds like a treat.
Yeah, that's Red Man lives the exact same life.
I do.
He's the one that does all those things.
He already has the butterized pie because he's oil.
Oh, Jesus Christ, Brian. Oh, Red Man. How's that been going? How's your motorized bike been going? I see a video you posted with you fake pedaling.
It's great. The pedaling's real.
Yeah. If I know when I pedal on a bicycle, it always goes wee, wee, wee.
The bike has different modes. It's like a mode that's just like having a regular bike, but then if you want to go fast, you can just straight.
Oh, I know how it works. I've been on a bike before. I'm with you, Red Man. I used to have an electric scooter when I lived next to you. You may have seen me. I used to have a little chopper, an electric chopper. We called it. My brother and I had it. It was baller as fuck, man. It was literally was like a little Harley Davidson looking thing. This is 14 years ago, yeah.
Yeah, it's fun, man. The cool thing is, like, I didn't realize how close I was to it. So just like going around the zoo and stuff like that, and all
Yeah, you live like less than a mile away from one of the most beautiful parks in all of LA for the last decade and a half. You just figured it took you, all it took you was one electric motorized bicycle for you to follow. Me and Doug Burbank stopped at the Starbucks steakhouse. Well, that's it. No more California that way.
Red Man is going to get both of that or two. Some fat joke.
Kyler. Any other fun facts about your life we should know about? I like to draw, and our team, I drew a picture that I brought of my Jane, who I figured he draws on his house, so I drew him. Oh, that sounds awesome. Holy shit, no one drew Ryan. This is an interesting moment in the history of the show. Brian's just mumbling the word gray into a straw right now. So great. He's a pretty interesting looking character. First person to ever draw Ryan James is paralyzed from the chest down. Whoa! Look at that, Ryan! I think Ryan's perhaps you've seen him before. Either that or he has no respect.
I know. I said, like, let's read him. Tony ran halfway. I just did. He came to his feet.
Guy shows him in earlier. He was like, don't check. That is very impressive. Now, it's drawing something you've always done, or did that mostly start out with the accident?
No, I'm always artistic, but
It's really learning how to hold the pencil this time. My hands are partially paralyzed. I can't use my fingers. So learning how to hold the pencil. I see learning how to control and get the details that I like. I mean, it's not as good as I would like it to be, but very fucking impressive, and it shows a lot of art. That's a very cool thing to do to draw Ryan J. He's drawn us, I believe, over perhaps, I don't know, 400 episodes of the show. How many do you think you've done, Ryan? I'm definitely over 300. Well, Kyler, awesome stuff. Very fun performance and a very fun interview. Thank you so much. Thank you, Kyler Bentley, everybody. Kyler Bentley. He just did good on the show. What do you know?
Tony could say, he's going to take Carolina, and he read DMs from if he needs that. So, yeah, I'm reading the DMs right now. He screenshots it.
That's interesting. Spencer and Jeremiah seem to have a little bit of a bond. Michael, are we missing something here?
Okay, I think we need to get to the bottom of this.
Yeah, Michael, are you getting your phone out? You getting this? Detroit capture this. Can that light swing to where Michael is? Yes. Yes, it can. There is a God.
He's starting to find out for the last time.
That mic's already been disinfected. Is there a microphone on that, Detroit? Or no? Okay, yeah. Put his own mic back in there. Michael, wheel back up again. Ladies and gentlemen, for the first time in Kill Tony Show history, this is a curtain call, an encore performance by Michael Lair. When you have a limited time to live, you get to perform as many times as you want on Kill Tony during an episode. So,
I know you wrote something on you. It was hard.
In the meantime, I talked to Jessie, and she thought it was really weird that you didn't ask her for women's wigs.
do you have your own wig?
Yeah, I've got plenty of women's wigs.
I'm surprised. You could ask me for women's wigs, women's underwear. I have all these things.
He dresses up like one every night.
That's right. That's what I was implying. You know the joke I just made.
All of you say this, none of you would have been helpful.
What the fuck are you talking about?
Was that true? This year, as a Swiss from Sales in the first message to the month of March, I'm with total student education and of their parents. These graduates in junior grades and universities where they are
My screenshot of DM.
What did it say?
Can I read it, Michael?
This is quite the standoff here. There's a part of me that thinks, I mean, this is a tough one because I have a feeling that Jeremiah may have wanted to help you on this one, but now you're getting called on your bluff. But at the same time, I could also see Jeremiah not want to share wigs with you. He's very Jeremiah has been quoted as saying only Black Lives Matter. So
we're picking up 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 5. So we have nothing to do but
This is my favorite part of the last 15 episodes of the show. Go ahead, just the part we want to know.
Jeremiah said, "You the wig slash beer master, if I ever need to borrow?" Jeremiah said, "I usually don't let stuff out because I have to organize for a specific character. But if you're in need of something specific, I can help."
That is heartless and cold. That's basically like you can go fuck yourself and be a professional and get your own whip.
I feel you, bro. Especially in the age of Corona. Respect. I'm straight. Now you're calling me out like a bitch on the show. Let's go there, right now, right here.
Wow, you guys should have a fist fight. I got like a just listening to the show, it was very slow, and he almost fell out of his chair.
It blew my hair back on the other side of his stage. You just started something new.
Look at that, he's gonna give you a wig with smallpox on it next week. Alright, the only thing I love more than Michael Lehrer on this show is Michael Lehrer twice on this show. So there he was again, the great Michael Lehrer, giving us 4 very compelling, interesting times. Shout out to Jeremiah Watkins for sending in the screenshot of the DMs, giving us some of the inside baseball behind the characters in Kill Tony. I pulled another name out of the bucket. This young lady became famous on the show in Ventura, California, being pulled out of the bucket on both episodes of that show. Fun fact, those were the last 2 shows in front of a live audience, and she's back, ladies and gentlemen. It is Duval. Is here. Here's football, everyone.
No, take the job. Take the job.
I'm so happy to be out of my house. But I have to say, being quarantined at home wasn't that bad for me. I kind of made the most of it. I had struggles for sure. Like, I struggled between when Netflix shows in the binge or go to the 27th podcast that I'm going to watch while I work one out. And actually, that's pretty much what everything turned into. I broke my own personal record many times and felt like, wow, I think the pandemic was going to go on that long and I burned myself out big time. And I hit my masturbation threshold. Anyone else? No. Okay. Well, yeah, I thought it was, I thought I broke myself, and I watched the comedies. Dollars benefit for the employees. And I saw Bobby Lee's butthole.
Yeah, what happened when you saw Bobby Lee's butthole? I gotta know the end of this.
I definitely started to get kind of but I lost my shit when I saw Joey Diaz unfold this fucking.
Alright, here goes Blue. I'll play some music. She saw Bobby Lee's peeking duck.
This is what, your 4th or 5th time on the show, and I think every single time you've talked about your book.
Not every time.
Not every time. I mean, I don't know. It might be every time. But you're very sexual on stage.
I am more,
Yeah, you're a sexual woman. Now, is that true that you masturbated? Is it true that you masturbated a lot during the quarantine?
Yeah.
Is there really, I know you were making jokes there, but is there something that you watch or like I don't think women perhaps maybe it's just a stereotype that I'm not correct about. But
No, I'm pretty good at doing it. I've got it down. But,
you use your imagination when you watch stuff.
Now shouting in Avatar.
sometimes it's watch something, but usually a lot of crazy shit. The show called, I mean, a movie called it's called The Love Movie.
Yes, go on.
Yes.
Of a snort, you know.
Yes. The opening scene is in the homeless house.
And that's the type of stuff that you like to rub it out to.
No, actually, I was kind of shocked to see the one thing that I actually watched the movie. But no, I don't really need visual. I just kind of just look at the
And what do you do? Do you like use something in particular? So you seem like a kind of lady that would have like one of those like big giant vibrators or something like that.
Like a base from a castle.
anything. Sometimes just a tight pair of pants works.
The tight pair of pants. That's the noise of a tight pair of pants. Right.
I'm just saying that it's not one thing. It's just lots of things.
Right.
It's mental.
How long does it usually go?
You're saying that maybe for
So again, actually,
I got
So that's fun. Have you hooked up with anybody during the quarantine? You say that like that was like a very like over the top answer. Are you being sarcastic?
I've been very cool. I've been very isolated. But even before the pandemic,
What's wild is that you seem a little bit less crazy than you did before being isolated for 4 months. Isn't that weird? Like the crazy people are getting normal and the normal people are going crazy. Like what's one of the craziest things about that? Since I've got YouTube in the earbuds going.
as sexual as I may sound, I haven't had sex in a very, very long time.
How long are we talking? How many years? 5 years. Is there a reason? Is there something that you're ashamed of?
No, I just, I get to know people and they laugh at my jokes and they end up doing something out of my mouth. And I'm like, I've never predicted that.
you don't talk to many people. Yeah.
Well, I just started to. It's still like, I'm not getting approached. Don't try to do my hardly a job. I'm trying to sort of know something about it. Somebody while I understand.
Have you heard of something on Tinder?
Yes, I have.
You have Wi-Fi?
Some of mine are
Wi-Fi. But no, I just,
5 years. Have you been on dates? Like, what's the last date you went on? Did I take you to dinner at all?
I go with friends. I'm friend zone people because I wander around like I want small sausage. It's like that's
Never seen the movie Snake Eyes with Nicolas Cage.
It's a good movie. Okay.
All right.
That works.
Thanks.
That works very easily. That type of movie.
Maybe Nicolas Cage movies.
Yeah.
Okay. 8 millimeters.
Yeah. Face off.
Very good treasure. Forrest Gump, okay?
Snort, not only did you say the wrong movie, but you had no accent whatsoever.
I did. Sure thing is, do they call American Treasure? Yes. In the school of the bed, they have to say it like American Treasure. The opinion about you, Sarah? American Treasure.
Snark is the guy that's on the operation box.
Okay, so Jesus, you're out of control.
Looking for me once, we don't predicted American Treasure.
So what do you like to do? You've been isolated. How do you kill the time when you're
I
not?
actually have been on all my videos to submit for you, like my whole passion is providing and everyone will just I feel like I'm kind of trying on like I'm not appropriate diaper tonight.
Oh, that's right. You're wearing a diaper pre-quarantine. I forget
And then I said I had a fans only account, so I wear diapers. They're like only fans.
Why did she wear a diaper again?
I can't remember.
That's like that.
It's the nervous thing where like I have stage fright and I think I don't know if I don't have it, but right now with no one will be in here, I'm okay with myself. It's really weird. I'm gonna worry.
Well, Blueball, you are, as Storm would say, an American treasure. I am glad that you signed up tonight. It's always a pleasure to have you on. You're very different. You're a wild, wild spirit. Ladies and gentlemen, that is the comedy style of Blueball. Blueball, forget about me. Blueball. Alright, time for a regular, everybody. This young man, great joke writer, unbelievable roaster. I love him. He's my brother from another mother. The thriller in my vanilla. The rumble in the jungle. Ladies and gentlemen, the one and only king of the Lucas.
White women, just, really fooling me, marching for Black Lives Matter. They also just some shit to complain about. White women are saying that calling them Karen is the same thing as calling them a nigga. Like, bitch, get the fuck out of here. Did somebody spray you with a fire hose while yelling Karen? Did a nigga chase you down the street with a German Shepherd while yelling Karen? I protested when protesting Black Lives Matter. I protested like people did some shit. Like I protested in the suburbs. Some niggas that had shit to lose. Like I protested with some doctors and lawyers. Like, oh yeah, y'all got time. I protest with y'all. But I saw a white girl so dick during the Black Lives Matter protest that I started checking all lives matter. This bitch fine as fuck.
Hell yeah, David Lucas, I love it. David I love it. White women, Black Lives Matter, white women, Karen, Edward. Those are my notes on that. So, hell yeah, stretch it out just like you would the white woman. That's right, that's me. That's me. I'm actually the white woman That's true. That's absolutely true. A lot of people don't know this, but David Lucas actually good in my home. I seriously want that cane back when you get it.
Tony's car smells like rubber bands.
Why would my car smell like rubber bands?
Just leave takes.
Oh, yeah. Now that's true. That's me. I'm a gay Mark Fox, and you are a straight Chilean black man. That's actually one of the things that I've been doing to supplement my
electric car specialist.
Yeah, I also work on electric motorcycles. I give a red man hook tune up.
When I see red, because I saw red man pull that on like 15 miles, and then today when I saw that shit was electric, I was laughing so hard.
I know, trust me. Why you guys think I'm like trying to pull fast on so I'm set up getting an e-bike. It's fucking cool. I saw that too. Brian, if it makes you feel better, I haven't joked about it. but I did screenshot when you posted it on your bicycling when you're actually exercising.
It's like
me
about having fun on the way.
it's like me tracking where I went in my Corvette. I went for a 20-mile jog today in my Corvette. Well, Tony ran 130 miles an hour down the 10 freeway.
My shit's faster.
Every bike would be better. That's a dirt.
And instant torque. You know, it doesn't have like the gear. It's like a Tesla.
Instant torque to get his instant pork. You ever ride an electric bicycle? No, come on, that's not a game show. We make everything gay.
Everything I do was gas. I tell you, I used to have a hybrid premium level.
Oh, okay.
It was like 110 grand. It was a great car.
The one that has like the weird foot.
Your cars go slower because you're in them. Like you can't hit the max speed because you have the weight of like a small family, a small like Mexican family. I make dogs urinate. This is what it's about. This is why you don't see another show where the same two people for 74 episodes in a row. You make dogs urinate. This would literally be the final episode. This was that show. They'd be like, oh, that's it. And exec would be like, oh, they've run out. This data said Tony makes dogs urinate. That's pretty cool. No, it's actually true. I actually go to the dog park sometimes. I'm like the dog. You've heard of the dog whisperer and the dog whisperer. Yeah, I go up and I start tickling the dogs. I do. We both love putting nuts in our mouths. Yeah, we both love climbing trees and staring at guys from above. See, I can make gay jokes about me too. That's it. That's all I can do. That's it. I'm like the Tennessee Titans on that. Except the only tight on me is my butt. It's tight. So David, what else has been happening? What do you got going on?
I went to the beach today.
Oh, again, you washed up on shore? You went to the beach to go right? So what you did, you walk on the sand? Was it quicksand? Just start sinking like the horse in the never-ending story.
Hey man, you get your seats, Chris Cornell, and has a lot of here.
I look like deceased Chris Cornell. Anyway, but you know a lot about Black Hole's sons.
That's how you work with us.
Really? So you went to the beach. What happened at the beach?
I just chilled. Yes, of course. Sunday,
Maybe only one sunbathing, only kind of bathing that would be nuts.
Because it's not real meat, but it tastes like real meat.
You know how it tastes. Well, okay.
Like, yo, taste better than Rabbi.
Oh, shit. An Asian girl. Oh, fuck, man. This is wild. There's a lot of drama. I like this tonight's episode of Kill Tell Beats. A lot of inside information. I'd love your Asian impression, by the way. Can I hear that one more time? Oh my god. Black guys are a lot allowed to do any kind of impression they want, by the way. If I do that, it's racist. If I go, oh, your name takes better than Rabbi. They can't cancel the podcast.
They can't cancel them there.
Right. That's what I was going to say. If I was allowed to say whatever I wanted, that's what I would do. No, I can't say that. And I will say this, is that you're always fun. We always have a blast. Always fun conversations and great jokes. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. Take us on to the next one we go. Alright. Ladies and gentlemen, I have pulled yet another name out of the bucket. This is this young lady's first time on the show. So here we go. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you the comedy stylings of CC. Here we go. It's time for CC.
Alright, hi guys. Thanks for So I think as a nation, like I'm appalled at how we've been treating like sex offenders without like the full story behind it. For instance, I was arrested about a year ago for masturbating, and I called it all. Like I have this thing where like I masturbate in my sleep, you know, so it's like sleepwalking. You can't tell that you're actually doing it. Like, so like for instance, like if I'm like having this dream, like I don't know, like I'm kidnapped by ISIS, and like they're like, oh, you even need to like, oh, either way we're getting in, you know. Of course I'm gonna finger myself, like I'm only human. Like anyway, like it wasn't my fault I masturbate in my sleep, but also it was my fault that I like fell asleep in church with my eyes open. But like it kind of looked worse than it was. You know, so it's like I didn't like have to do jail time, but I had to do like community service. So like you know that big brother, little brother program, like big sister, little sister thing.
There you go, absolutely, CC. That was CC's Hi, Cece. Hi. How are you? Oh my goodness.
You have to sit down. You can't stand there for a couple minutes.
Following the footsteps of Michael Lair and Kyler Bentley over there. If we can get you a so CC, this is your first time on the show. How long have you been in comedy? This is your first time ever performing? Wow, look at that. That's interesting. Is this something you've always wanted to do?
I mean, no, not really. I just like hearing people laugh.
Are you just running past the comedy store? Like it's still me?
Yeah, I'm running.
You do have some workout gear on.
Because I came straight from jiu-jitsu.
Oh, that's good. You do jiu-jitsu. How long have you been doing that for?
About a year.
Okay. What level are you at?
Well, so I feel like, I don't know, I've only been doing it a year. I feel like if you keep a black belt, you should automatically be a black belt.
Have you beaten a black belt?
I have.
Really? In jiu-jitsu?
Yeah.
Or something else?
Like in jiu-jitsu.
Like Go Fish? How did you beat a black belt? Was he just wearing a black belt?
Well, I ride a
It's
motorcycle.
just a businessman outside of the gym.
I ride a motorcycle, so like my legs are super strong.
Really?
Yeah.
She thinks black belts are black people with white belts. Can we maybe, you know, I don't know if you know this, but Snort here has been doing jiu-jitsu. Would you let her wrap her legs around you and swing?
You're going to touch another human doing it worldwide.
Oh, that's right. I forgot. I'm sorry.
Maybe they could wrestle 6 feet apart.
Yeah, can you guys do, yeah, right. Wait, that's what I want to do.
Like go-go plata.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's not even an easy move to do.
It's not, but it really puts it.
And was everybody really impressed at the gym when you did that?
Kind of, you know.
Wow.
I mean, it is kind of crazy.
And you made the person tap? My goodness gracious, that is very impressive. What else do you do? What else are you into?
I ride motorcycles. I mean, mine's an actual motorcycle.
Right. Yeah. How long have you been riding motorcycles?
Also about a year.
Do you ever take the area that you traveled and post it online like you exercise?
I don't. Yeah.
Again, I did not post it like, hey, I exercised today. I said I went on a bike ride today.
Like you have to say I went on a fun electric bike
I
ride.
did. I even posted a link to the motorcycle or the e-bike. What's funny is, if I was going, hey, I went on, worked out hard today. Oh, look at where I worked out today.
I just picture Rabbi sitting at home with his VR set on a chair.
It's so funny it is when I get mad on the show.
You're finally seeing it after like 6 months.
No, I know. That's why I continue to do it.
These are needles in jiu-jitsu so much. You know,
10th planet.
Oh shit, you went on.
when did you meet Eddie? I feel like when you have a boner.
No, but honestly, like that is kind of like what gives me the allergies.
Go ahead.
When they get a boner, like, yeah, they start to be like all like nervous and they start to make mistakes. I'm like, and then I just, wow.
Can you feel them get boners sometimes? Damn, that's wild. So it's like you use that to your advantage.
But yeah, because
Wow, that is impressive.
when there's blood going to your joints,
See, that's what happens to me when I do jujitsu with other men who have boners, and they're all like, "What the fuck?" And I choke them out. Yeah.
Which location?
the one on La Cienega.
Okay. Where is that? Ross again? What?
Scott Epstein.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah, I went with like Annie.
I go to Andrew Epstein's gym.
Andrew Epstein.
Or Dementia Epstein. Fuck that. I read a Prince Andrew article today. Got crossed up there. Jeff Epstein is the famous one. Okay. So, that's in La Cienega near what street?
Wins.
Pretty far south.
Yeah. It's passive mentally.
That's fun. What else have you been doing during this quarantine?
I've finished writing like a bunch of scripts that I've been working on. But like it sucks because like I started writing them all like pre-quarantine and whatever. And so like, I feel like now I can't do any of them. Like,
Yeah, that's yeah, that is a predicament that everybody's in.
Has any brother ever trained one of their classes? Any of the conspiracy theories?
no.
I guess he does this thing where he like do 4 classes of like talking with everybody, but it's just saying it's like the most recent conspiracy theory. And so these guys like I'm just here for jiu-jitsu. Clever.
Okay, that's fun. You have a boyfriend, Cece?
I don't feel
Oh, okay. Yeah. Oh, I want to jiu-jitsu too with this shit. You know what I'm saying? Got Mitch on that one. How about you, Jen? You ever do any jiu-jitsu?
I mean, I could if I trained as an actress, but I haven't yet.
What characters do you like to play in acting?
Whatever part I'm given, I can play it all.
Really?
Yeah.
Okay. Maybe we can get you to do a little scene, maybe with Spencer here. Can you guys know your movies? Can you do like a scene out of American Treasure or something like that? Or
American Treasure.
Maybe Forrest Gump or something like you can tell them that you're dying or something like that. You have AIDS.
So I'll be Jenny, not far off.
And you'll be a retard. Not far off.
Forrest, what are you doing here?
Good to see you.
You know this isn't gonna work, Forrest. I'm sick. I'm sick. I have AIDS. I'm really in this right now. Listen, you said you go run for it. Get out of here. Run for it.
You want me to run?
Run for it. Run.
You don't actually have to run. You can just ride on an electric scooter. Okay. Oh, God. That's so funny to me. All right, CC, this was fun. Thank you. You led us into a scene out of one of the great movies, 1994's Pulp Fiction. I mean, Forrest Gump. There you go. There is CC right there. 1994 Best Film at the Academy Awards. Meaning perfection. That's why I said that. Confused myself with the 94.
I kind of think that if you get a black belt, maybe 3 times, you should automatically be a blue belt.
I think so too. I mean, every other competitive right? I think that seems fair. I mean, if you're boxing or you're pro wrestling and you go against someone with a fucking belt and you beat them, you get their belt. I think you should get a black belt. There you go.
They might have to beat you.
Absolutely. All right. Right around where we go. Back to the bucket. There's only one person left. I know who this is. This young man was on the show just a couple weeks ago, and he is back. He is a cool dude, amazing door guy here at the Comedy Store. Great comedian out of beautiful Atlanta, Georgia. Ladies and gentlemen, one of my favorite people to kick it with this year, 2020. One of my favorite new friends in 2020. Ladies and gentlemen, Mitch Burrow is here. Mitch Burrow.
I know I don't look like it, but I fuck sometimes. Last time I was fucking a chick, she had her dog in the room, and I was like, hey, you gotta get this dog out of here. And she said, you need to quit being weird. And I was like, no, you and this dog need to quit being weird is what needs to happen, because I don't think this is, I'm not the weird one. What I want is you have an audience, and I don't like it. And she was like, no, you gotta stop. I was like, look, I know this is weird. I know it's weird because this is a category for Pornhub. That's how I know it's weird. There's a lot of weird shit on there. People are fucking their stepsisters. They're fucking their stepmoms, which, first of all those are very unrealistic. Not a single one of them is named Tammy, so I know that's not this a real stepmom, because that's what my instinct was. And I never wanted to fuck her. She was weak. But that's not what's important. Here's the thing. There's fucking your stepsister. There's fucking your stepmom. You know what's not on there? Fucking your stepsister while the family pet watches you. That's not on there. All right. Can I just say something real quick? Jenny, when you're playing Jenny, and you go, Forrest, what are you doing here? Bitch, you invited me to tell him that he's got a son. Did you ever watch the fucking movie?
It was a character choice, bitch.
I'm glad you didn't die, by the way.
I found out later that she didn't even, I heard a rumor that she didn't even have AIDS, that she had something else.
Hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yeah, because this is the 70s. They didn't get AIDS. Also, she wasn't a gay man, so like it wasn't like at that time. That's all
She was a heroin addict. Yeah. It was very scary.
All of it. This is still very early in the AIDS. Hepatitis.
Is that true?
Yes. What is that? Frogtown? That's just crazy, dog.
Never a case of AIDS in Frogtown. You've been to Frogtown before?
You would say that it is an American treasure. Frogtown, baby.
Oh, yeah. You go to Frogtown a lot?
Oh, yeah, dude. I love fucking drugs and shit.
That's right. When you're not in Hogtown, you go to Frogtown.
Mexican skateboarders. That's what they got in Frogtown. I know one of them.
Yeah, people in Frogtown are very proud to be from Frogtown. It's one of those places where you want to ride.
It's like the South. They shouldn't be, but they are.
Right. People from the
Because you guys have the Confederate flag in front.
Do you snore? I've been there once or twice or 30 times. You seem bad. You seem bad about something. Oh, yeah. Mitch, is that true that you had sex with a girl and her dog was in the room? Or did a dog?
What part of that do you believe?
I believe it. But I also believe that the girls you have sex with, they probably only have one room. I feel like this was probably a studio apartment. She's like, what room would you like the dog to fit into?
It was a shared apartment. She had a roommate. I was like, put in the roommate's room.
Right.
Something. It was like a little retarded dog.
Oh. Okay, so it's like this.
I mean, it was blind. I don't really know if that's retarded.
It was blind.
But it is not. Just, you know, not right. Especially when you see that dog, you go, oh, this is hard. You know, it's like, oh, I've got a dog. Oh, that dog's special.
Its eyes. Like, ugly fucking dumbass dog. I hate him. I hate him.
If the dog was blind, like, get out of there.
Yeah. Yeah, what are you afraid it's gonna see?
That psycho smell is crazy.
Mitch is afraid that blind dog's gonna find his fucking like duty hole.
You swapped Jenny out the weird time she and I were about to start a real big podcast together.
Oh, she was gonna go from Forrest Gump to Forrest Plump.
Look, we sitting on that night. That was pretty good.
You really believe that life is like a box of chocolates?
Everything that has to offer.
Except for the running part. You have nothing in common with Forrest, don't you?
I ran today.
Yeah.
I raced an 11-year-old.
Really?
And I won the first half. But he got me on the way back.
Was he blind too?
No, he just wasn't fat. And it really worked in his favor.
Damn. An 11-year-old. What on you race an 11-year-old? How does that even begin?
Newer guy, used to be Newer Airfield Chap.
Yeah.
His son is visiting.
Okay.
And I was hanging out with him at the beach today. Completely unrelated to David Lucas.
The door guys were at the beach today. They didn't even
I like to go on Tuesdays because the Meteorological Society's out there checking the tides, so I just run out there and look up.
Wow. Yeah, when you hear that the meteorologist is out there, you think that's a guy that specializes in dust.
See, I tried to beat you to a fat joke, and you just jumped over me every time.
Yeah, just like you do. Just like you.
So yeah, I challenged you to a race. It's just too far.
Just like you're out on the home almost, and he caught up with you.
I don't have an alcohol problem.
Sounds great. You're hanging out with Funk Chow. He's a legend. He's been on the show numerous times. He's Chinese rare. We did a weekend with him as everything closed down. Because I make fun of him.
He taught me how to say I miss you in Chinese.
Oh, yeah? How does that? What is that? Shit.
That's real.
I believe that. Damn. Oh my goodness. Every time you do that, there's a gong. How many hot stuff?
60 cans. That does not hold up very well. I just watched the other day. There's a worker. There's that creepy person at their house. We need to wash the sheets after he sleeps. And they just talk about the Chinese. You know what's fucked up? I lived in Japan for 3 years and speak some Japanese and can do a great Japanese impression and not allowed to do it. It's very accurate. I'm not allowed to do it. It's because you can't do Asian accents.
Arigato.
It's arigato. Arigato is house. But like, so the thing with like the Japanese, they use a lot of sounds when they're talking. You know, they're very expressive. So like, Savoy means great, right? Or Makatsugu. That means I'm an angry bee. Like just say Makatsugu. Oh, Makatsugu. And that would be like, I'm angry, but then people would hear me do that and they'd be like, why are you making fun of anime?
That's why Japanese are worse than us because they make all the extra mulling sounds when they're in the face.
Even when I was over there, fucking Japanese chicks couldn't watch the porn. Because the real Japanese chicks don't act like you're murdering them during the process.
They can't cancel anything. You can do this all day. None of you are already treated your own.
We were canceled 2 months ago. But like, if you ever want to fuck a Japanese chick, you just go up to her and you say yadi tai. That means I'm a fuck.
Don't do that right now.
Yadi tai. Yadi tai. Or and if you want to sweeten it up a little bit, anata wakire. That means you're very beautiful. Yadi tai. Anata wakire. Perfect. Dude, if I was a Japanese chick, I'd be fucking you right now.
Wow. That's awesome. Oh, wait. Where are you going? Okay. Climax of the episode. Mitch, anything else happening fun in your world this week?
Jeep broke down on the way here.
Oh, shit. What went wrong there?
Just exceeded the weight pace.
Oh, you son of a bitch.
No, it's overheating or something. I know like it's overheating. That's great. I need it's overheating. I gotta buy. Oh, God, I can't. What are you talking about? Oh, no.
It was a Jeep shop. Overheating.
So I need like a thermostat or water pump.
I need a thermostat, preferably with gravy in it.
There's got to be a part on the Jeep that I can name it.
Is the other thing a thermostat or a what?
A water pump
A water pump?
or a fucking starter. I don't know. I just name parts of the engine under as appetizers. Hey, I'll do it. Jumper! Jumper! Jump!
I love
That was a
it.
good one.
Yeah. Fix your car. Did you think about using the defibrillators that you have in the back seat?
That's not how you jump it off.
Weird.
No, but I'm probably going to work on it tomorrow.
That's not how you jump either. Alright.
People can subscribe to my YouTube channel to see me work on a Jeep.
Okay. What's your YouTube channel?
It's just Mitch Burrow.
MITCHBUR.
Yeah, that's it.
And on social media, you are
Everything Mitch Burrow.
everything's all one word, Mitch Burrow.
TikTok, I'll give you a personalized horoscope reading. So, you know, follow me on there. Right there, astrologist.
Hell yeah, absolutely. Go on this TikTok, yeah, that's a successful thing going on the redneck biz from
Mystery, yeah, he's doing it.
Absolutely. All right, man. Well, fun times, Mitch. Always a pleasure.
I'm sorry, I'm just very distracted. But jump. I feel like, are you just sitting on something? What? Do you have another way to call me fat? I feel like there was another.
Yeah, but I just come on, sport, do it. Over here. What kind of Jeep do you operate?
Yeah, it's a 1998 TJ.
Oh, okay.
It's the last model that had the 4.06 liter. It's the best one. As long as it's running.
Okay. What is TJ stand for?
The Jeep.
Oh, that's it.
I don't know. So is this Trader Joe's? Yeah. Yes. You think I go to Trader Joe's?
You have the jacket of the president of Trader Joe's.
Yes. I was really hoping you would not
What is that?
The first G batter there was only CJ, who stood for civilian G. And he had a YJ, he wanted to line it, and they were both CJ. And they just keep it.
Very controversial figure on the show. It's either love him or hate him. He's been winning a lot of people over lately, and he's also lost some people lately. He is a polarizing figure, and with no further ado, I get to the big red machine William points out Montgomery here. Here he is.
So it says which part of all of it? Take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell what you should be doing. You have that commitment to go to you got all the products, and that is the thing, take the money and
There's a minute from William Montgomery. Williams, what you're talking about, you keep saying last night, you mean last week.
Well, it was my best set.
Well, you were on quadruple Kill Tony probation for the first time ever with the management, the cast, the crew, who you have been both physically and
Tony was the crew as well.
yeah, David Deary.
What do you mean the crew? David Deary, I hate that fucking pussy.
Why do you hate him? He's a nice guy.
I tried to kiss him the other night.
Yeah, I know you're not supposed to do things like that during this whole pandemic.
I love that guy. You all seen David Deary recently? Look at his fucking pussy ass.
His actual
Look at how he's fucking sitting, just like a bitch. He would sit like that, David Deary. You piece of shit. Why didn't you kiss me last week?
No one was sick near you.
Dude, I'm sick, okay? We get it. Everybody gets it. Killer, different dream. Everybody is going to Showtime. And Apollo set to get me to start the really excited to be here. Thanks for having me.
Your pizza at Domino's Papa John's joke was great. Is that true? Do you do that sometimes?
It is. The new Shack Pizza is clean as an extra large. It happens to be just large. That's the same amount of pepperonis, same amount of cheese. $1 goes to some bullshit charity for black kids. I'm not buying it. But I am calling up Papa John, asking, hey, what is this, Pizza Hut? Or Domino's? Y'all have the cheeseburger from Domino's. That's the guy from Jeremiah. Looks like you have. What's up with your hair tonight, dude? Spencer, what's up? What's up with your hair? Love it. It looks pretty. Right then, what's up with the hood over your head? What's going on? Because you fucked up last night on the AV. Last week on the AV. Why isn't it on YouTube? How's my best set?
Yeah, last week's episode is now on YouTube. Another fun fact about last week's episode is that afterwards on that Monday night, my sleep schedule was actually evolving.
Hey, Michael, quit laughing like that. You know I hate your girlfriend.
William over here. So, my sleep schedule evolved a little bit during this pandemic, and I was actually asleep by about just a touch before 1 a.m. last Monday. And I
didn't answer.
And that is true. My phone, I forgot to turn the ringer off very rarely.
What is your ringer, by the way?
It's the song Money from Pink Floyd.
I love that. I thought that was Joe Walsh. That's Pink Floyd.
Oh, Jesus. Okay.
I thought that was a Joe Walsh song.
Anyway, why were you calling me last weekend at 1:57 a.m.? By the way,
I wanted to tell you. Such a nice ride after
ultimately, again, I can't
reading. Yeah, thanks, Red Man. That really adds to it.
and I'm doing this for free.
keep going.
I just wondered if I could have gotten on the phone and said, Tony, this has been so sweet and so nice. But after tonight,
Like he actually
I
has
had enough to start.
That's perfect. That's exactly why I covered the call. Look at you now, you're back. Just a little bitch.
And my eyes are yellow.
You do have some kind of Jordan Nets copies. Have you seen a doctor about this?
Jeremiah told me to say that with Jeremiah. Thank you. Spencer, you told me, you're like, hey, tell everybody your eyes are yellow.
These guys all work at movie theaters. Well, if you ever do anything weird when you go to movie theaters, you ever take any, you ever sneak any food in there
I
yourself?
made out with a black chick in one.
Oh yeah, what movie did you see? Do that? Whoa. All right.
You know, I saw him last night after the show at 2 a.m.
Oh, really? You called you?
No, I was playing Virtual Reality. Yeah, if y'all haven't watched Red Man Virtual Reality, start watching it. It's to die for. It's a wonderful thing to watch. Red Man, what are you doing on there, man? Virtual reality? What are you talking about on that thing? Get off of it. Get off of it. People are tired of it. I'm tired of it. Get off of me. Are you fucking with me?
It really moves when you move your mouth. It moves too.
Yeah, thanks. It cost me $100.
Where do you buy it from? Why?
That's it, we're done.
What do you mean there's one left?
So listen, it's very interesting.
I support small business. So, hey, Harvey, like the West Coast Fudgy, like your whole set, everything has been just, you're really going to call me out on that? I told you what happened.
What happened?
My dog died 2 weeks ago.
How did it die?
His name was Scooby-Doo. Accidentally fed him poison.
What kind of poison did you feed him?
I injected a T-bone steak with a bunch of Clorox bleach.
Why'd you do that?
I was just looking up YouTube videos and I did it and I left it on the floor.
So what kind of YouTube video suggested that you put Clorox bleach into a T-bone and feed it to your dog?
I get it. I want to break it. I want to break it. I don't want to go to what we go to. I want it. Nevertheless, we're committed to go ahead and do these activities.
You want Spencer to get your back?
The destruction
Spencer? Do you know William?
Yeah, but he's much as much more.
is a good thing. It says you get paid and couple of
Do you remember
I will say there is
Do you remember that, Spencer?
it really is such an interesting idea.
You guys can't touch fucked up. Spencer's 15.
Whoa, William, another fucking comedian.
That is the main song of the intercom. Red Man gets tired of all the light jokes. He called him a song.
Okay, alright, everybody relax. William,
Big soundboard.
guys, settle down over here. This is
Yes, struggling at it.
Six
Reading the real is about. And it's very not easy. It's not easy. It's possible that we challenges the students.
Is it? Really?
So, you can get a. I mean, who was your test? Am I going to get a tattoo? Last week. How was your test that you took last Wednesday? I have strep throat.
Oh, that's good. It's a good time to have strep throat, actually. Much better to have strep throat than pneumonia. How's the spot on your belly? Can we get an update on that? Can we see what's going on there? Let's see. It's being blocked by a shadow right now. Can you? Where is it?
It's gone. It's a Christmas purple envelope. It's consistently waxing, waiting. What is that? A moon joke? That's the word. Is that a fucking moon joke? Yeah, man, it is. What's wrong with my belly? It's a giant moon. Yeah, that's funny.
It does sort of look like. Can you lift up your shirt one more time? David, can you get in there again? It does look like the part of the Death Star where like ships fly into. Or like Darth Vader flies a ship into that.
What are we doing it? Why are we flying in space? So it looks like the dumpster where that snake creature is.
Oh yeah. Yeah. Swamp movie, but it's the planet Tatooine. Maybe. That's it.
See, not really. Not really.
It's the Sarlacc pit. Yeah, Sarlacc pit. That's it. You have the Sarlacc pit. Thanks for saying my birthday.
Is there anything in your What do you think's in there? What is that, a black rock?
You know, it's hard to do this. How do we say? Maybe. Oh god. That's weird, William. Oh shit. Oh shit. You do that when you're out on the streets. With swimming pools. Oh my god. Do you at least make sure there's no children around when you do it?
I'm usually swimming laps.
Okay, sometimes it's fun when, sometimes it's good when an episode just sort of like cruises down, you know, nice and slow, and we get to like, you know, really appreciate all the comedy that happened earlier on in the show, you know what I mean? Ladies and gentlemen, one of the longest tenured regulars in the history of the show, the great William Montgomery, everybody, there he goes. There he goes. This was another episode of the show. We did it again. fun stuff happening all around the world. Let's check out the drawing. Brian J. Abel. Let's see what happened here tonight with the movie theater crew. Sometimes works at Blockbuster. Here we go. Get on up in there, Ryan. Oh, look at that. Oh, it's another movie theater type homage thing. Am I right? Yeah, there's the concession stand. I see me. I see William with horns. We have the great fire breathing. That's Snort. Oh yeah, that's David Lucas. Yeah, that makes sense. Cat, everybody, Michael Lear on the tank. Love it for the crew. Snort and Jen down below. Spencer up top, slinging concessions. Chroma eating the nacho cheese out of the dispenser.
Go to RedJEmail.com. He also has a lot of auctions. I just saw a really cool auction of you, Joker. He has going on right now.
Everything's at RedJEmail.com. Go eat Amino's Pizza. Get your coffee from KFCCoffeePro.com. Get your underwear over at Shane. Hire someone at ZipRecruiter. A bunch of fun things you can do to show support for the show. Your lozenges for nicotine over at Lucy.co. So good. So good. I like the cinnamon. Red Band likes the wintergreen. And a bunch of other fun stuff happening. I have Roastmaster Plaza on my Patreon. Everything roasting that you might want to know. Actual tons of content, man. We're doing Jesse Joyce this week. Just interviewed Sarah Tiana, Benji Flomo, David Lucas, Donna Rollins, Jeff Ross. Fun times. We just talk about making fun of people. So that's exciting. Red Band.
Check out my virtual Red Band. And also Brian Wolf's Dead Air and Work Brothers in Person. Which I've been doing one last week. Okay, so check that out.
Oh yeah, I have a whole new merch store as well. Attached to my website, TonyHinchcliffe.com. Brand new shirts drawn up by the Big Vader. Those are mostly Roastmaster Class days. There's also a cute little Hinchcliffe Red Band 2020 shirt there. I like it. Jeremiah Watkins has a new episode of Jeremiah Wonders. I'm sure of that. Tell me about it.
That's Dr. Phil and Starbucks assistant manager. I think that was last week's episode. This week's Shanks and Dr. Phil.
What else, Jeremiah? Anything else?
Jeremiah does rockets on mental places. Guys, if you're in the Tempe, Arizona area at the end of the month, I'll be doing some shows there the last week of the month on Thursday.
There you go. Tempe, Arizona.
Yeah, and if you're on YouTube right now, head over to youtube.com/Jeremiah Watkins and subscribe.
There you go. Also, hit subscribe for this show if you haven't yet. Jen is actually jet skiing. Jesse Johnson, quadruple J's tonight. You're a jet ski. Johnson on all platforms. What else? Jet ski.
That's it. At Jet Ski Johnson. Thanks, guys.
Chroma Chris. Chroma Chris. Did I miss anything tonight, Chroma? No, I was checking out Baby Boys as well. That's right, Baby Boys on Spotify. THEBABYBOYS. And then, of course, the Rachel Virtual in the minute was here. Believe it or not, that was Snort the entire time. I know it's shocking. But go ahead, John Bird, you have a new episode of Mostly Sorry, which is also your name on all social media platforms.
Yeah, me and David here, we are American Treasures.
That's right. I absolutely love it. Are we missing anything? That's pretty much it.
Thanks a lot, guys.
Good night, everybody. Oh, thank you to everybody out on the patio that came tonight to the comedy store. We are streaming the show out there.
Thank Charlie for Beatles for the CD.
We'll be back next Monday with another episode of Phil Tony Live.
However, now in this case, Roger Guerre wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this mission? This is just not, I don't want to say it's not like what you say, which means that once you're breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care if it remains in full sleep. And as zeros breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which he was like, that's funny, correct? I don't know what's going on, I missed it.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the Real Famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Get up!
Give it up.
No, Shani Rusha Sager, back to the Barak. Rabbis will make no pie to a new shot. Whereas normally, the rest of perhaps this case should be problematic. But a lot of myself, a lot of myself, is how you make those pies to a new shot. As long as the guy has not yet actually taken possession of the essence of the items, is absolutely permitted to work this out.
Vito's Pizza, delicious Vito's Pizza.
Yes. Why? Why would they make it all here? Like, they let Shane yes. You are afraid.
Speedway, Great Gino, always joining us, always has our back. Great Box Studio is awesome. Roastmaster Fox is on the fucking Jeremiah is supposed to go on the road again, but today he's announcing the canceling and filling it. Keep in mind, don't put the dates. It's a surprise. But he's supposed to be going to Raleigh, North Carolina. What else is going on? Crazy. You gotta get up to get down. Talking about Russian office. It isn't always easy to talk about Russian office. Because Russian office saying, like, I think I lost my own show. So we put it all together with excuses like I had a long day of work. Sorry, honey, I'm just not feeling it, or I think I'm in the bed. But with Roman, it is easy to talk about. Young doctor who prescribed real medication and simple safety for something this
Roman, you can get a free online evaluation on Care. The doctor will work with you to find the best treatment plan. Medication preparation will ship it to you free two-day shipping. The whole process is straightforward, useful, and discreet. Getting started is simple. Just go to GetRoman.com/Tony. An online visit.
Erectile dysfunction used to be tough to attack, but now there's Roman. Need an online visit today to connect with a doctor and take care of it. Go to Roman.com/Tony today. Get $15 for easy treatment. Wow, in a motor. Let's get Roman.com/Tony. Get Roman.com/Tony. And boy, oh boy, are we excited to this return. Favorite sponsors, you guys know this, fans of the show. If you're having a rough time getting locked down since then, I want to tell you about some of the products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products. You stand there and just breathe. I rub it. all over my body all the time.
Here's some infinite CBD products I think you can get you through the hard times, Tommy. CBD AM Plus difficulty concentrated while you're working from home. This has CBD plus caffeine for mental clarity. CBD gummies, that's my favorite. New flavors like sour, spectrum, spectrum. Why do people say that? If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. CBD Moog, you know, it feels good. You got time to kill, treat yourself. Actually, that's really nice. The music's spin. Try it out. The music's amazing. If you on your fucking stuff of yeah. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research and users reporting benefits like reduce anxiety, reduce inflammation.
So go to infinitecbd.com to see major products. That's infinitecbd.com, and if you use code KELTONY, you will get 20% off of what's your part. That's infinitecbd.com, promo code KELTONY for 20% off. We're just gotta get we never know. Sometimes I log. I say tonight's gonna be a fun show. Dance and I don't know. Regulars might be whatever. Other podcasts, they know what they're going to talk about. They have a big point to bring behind the camera that you never see, in which they talk about the things that they don't know about. We do have a man on this show that commits to being different characters every episode. We never know which one of these is fine. Jeremiah Washington, Jesse Johnson, and Roma Chris. Here we go. Let's see what happens tonight, shall we? Here they come, I'm sure any moment now. Oh, we know this crew. Oh, wow. Okay, I thought it was newscasters, but now I'm confused. Could be 80s comedians. Striking a mix. Is it newscasters? Oh, it is newscasters.
No, it is not. Foul is not. No, it's one cup. It's something too smooth in baseball, Tony. There you go, sportscaster now. Newscaster. We do not steer all news. Yes.
Okay, well then you're not newscasters.
Sportscast. Broadcast, whatever you like to say, Tony. Yes.
Hey, so these are new characters.
No, they debuted about 4 years ago. Very forgettable.
Okay, well, welcome back. What's your name?
My name is Teddy Massingale. Yes. Massingile. Massingale.
All right, and who's the spirit next to you? Massive coat. Hey, I'm gonna fill up my soul here. Wow, my name is Gary Balls. Gary Balls.
Gary used to be very fat.
Oh, okay.
That's why the coat is big.
Who are you?
My name is Florence. Tony Florence Dump. Florence.
Why do you have headphones on?
I have to listen to the people that read the stuff.
Okay, how about you? Hey, Tony, it is Grand Slam Sam here. You're from the sidelines.
Actually, baseball is back in season.
And this just in, NFL canceled their preseason. Did that really just come in? Oh, yeah, no, I didn't. Okay, we got a bunch of sports guys with us here. I know you guys asked for it, for them to come back, and you got what you want. The sports.
This has been 4 years in the making. A story of a comeback, the underdog, the Rocky story.
You know, you look a lot like, maybe I'm wrong, because I get them all mixed together. There's a lot of characters, maybe you look like the 80s comedians that we've had on the show.
That is actually my brother Zippy.
Zippy, and you guys have the same outfit, hair.
Actually, no different mustache. Zippy doesn't have a mustache. When you do thousands of characters, they all start to look a little bit alike.
You all look like all the guys who have fun. We have sign-ups in the bucket. Five sign-ups. There you go. Red Man showing his age. Sally Jesse, Raphael reference.
From deep old Hollywood.
Salad dressing Raphael. David Lucas is in the audience. Roasting already. Salad dressing Raphael. Let's get the show started. You know, we started the last couple of episodes with Michael there. Kicking off today's show, beloved figure and hated by so many more. It's incredible, ladies and gentlemen. Here's William Montgomery.
What's up? First and foremost, I want to give it up for salad dressing Raphael. He is a good friend of my uncle's. I wrote the set. A couple ice houses was going a couple nights ago. You know the difference between cancer and a child? My dad's got it. Who needs Jesus when he's got a metal detector? This is me working at Disney World. Check out the castle over there. Coming out with a movie, it's called Spiky Pineapple. How do I hold this thing? Wow, William Montgomery. What was up with that dive? You really, what happened there? You left a lot of space for laughter there at the end. You must have thought that spiky pineapple too was going to be right. I did. Have you recently on your pineapple? Yes. They are spiky. Yeah. Yes, they are. Yeah, I see that. Literally, I don't have an whole. Why would it be a movie? Why would you make an entire video about spiky pineapple?
He has accepted himself all of his responsibilities. He's laughing at her. Incredible.
How much did you write? 200 pages. Wow, barely. You wrote something other than jokes. Sweet. I was just wondering exactly what it was. Does your dad have cancer? So, did he used to have cancer, or he just...
Yeah, I did at one point. Really? I moved away and cancer was gone.
My goodness gracious. How about then the Jesus memorable joke? We talked about this one second. If you don't need Jesus, you have a medical care. Can you explain?
You don't need Jesus.
What do you mean?
What's the point?
I mean, so many times.
Not for a longer amount of time, but like this one today, he swapped out true story. There was okay. Even in the cities, the majority didn't have any exceptions.
Jesus is a fisherman. Is he?
Yeah,
Was he a fisherman? What passage of the Bible says he's a fisherman?
Yeah, I guess.
Do you know? And Matthew, you know?
But the arguments are
but you know, I think he's coming fisherman because of
Five loaves and two fish. Are we talking about Red Man's Midnight Snacks on Sunday?
a meal of biblical proportion. Hallelujah. Yeah, when this red man can die.
Oh, William. Red Man.
I've been sick of red man's ass.
Why?
I'm definitely not going to die of laughter.
Whoa.
Come on, what is that? Well, red man? Because even when we asked you to explain that joke about the metal detector, it still made no sense. So can you let me tell that it's blow my ass good? That's what I'm talking about. Okay.
William, back up.
Okay.
All right, let's talk.
I'm sick. I got 104.
Let's talk about another one of your jokes here today. This is me working at Disney World. Hey, check out the
Hey,
castle.
look at the castle over there.
Did you
Ever a second grader?
I don't even think a second grader would make it.
Look at the castle over there. My point is and I swear to God, if I work at the organization, it's going to be saying, hey, look at that castle. Cinderella's castle. Working for this man.
Actually,
You work in a storage facility. The job
Well,
that
I
you
was
have
thinking
to
I had doors on.
do.
I had doors on.
Did you
If
really?
anyone has a job, do you have a job? Gino? You got a job for me?
Nobody's really hiring right now.
Okay. Oh,
I literally had tens and tens of people offer you jobs the last
now I
year.
finally
You finally need one in the middle of a global pandemic.
in a pandemic, I need a job.
But you didn't accept any of the high-paying jobs that would have changed your life, alleviated your alcoholism with you.
That was several months ago. The economy's booming, I'm drinking a bunch of alcohol, Sprite bottles. And you're telling me about these jobs, and I greatly apologize. I should have listened to you. I need a job right now.
What kind of job are you?
I'm gonna be back in Memphis soon.
You are. So what kind of job are you willing to do? Just so that the listeners out there know, there's a lot of the face of the show. We have ZipRecruiter. There's a lot of people hiring. So my question is next, just so that everybody knows, what's the worst job that you've done?
Worst job I've ever done.
No, William, listen. What's the worst job that you're willing to take right now?
I would say
Golf person at a cut. Well, you're not getting that job. You're not getting that job. Cuts are closed. Even the putting courses.
I need a job.
I know. So let's
I mean, what will I do?
yeah. What will you? That's what I'm asking.
Red Man, are you hiring me? You were saying it the other day. Ryan, I get a job at Trader Joe's. Who's Ryan? Who's Ryan?
Okay, William, what type of job do you think you'd be good at? What would you do at a second? You know, I'm
Work around the fish.
okay. Let me ask you this. Okay, so let's do this. I'm a customer. I walk into a Petco. You work at the Petco. Look, can you help me?
Yeah, were you looking for a channel cat? You looking for a channel cat?
What's a channel cat? I'm a customer here. I was looking for some.
David, why'd you talk to me?
I was looking for some.
Come on.
William,
Yeah, what happened? What happened?
William, so I'm at a Petco. I'm a customer. Hi, I'm looking to buy a store. Can you help me?
Yeah, what's your name?
Jenkins. Bob Jenkins, and I'm here to buy a squirrel. you have a squirrel? To everyone knows. Yeah, medium is 2 feet. Everyone knows.
It's $1,000. A 2-foot fucking squirrel. It's $1,000.
Do you accept cashier's check?
Yeah, cashier's too. I accept cash.
That's
A
it.
2-foot squirrel.
What kind of typo is that?
It's a 2-foot squirrel. Thanks, Mom.
What is that?
That's perfect. God, what was that? Even has spikes on it. Exactly. That's what made my joke funny. Holding a pineapple, coming out with a pineapple movie, and
Have you been talking with your parents? They care deeply about you. What have they been saying? Do you know how to cook? Like cheeseburgers? You do? Do you?
I like cheeseburgers.
How would you make a cheeseburger? Can you explain it?
Right, 10 minutes on either side.
I don't know about that. See, this is what's interesting. This could be a good idea for you. You could start your own cooking show. Literally tens of thousands of people will see it. I think that's pretty interesting.
Yeah, I mean, I could use cheeseburgers. It's 10 minutes on either side.
How would you prep the cheeseburgers? Would you just buy them already patted up?
A lot of onions. A lot of onions, a lot of flowers in the kitchen.
Is there any beef involved?
A lot of meat.
How much onions and how much meat? 2 feet?
2 feet of beef.
Yeah, like this.
Is this a drill? We could call it really young.
What?
We had a cooking show. Really young.
Why would you do that?
Y-U-M. Young. Really young. Is that funny? Are you writing jokes for William? Yummery? You sub on he did literally listen
Our annual conference
You're retiring? Why do you think that is?
Or we could learn sponsors that the MFA Wolf, Commissioner of the website, Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Charlotte, Ben, Steve Hirsch's, and the Rabbi, Nathan, and Beth Adler, and Mary, father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch, Mordecai, Ben, Moreno, one of the sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, Mary, Mother Rosen, Applebaum, Rothschild,
There you go. Whoa! Great man got his first and only fart sound out of the way tonight, so at least something good came out of this. There goes William Montgomery, everybody.
Today we are picking up from Sunday dinner on days 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7, 1, 5. What is the halacha if an option hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? So that means I'm going to the I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need a neighbor to smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages in his process? Remember again, yesterday's that we gave the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be committed activity or dealing with items that themselves will not survive. Here, the applicant is asking you to do something with the INS and is asking you to steal the INS. He's going to pay you for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the law? We are even keeping those big people also. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of AIs. Why do I want the existence of AIs? The vows which are break on their own, I will use the opportunity to break them and I do something else. So when you keep just doing enough, I want the existence of the INS. Because I want it. Therefore, the movie that makes the process of the actually just learn it. We have been on Kivan, 3 lines up in the line of Rashi. The Israel said, what's it that you don't show how you
Okay, well, that's a big difference. That's what Chuck never wrote when he wrote his jokes on the drive over.
So when you start looking for me, man, I don't know, Ruben doesn't want me to break on him. She's shot with me, he doesn't want to. So you see that since you actually look, it's actually wants the Yaini necessary to remain in existence. I don't want it to. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from the INS. And therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, oh dear Lord, only if you just look at it, this is the instruction of the INS, it's instruction level as well. This is a different. Sure, I want to also in existence. Again, ultimately, the instruction of the Torah is
Sounds like it would be up here by the casino and all that.
so Nathan says, Yishpat Salavah. And Nathan says, no, take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have less to borrow. You got a startup, you got a weak thing, take the money and go.
It's crazy that you're from Philadelphia and you're getting sports
Back to you in the studio.
Dave Sarah, what do you do for a living?
So if you're putting for others, trying to build a mind that you can't go ahead and assist in like you can't do that. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do. From the Uber Bacham of the road to the English, let's say he hires me and it's silver. To me, they're very plentiful. I know. Let's say again, he asks me to use it. I am allowed to do it even though we get paid for working with life, right? And I want to use this because it provides me a big on the home to use that muscle. So we can ourselves. So here from here, this is what we want. But Matthew says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from this payment when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction of it. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of your organism, you are the one who's supposed to get paid for it because of being so. So there's a Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua,
This conversation happened.
Not only is there a prohibition to transport, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate the growth of the baby, but you can't ignore anything that's sustainable. For example, over here, but let's say someone's going to go out, right? I'm going to fly, put up a fence around the people says,
looks kind of like a cop.
why?
You do have confidence.
By definition,
Impersonating Todd Class.
has nothing to do with Frank itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be us sorry, very well. I'm not patient, the fact means covering the seeds with growth. I'm not patient, and look at you get off the spike because you're
Going to the back for 4 years, back will just let you back there. Making you like,
Stealing second.
they stop the one. If you're suspicious that you can come up with that's one criteria to steal. So what else is in general? Whoa! In 2020, are there fat cocaine in her hand?
So again, you know exactly what kind of spicy process roll killer. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the system. Even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains the best maybe kilo, the Mars says kilo, and you will test the shard. Ultimately, interestingly enough, even if they're going to keep up, how are you going to keep up? The prohibition ultimately, if you say that sustains the what about if somebody going to pay me to help me use the cash flows? It sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. You know, so it's necessarily well. It doesn't have to be that thing with everybody. Rather, someone who's against this. Rabbi, might be open to this reading and understanding. Where this actually comes to Rabbi, this is Rabbi. Rabbi is going to flip the facts. This is Rabbi, only can be a key of Rabbi, can be applied to it. But actively do something that showcases the work itself. Some type of like funny action. Like funny offense they hold against the work. So putting up offense is something, and you can get paid for that. And certainly again, you can get paid for reading so it's not appropriate. Which the Gemara says, Hachamas Ilan is very interesting. This is weird. It's the obvious pursuit. And ultimately, again, I have a reading it. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's what I'm doing. The Amar, Mikin, what I am not going to steal them. Ultimately, that is even from the that I'm not the last thing right now. I have my favorite spider walking back. Like, yes, I actually know what I was funny. Almost looking to what was
It just was one of those Jabberwocky guys.
Jabberwocky man.
You can't just leave that up to the
Here, nobody knows the one.
it's just
The internet.
you still can't do it. So it's the message that you
I know exactly what you're talking about, Forrest. Keep up the great work back there. Thank you, Maggie.
Forrest Dunst, you tweeted back to me and so Dave, what else about you with love like this? You see a lot of women with this sleep outside and then just
but to do something that I think about results, that's what objective. I have keep it handy. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm kind of flying with that. And if you take this law, shopping, you say something that Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more extensive
How that end? Why is that?
tradition of Torah, they're not really clean up planted. Not really fiancing the actual planting itself. People put up a fence to sustain it. Rabbi Akiva was new to uproot Torah, to get rid of this earth and everything permitted. It's absolutely permitted, and you can get into that from usually what it says, the sea knows there is nothing else to go and help you discuss. That's good. This is straight to see what this is like the community of the local you know, that's it, we're done. There's nothing more to this lesson. So it's very interesting. So therefore what this means is ultimately, let's get so how did we struggle? This whole struggle by the peace and after he wants to destroy, wants to break his balance of Galilean. He asks him, he wants to hire a new Jew to go to break his way, pay him $50 a barrel.
Guy, you didn't wake me up last night. Yeah, my buddy invited me for a drink. He's like, we could have gone to that drink. He didn't fucking wake me up, and then you were running his mouth.
I'm just trying to work stuff. But nothing said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter is prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the infinity system of the IS, I get that. I want to break myself. I want to break it. I want to learn to be I want to open it. Nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and give you activities and recognition of instruction of full instruction. Zero instruction of publishing ultimately is a good thing, as your method says you get paid, and Tavo Allah. Okay. I will say it is a really such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society. And that is important as members of society, just as a general culture in a society, we should go to the culture. That's more, not exactly lifestyle choices. That has to be operational.
Dave, anything else we need to know about
Teaching us this idea that
fun times, good jokes? I think with an audience, that puppy mill thing is a smart, funny approach.
At first, it was kind of a little touchy.
when there's something that is developed, it has to be growth. When there's something that's developed, it has to be section. It has to be section. Because if you let people take
Very nice. Dave, Sarah, everybody.
Yes, bringing the world
Another young man.
is a problem. It is a problem. It's not easy. It's not easy. That's part of the challenge. Think about and some of you think that like the world will just blind false. I just because we're doing the world's dirty. Yes, yeah, it's right. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right, who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us that sometimes it is a little that lives, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, sometimes you have to do it, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, the process is difficult. The process is good. The process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's for. Tomorrow goes like, but 100 loves me, so again, the same seven as and the actual discussion is 100 loves me, you come by the way, we may have a list from the other one. So what's like, this is very interesting. What happens if an apple sells his item?
Welcome.
Take on the same
The best part of that song, by the way, is if I was the king of the world, tell you what I do. We don't give a fuck anymore here on Kill Tony, everybody. We are talking about a song right now. Very good. We're losing our minds.
God told them that before you can work, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then you can but let's say you're watching this stuff for the year. Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the suicide, all of these guys will have to suicide with us with these other things. If you convert, it's still holding your knowledge, then that's not you. God should invite you, number one, to never be big, never have its identity. They take it low. So it tells you instead of a foot while you're still Gentiles, sell it off, you have the money, and you can convert to the money you committed. What do you see from that? Obviously, you can develop a lifestyle. So it's his idol, that cash is committed to the says, like love, you shouldn't have some of the nervous on the average on the farms that proceeds sell on that tree. Hands of the is permitted. I am feeling shiny, so the kingdom that I came away, God that fuck. Maybe that case is since obviously they're negating the theological significance of hurt. So how can you the fountains of the result? So that's what the person's I don't know. I don't know.
Once every 9
The
years.
sunshine makes you everything from money. Enough
I'm
of all this stuff. So what happened?
This is what Tony wants from me. Finally
And
ran ahead.
the
Oh,
system
good
is
for you.
or 9 years in the same case.
It's a charitable donation for orphans that I have. At Jeremiah-Watkins, a little bit. No, parentheses, right? The little bit in the description when you're paying him $20. Look up the song, I Need You on YouTube. It has 3,000 views. Back to you, Tony.
That case,
You've only done stand up twice.
case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his young. That's a crazy motivation. He gives me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved to case number two, same thing, I lent $100,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours, I got to sell my idol, I got to sell my young. Then he comes up, the proceeds are for I kept the my exploration measures. So what's the essential? I don't say what's this news see from the show, but how do you make the also so yeah, this is circle okay, will give you a circle. Negotiation is the second piece where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go and sell my wine. I want to continue existence of people. I don't want to continue existence for one. Like, is that what I'm saying? So because I want it, therefore changes the person's hustle. Listen, if you look to the community I got from what you just said before, but that's nothing. But that's nothing. I was always like, when you want to continue existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that idol for the themselves because I want the money. I want to continue existence of the INSS because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? But none. There is no response. So your should be in other groups. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one that they're both acting brothers. One converted and one stopped. So brother there, brother up. You know what happens? Your father died. Your father died. Your father died. Your father died. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say primitive items. So there, you have to know the low so how to get in this? So brother there, you say to brother Apple, so brother, you take all the items, you take all the items. Not take money and euros. If you do that, then you should go, and that's cool. However, you should go, it's just like the other, obviously. Only this presupposes that there has not yet actively taken possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there are no recourse. Right? But there technically is no you can see, so you can get nothing to get back over the side. It's much more hard. Once it's in the frenzy, you're moving very little. So Rome has brother there has not yet taken possession of these items. No problem. There's no point in dividing up the estate. However, if brother there is a possession of yes, it's ultimately a racist. But myself, now in this case, brother there wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the INS. But he's not doing anything active.
How about now?
Notice continuity. He's never it's mucho. It's mucho. So what's the problem? Because Rabbi Baruch Mafisa Nabos becomes correct what's the case of this Mishnah? This Mishnah is not going to be able to continue because of so which means what breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother there doesn't actually care for the names to its whole state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. First we must say that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain if you say, value? The fast has been
Strike one.
apparently each person has a video. Hygienic person. So therefore, we put one that you can take a shot of it as a murder, put it in water, and in that case, what's the brother here doesn't
And the crowd goes wild.
Which the rest of the Rothschild even if that's even if what's there doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? It does care about not it's still lost, it's still lost, you're bringing a right in the case of the Americans. Yeah, no. Shiny Rouge is like, yeah, that heated one up. Rabbis will make it by the shot. In other words, literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But I look at myself, Chazal will make it by the shot. And as long as the get does not get actively taken possession of the Kesha,
Oh, you know what? That actually reminds me of a funny story my brother reminded me of.
Right, so you take this, you take your whatever stuff up and yes,
When I first moved to LA, I once took my
why would you make it out here? That people are going to zero shouldn't get
and they tried to give me a ticket for riding the bicycle in the lower area. You're not allowed to do that. It was fucking star. And they had to chase me, and they ended up getting me. It was a whole big record. It was like fucking 16 hours long. And they're like, we're not writing your ticket. I said, yeah. Like, I don't have an idea. I'm sorry to make sure. I needed to know. They're like, oh, right. But I'm like, I don't think so. It's like lying about my information for this ticket. I had already said that she didn't know the address. But I was halfway through lying, so I got all the way to I only know, the only zip code I know in LA is my actual zip code. So I told him 90210.
as long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money,
Like that, it was so silly to give me a ticket at work. I know, fucking straight. And I was like, why the whole time, dude? I told him,
there was a choice between religion and
has anybody ever told you that you like the Green River? Right, James, that's true. ETK.
Not because of it, because it's from
Now?
so if I thought you were putting that situation if it was nature there, and we say your coffee is going to have a serious price in items, therefore allowed to many items, it is going to go over. Also from the place. I know, roughly by stress. Imagine, when I was so, she is
If Dennis Rader. Have you ever thought about killing him? We've had serial, we've actually had a murder on the show before. See, that's
It's funny, he reminds me of
very, very Clark Kent type. Clark Kent with his touch of rockabilly.
In this precarious situation. Remember that. How do you get yourself right? Remember that all this is the same people sitting together. Another question. Your place on the other so let's say this is
all right, Zach. Well, fun times, man. Thanks for coming on the show. You finally made it, dude. Zach Bogus, everybody.
Yeah, Bernie said, but I don't dance in this wine.
A regular who I absolutely adore. This man does a great job.
Like you said,
show with me this past week has been
that's
crazy.
a beautiful
Show
the emotional wants for success more than you want for success. I want for success more than you want for success.
I love this man. Very funny. Roaster. It's gonna make fun of me. Ladies and gentlemen,
With a brand new minute of stand-up comedy.
When we go there and make a mistake. But again, it's not understood what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Together, they do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's all I want. No greater accomplishment in the world. That's this world on the next one. The next one comes down, constantly another question. How do you guys look at it? Here, Kosho. I'm actually about to ask you. What's your name? Kenny Gare Kosho. Go ahead and accomplish the gate. Exactly. And actually, as we go to the gate is the first, thereby decommissioning it from its status of your large house. So the Gare Kosho was what is the difference? The reason is not what is the definition of Rashi points out that the top of the graph, Gare Kosho, they know all the others. Ultimately, the English doesn't worship she. The abomination of us, but again, she's like an accident in everything else except she doesn't worship. The reason God doesn't look like that, in another respect, he's a nation. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? He says, on one hand, the other for about to work out, and we say, only one who worships idolatry.
What are you? I got thousands of people on this show. I've never asked you.
I mean, you got to really say like this. Anyone who's going to put a bang in it, if you're a fresh shot, then you can go out and this guy is in the she's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. She's from the she's from the so because of that, even though Bob Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, and he has the clock to go ahead and give us.
It's true. When I lost weight, I did too. Did it come back when you regained? Of course it did. And when I lost all that weight, my dick had, the workings, stretch marks on it. Yeah, it did. And it's weird because, my dick's like a little darker color, like it's brown. And it had like these white, like spaghetti veins on it. Oh, God. Or it could have just been spaghetti.
Actual possibly. So let's say that listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I see a whole place sitting there. If I lift it up, that's fine.
Because I mean, skinny guys can perhaps also live in a midget here, maybe, I don't know. I feel like we would have an advantage perhaps also in like getting between the legs, we would be like pressing it in there, you know what I mean?
Like, you watch the decommission. So you go and engage with the electrical decommission of the fire, right? It's permitted. However, they're getting the Shabbat of the other, they not only the other
you have stamina, you have good cardio of a bitch, you're great. How about you, man? You have the cardio of a guy that rides a bicycle or no?
I tell you what, I go for like seriously, I'm like opposite of whiskey, dude. Like, if I'm drunk, I just like
Oh yeah, when
wow, you exercise for hours, 7 nights a week.
7 nights a week, 4 hours a day. That's right. I have my virtual headset. I think maybe like the seal. So like if you're like the flapping, the flopping and the flapping.
I think you guys slip in your t-shirts.
It depends on shape I'm not.
He's out.
It's embarrassing. Red man takes his shirt off, everybody's like, get this shirt on. It just makes it look worse. It's like now you have a shirt. Just take off your shirt.
incredible. Which Lord says, no. The only way to across the community is only connection. Rather,
Really?
be the only person to decommission his own actual idol
What kind
worship.
of jersey would you wear?
I get to cover it. I used to know the stuff. They said they already said that. And things like this, they already said it. You could write it.
What jerseys?
Is that in his and it's funny that it says relations to this. Relations to the heart, the zest is that markets. Relations teaching you markets. You have two options, right? And both worship Paul. Or both worship markets. Obviously, again, Apple 1 can negate his idol with his friend's idol. And Apple 2 can negate his idol with his friend's idol. Safe thought is yellow above his idol. Oh, see, she's teaching something different. Let's get one who worships Marcus and one who worships Paul. What's the number two here? And after we worship and idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So this is the really key about this movie. Number one, an apple to negate his
Kobe Bryant's jersey
right.
number.
Number two,
There you go.
an apple to negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple to negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So you are so let's do it again. More right about it.
Also, it's partial.
So the attention is still actually not much like
I have a gay booty hole jersey. It's got the dildos and booty holes. So I pull it out of my booty hole. It looks like a dildo. Shake it.
this is a special. This is a good show. What's a good show?
Yeah. No, you've heard of a tank top? My jersey's a tank box.
Says it's
Yeah, yes, we did. We had a great time. We had a fancy meal. Took Jeremiah and David took us to a restaurant called Salt. That's a go. David needed any more salt in his diet. We went there and it was a great meal.
that's a good
And
that's a good
onion
show. Good. That's what I'm
Jeremiah had
saying.
a shoulder with a Brussels sprout.
I wasn't used to the fancy food because I usually eat cold
You eat all they meat, and David eats all they meat.
You eat the sweet meat.
That's right, I ate the straight up booty hole Jenkins. That's my name. That's right. What's your favorite thing to candy, David? Alright, okay. I said I love the stinger thing. I see what. Here's a good one from Jesse or Jeremiah. Shoehorn is coming through this. Macy's in the freezer. What else? Is there any wrong way to do this?
That he there, he accepted himself in
I mean, if you ever had a
behavior, he has accepted himself all of the mitzvos except for one of the truths. He's not in that culture. Everybody goes on.
You know what? I actually do that. I had corn in my everything was candy. Because I eat so many different candy. You ever read this electric bicycle? No, it's not a gate. It's not a gate the girls like me doing. Yeah, everything I do. I actually do and sit on a pole. Actually, it's a dildo. And my bicycle handles are both dildos. And the pedals are booty holes.
And this is even in the city, the majority of the
There you go, folks. Alright, there the stinger thing. It took exactly 8 minutes after I said I love the stingers for them to realize I do. outside show like Tommy. I liked it. It's also where it's 100 times better than not doing a show, and it's 25% as much fun as doing okay, we got through it. Ladies and gentlemen, David Lucas. There we go. On to the next one we go. Another great set by David Lucas. Here we go. Back to the bucket we go. All right, ladies and gentlemen. Shocky, everyone. It's Shocky.
Sharp covers ultimately makes every other thing believe he's like actually, let's very honest. Let's just very honest. What he's sharp are we see clearly regarding the money
There you go, Shocky, everybody.
So now we just got disrespect.
You've been on the show before? Getting what? Terrified. Really? But you've been here a lot. I've seen you in the audience. Right. And it's your husband that does not rule. He's been here. Right. He signed up. All right, for your first time. Yeah, that's great. We couldn't even tell. They were you and news fun. Why don't you grab a seat right behind? We won't even have to change the microphone. You guys are husband and wife. Ladies and gentlemen, here's her husband, Evan Jones, everybody. Here comes Evan Jones. It's Evan Jones' name.
They join together. That's joint fuse to name one whole. If there is a non-Jewish resident, now what there is, drug is the rights. You cannot build his rights, we saw them, the Shara Shabbos of the show, without the ultimately,
Six Flags is just white trash. Like Six Flags is a theme park. I'm not sure what the theme is supposed to be.
At least public this.
I'll talk to the flags who gives a shit. Look, deal.
There you go, Evan Jones. Can't look at your hair. It's fine, man. What happened here?
I went, at one point I looked like a sitcom dev in the 90s. I was like a Danny Tanner. And then I went to an Uncle Jesse, and now I'm like going elf in my dreams.
red spots. They show you to slow most of
Very,
the
very, very good for
shows,
us.
right? You start
Is that all
open
stuff
again,
right?
I wrote all that right. I wrote like a whole 5 minutes about like theme parks right before theme parks didn't exist. So I've just been sitting on a bunch of theme park material.
Oh, good. I think on the David Lynch part, I don't know if you're allowed to say Lynch or Floyd back was sitting behind you.
Yeah. I think I said ain't allowed to say it means also that
Right now.
right.
How long have you been on stage?
Like 10 years, 11 years,
So
something
long
like
a
that.
year now, Mike?
No, mostly in New York. I moved here like 3 years ago. So it was just like I started in New York, and then I started doing some just DIY road stuff, like maybe 4 or 5 years in there.
How long have you been in LA?
Since maybe we moved there like 2016. Just New York. There was a weird thing. All the guys were kind of weird. They would like jogging against me, and so it made it difficult to move up socially. Yeah, right.
Yes, they had very tough guys. Yeah, New York's real tough guys until they're hard to make.
And then I also very into like psychedelics and weed and stuff, and love New York as like people say cigarettes. I gotta do is like fucking 6 coffee a day. Yeah. So they would just be like, "Who the fuck is this guy trying to talk about this weird shit?" And then also it's like I have a lot of social anxiety, but I don't feel like I should. So they took it as maybe arrogance or something, like not being able to socialize for a while there. So
No, I get it. I get exactly everything they're not exactly wide open to a lot of innocent
even like those things conceptually and material, it's like if you're not like angry or sad, then you're fake or something.
Exactly. 100%. You cannot show any happiness whatsoever. Even while the success and even the best comedians in New York seem angry, even though they're happy. Okay, that's fun. What part of New York did you live in?
When I first moved there, I was staying like dorms. So I was going to New York Film Academy, which was bullshit. So I just staying in dorms like Manhattan. And it was Brooklyn, and then I lived in Jersey City, and Astoria, but back to Manhattan. So it was all over.
How about now? How about in LA?
Just moved to Rampart Village. I really actually ran to in Hollywood proper for like right. It was Airbnb for like 7 months before it moved here, because Airbnbs had like all of the rent way jacked up, and even though like a weird place to live, rapid hotel recently at $20, but then Airbnbs crashed like New Mexico, so there was a bunch of them shooting way better place.
How do you survive?
I was working in a weed factory, was laid off right before the shutdown, so I was able to get the visa unemployment. I just started back because this is the only gig I was doing that isn't happening right now. Yeah, dogs are fucking dope. That's also what makes it awesome. I just get to hang out with dogs and get good Instagram videos of dogs and people. Like the Shih Tzus, Brussels Sprouts.
I used to have a Brussels sprout. Yeah, it's famous now. It is, in fact, it just made its companies in the last
Getting coronavirus more often?
Yeah.
I would say that's fake news.
No.
Chihuahua fake news.
Chihuahuas get The Shih Tzu started as the media, the enemy of the people. Do you know anybody that's got the group?
Yeah.
Do they know how they got it? People that I know that have got it don't know how they got it. It was like some serious coffee orders. Am I correct? Gary Paul. Oh, you do? I thought you didn't know. Oh, there you go.
That was a baseball bat, goddammit. My dad lives in he was like in the VA shelter downtown. He hasn't gotten it, so I don't know how you get it. I feel like that should be
So, your wife, you and her interracial couple, any wild times with that? You guys ever like trip to Arizona?
It's really honestly, it's one of here, people who are not really supportive.
Right.
So they'd be like, we love what you're doing. They yell at us from the arms, like, you go, girl.
Oh my god, that's so fucking
yeah. Because no one gives a fuck. I go on those dates with my network, this is everything. I realized one day, we did get a dumpster the other day. Not the day you fucking got it. What are you looking at? But here it's like weirdly people notice racial thing. I think because they're trying to like cast you in something, so they'll like notice racial things. So I feel like there's not as much like crossover or social interaction or something. I don't know. I guess that's maybe also the city is set up that way. It's like segregating structure.
You mean take the job, get the money, and go
Yeah.
As a white man, let me ask you this: as a white man being with a black woman, have you, was that your first black woman that you've been with?
Dated full time, yes, but not that I like hooked up with her.
When you're with a black woman, are you ever concerned that perhaps you have a special package?
It's not that my name is like excessive, but it's just like I don't know. I did the first naked show in New York, and everybody was like crazy about how big my dick was or whatever. It's not like the dick that would like stand out for a porn gangbang. I think it's just like aesthetically perfect. So it's like
your kid's gonna have big tits.
like a very nice dick, gigantic titties.
It's incredible. We have a big dick correspondent on this show. Let me just see where he is for a second here. Let's check in with our big dick correspondent. Hey, why don't you come back up to the stage, fucko? Big dick correspondent Forrest Gump, everyone. Left the stage where the show is.
Sorry, it was so big I needed to let it breathe.
Forrest, you're known for having
This is true.
Yours also made its debut in a New York making.
Yes.
Do you have any questions for Evan Jones or any concerns about his Big Dick program? You guys are any concerned club or something? New York Big Dick Association.
Maybe start a new baseball. That's what I meant. Two balls, one hat.
Well, Evan, very fun, amazing set, man. All the way through from beginning to end. Very, very good. Shaggy, thank you so much. Her comedy debut. What a beautiful couple. We love what you guys are doing. There they go, Shaggy and Evan Jones, everyone. Alright, we're gonna squeeze our one last bucket full up here. Ladies and gentlemen, you know this guy. He became famous during one of your quarantine episodes as he famously had sex with William Montgomery's girlfriend. William did. He's back, ladies and gentlemen, with a brand new minute. Here's Mario Tonti, everybody. 1, 2, 3. Okay, here we go. Mario Tonti.
Back to your country.
They
used to be racist.
words. So again, that's actually consistency. Even if it's not directly involved in the actual thing itself, it's just something that's sustained against me. Versus the and we do this definition. Also, the interesting enough, even if we're going to give up. Are you ready to give up?
Probably can't tell us, but looking at me when I had an abortion, exactly what it was. She said she wanted to on top of it. Tell me to come inside and keep it. She also couldn't come. Whether she got the two mixed up or I just heard her baby swing left on the baby. I picked it up for 7 years ago. It's the first time I did
Mario Tonti. Mario Tonti. Incredible.
So much funnier than William Montgomery.
It's incredible. He came right into the show that William is around. Kicked off his set with a William Montgomery formatted like joke, much better than all the jokes that William did tonight. Plus, followed through with continuous wet set the entire 1 minute and 9 seconds of his set, using all of his time, unlike William, who dipped out at 41 seconds tonight. So you came in, you fucked his girlfriend, then you came in and had a better set than him on his show. How do you feel right now, Mario? How happy are you right now that William left for?
He left early on. We're actually best friends.
Oh, that's great. Look at that. Oh, okay. No, I feel. That's not the Korean girl, right? That'd be an even bigger revelation. We found out that she carried your baby for a little baby. Hey, baby Mario, we know about that connection. Mario, right? Is there a little baby Mario? So, Mario, what have you been up
There is nothing else to go at.
Thank you, Mr. President. Thank you for such a good job.
This is like the community political you know, slowly.
Sorry,
That's it, it's done. There's nothing more to discuss. So this is very interesting. Because therefore, what we see is, let's go full circle. How do you discuss this? This question regarding peace and how who wants to destroy what's the basis battles of Ghanaian. He asks him, he wants to hire a new Jews, whether they can bring any $50 a barrel. So remember, on one hand,
you take a comforter to the beach. Jesus Christ, this guy takes his fucking buffet to the beach. What is your
do it and follow along. If you invite follows the instructions for that matter for the video.
That's great.
Even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the iMessage. So I get it. I don't want to break that. I don't want to break it. I don't want the guys to get beaten on so I want to open it. And nevertheless, I'm committed to go ahead and do these things. Get people that keep the destruction of
all over it using your Roman.
instruction. You should ultimately is a good thing. So that says you get paid and cover on that. Because almost
Yeah,
every
my comforter is like I
it
honestly
really
it's
such a
almost having white
idea.
room.
Kind of a hard lesson.
Black suckers like having white room.
Yeah, it's like the worst.
And
Redman gets skin bars. This just in. EP on the white stuff, Tony. Come on the black stuff. Redman is a high-class gentleman and he enjoys Miller High Life, champagne, and beer.
Oh, yeah, you have a lot of fun coming out of that.
Especially when you have a tushy,
Oh, that's a great ad for a great ad for one of our sponsors. Hey, nice your ass with water so I was so fucking sweet. Hey,
it cleans it out there.
here's the tushy, little tushy. You know what I mean? Hey, there it is.
When there's something that is
So Mario,
because if you let
tell us about it. Oh my God, are you doing the heroin? Really?
ultimately I didn't become incredibly good. That's what happened. Yes, for the INS, I want a world because reading the world is a rough. That is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's hard to be able to challenges and see this for us.
How did you get from just a tail light wording to searching
what they smell something in the car. And some of the things that like they really would just learn close. Like because we're doing the world's journey. It's hard. Something in the world can't see what's but enough tells us sometimes it is a little bit and sometimes enough he says you start sometimes you have to smash it, you have to destroy it.
We actually watched Jurassic Park together.
You are wearing a Jurassic Park shirt. Why is that?
But also when you get to the start of the process, that's what the model goes like you have hugging your speed so they're in the same level as sleeping. And you have to question, was hugging your speed become by like you may have this yellow with the so what's it this is very what happens if cells his eye? So put themselves a light on the air like I said before, does that run independently?
Oh my God, that makes
Take
you the
on the
deal.
same Neil professors done that the other day.
So what ended up happening?
Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the country? Or not? So I'm doing that. So it's very interesting. So over again, and not we start with males on the other public club. So nothing says
That's Redman's policy on everything.
that money does not look to idolatrous. Rather, that money is just one thing.
Pull the electric bike over now, circular blade. Pedal with this heroin in my hands.
Luckily, I wasn't going to pedal anyway.
The suicide is fascinating. So that comes with
Pedaling heroin.
and they wanted to convert. Now I've been told that you guys
Strawberry chanted months, ladies and gentlemen. This is one of those episodes where you started cold and ended bold. The true Joelberg kicking out the coronavirus.
Rashi says Rashi,
Where you not anything else interesting about the other we should know about.
if they convert, it's still a year. That's why you never one, never be
What's it?
they think it's enough. So it tells you to spend the foot while you're free Gentiles, sell off. You have the money, then you can convert to your money is coming. What do you see from that? Obviously, see from the grandson sells his idol, that cash is committed to the United States. My time, or you shouldn't have done something, let's go home, you gotta go come out to the proceeds and sell it hands of the is committed. And he was saying, he made it way, God, that one. So he's like, this is obviously they're negating the theological significance of the so how can you bring the back of these result? So that's why the person's I don't need the help. I don't need help. God, the Lord says, here's the thing. The social emotion that we go the one part of those that spoke about him I again, I went up to $1,000. So
There he goes, ladies and gentlemen. Fun set, fun interview. Mario Tonti, everybody.
Or 9 years from the city case,
Mario Tonti. It is that most special part of the night.
Let's say we have to sing it. So case number one, same case. I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy, gets an item, he brings me the proceeds, he's back to debt, move to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000, he says, I want to pay you back, give me a sell my idol, I sell my business, then he comes back with the proceeds, I took the email, my explanation, I want therefore changes deposits the price of the house. And this was it. If you look at the team, yeah, that's what this was. That's what the Lord is like. When you let's call it whatever doing it for the existence. Yes, of course. I want to continue the existence of that idol until the happen sells it for a lot of money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing it. Facilities to continue the existence of these other items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, there is a Rothschild, there are she or she are being public. So this is a very interesting case. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they are both converted. So brother there, brother. Make up what feels probably if that's your racism, feel like plans. So every racist wife, but she is white. Look at shit going nowhere. I like that. That was a good set. It was like a it was like a weekend update. About Michael's eyes and Jeremiah Watkins So as long as brother Gare has not yet taken possession of his however, if brother Gare took possession of his so this is ultimately the analysis. Now, in this case, Rabbi wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case of your discussion? This is just something that everyone says no for this. It's still valid. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care for the main source. That's the even if breaks, who cares? It's still Aaron's value. Usually, that's fine. It's connected to others to help me. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain to a friend the Pharaoh's temporary? So
This is going to happen next week. I'm very excited about it.
Actually points out that the Adriana person
Whoa! Monologue off! Oh, actor versus actor. Mono. Wow! Look at this. I love this challenge. Jeremiah, do you accept the challenge? Thespian versus thespian. Mono versus
doesn't care about the fact that right? He does care about it. He still wants to continue existence. The help of Jerusha's helping the right things. You're bringing a right ring in the case of the inheritance. There, Shem Jerusha's here.
I thought he was saying grandma.
Literally, the United States, perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Lesa, Chazal will make it by leadership. As long as the Ger has not been actively taking possession of the Yesod, so the idols is absolutely permitted to work this out with the right? So you take this, you take this, yes, he was taking this. Why? Why would they make it by a Ger? That people are on Zera Shem Ger. We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion,
He just said that I will no longer believe in God after he does his monologue next Monday.
Oh my goodness, I'm so excited.
Sick.
Did you put your own sticker when you went a wheelchair on your Tokyo? Zoom in on that? That is Michael Lair in the top right corner.
I was wondering if they gave those to yeah, a little bit of trash dog, you idiot.
Oh, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, that's right. All right, great. I've got so let's go to 15 minutes for you to read the certificate.
As long as you have your health and educated us. Because if you don't have money, you just many people do not stand up to the
It's true. I always thought that was your real name.
Yes, my mother actually named me Pussy.
You have like a fake.
And ultimately, again, this is your show. So you need to think that you're just again, not because of the gift. Because you want to because I don't want to come in a situation where they make a lot of hair and you see the often these companies and items, if you're allowed to committed items, it is wrong over. I don't recognize this. Imagine the money to sell, sheer shit, because of the everyone is not fools. And if it's a business partnership with you, Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of the Yusha, if they were not normally allowed to occur inside the context as well, because they don't put the person in these situations.
It doesn't mean anything to her.
I think that's sorry, but all this is the same people that are another question. Garrett's coach now should apply for analysis. So let's see that.
I'll make a deal with you right now. If I lose, I will take your ALS from you like the great line.
Wow, this is going to suck your ALS right out of you. It's going to have flies come out of his mouth.
wants us to succeed. Sometimes because of this, we feel like there's very secure. Fuck is really for us to mess up.
Michael, there, you're the fucking best.
Mess ups.
I'm really exposed. His eyes are covered.
We want your more success more than you want success. I want that success more than you want success. Our only plan to put us on a path to success, not to snap us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, it's about to understand what we need in order to be successful. It's not understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's what we know. You have no greater this world than the next world. The next world is on, that's what they can very much. How do you guys know? Here, first up, not sure about us. What's your Hey, dear Social, go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry. As the ability to negate this idolatry, thereby definition it from its status of theological status. So, dear Social, listen, what is idolatry? I'm going to see this more focused about the definition of idolatry. Actually, points out fairly top of the back. Dear Social, anyone over this ultimately again, he doesn't worship idolatry. Rabbi wants to come with the Rothschild. But again, he's like an apple with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Hashem's Baruch. He believes in God. He doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's an angel. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on the one hand, the Allah will we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or give a cult of a name without a name. And maybe that when we say like this, anyone who's going to put a by name, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go out and this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only do that. So that's what happens. This standard, the koach, the back of your koach. So that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. Someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate idolatry. Therefore, the Gilto show doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. And it's a missing, it's a social mission. So, what if you find idolatry or idolatry? What I'm going to work is, let's talk about actual bossy. So let's say some memory. So let's say, what is this case? I'm working in the shop, I'm working in the office. I see a city line. If I lift it up, that's how I lift it up. And once it's been acquired by into a social activity. So what do I do? Actual bus service. So if I do over a little bit of problems in the back, I can pull over an apple.
Goodness, Michael, I'm really surprised there. I didn't even think you got one word out, and the only word that song really used was mother.
Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission.
may have blind and mute at the same time.
However, again, you should also know, though, and you don't only open the apple. But again, don't fuck it up. Okay, so that's another adapting to therapy. You should know every step of the back of all this will come shalom. Ishachadeh. Another question. Apple, decommission, or Avodah or the Avodah office. They check me whether he will or he doesn't. My God, what is it?
You're not looking at Jeremiah's
But if he worships or doesn't worship, he may not easy to if you want to see the person talking about then I used to love yourself how you hear the sex and stuff is right has the ability to actually decommission his element and the evidence of that first. And a lot of the older
Ladies and gentlemen, what a great way to end tonight's show with the extremely powerful Michael Lair next week. It's him versus Jeremiah Watkins, mano a mano in a monologue challenge. Rambo versus Rambo. It's gonna be a goddamn slam. Giving Jeremiah the thumbs down. He's also giving the thumbs down to the far left speaker of the stage.
He hates that
Oh,
scene.
he just gave one of the neons the middle finger, and he's telling the neon to go fuck himself. Jeremiah is the opposite direction of their left. Oh, not that way, Michael. That way. That's not, no, that's the guy behind him. Ladies and gentlemen, MichaelLairComedy.com for everything Michael Lair. Anything else, Michael?
Check out his video.
Yes.
Mr. Seal's video is available right now. Give him a view. Give him a comment. You can pull the views.
That's right, because they judge it off of views and likes. Is that correct? What are the other categories?
Let's get one who worships Marvelous and one who worships God. What's the novelty of the year? And after one who worship and idolatry, he doesn't worship. So listen, so what do you feel about this new title? Number one,
A lot of people in the Easter series come
good. Number two,
honest milk really comes in
his
that
friends
competition.
they know if they worship and say idolatry.
I'm fine with that. It's nice.
It sounds like a man that feels like he's about to lose to children with special needs.
His friends
You were
idolatry.
fine with not winning 2 weeks ago.
Gotta go.
All the competition.
No riot.
Well, we'll see if you can beat Jeremiah Watkins at the monologue on next. Jeremiah, let the record show that he is losing an Easter Seal special needs film competition, but he's confident he's going to beat him with a monologue extreme confidence that he can beat you. A girl with Down syndrome that's 4 years old is dominating him right now. But you, easy pickings. What's your YouTube called? Michael Lair Comedy? Go to Michael Lair Comedy channel. Look at his Easter Seals video. It says Easter Seals in the heading. Can't miss it. And give it a like. Please. Don't let us lose it. Don't let Michael lose it.
I don't care what
Michael Lair, everybody, MichaelLairComedy.com. Let's check out the drawing for Ryan J. tonight. Let's see what we got here. Here we go. Here comes that. We'll get in a little bit. Just push it on in so we can see different parts of it. Wow. Incredible detail. Incredible. That is just mind-blowing. Ryan J. .com. Look up the Kill Tony heading on that website. You can find every print ever done. All there. He is the house artist for years and years and years now. Incredible stuff. Hey, Jeremiah Watkins was here, everybody. Jeremiah is doing Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th. Minneapolis, August 26th to the 29th. And it's a new episode of Jeremiah Watkins out with William Montgomery. His Venmo's at Jeremiah-Watkins. Just want to give him free money. Jeremiah, anything else?
YouTube.com/Jeremiah Watkins. Head over there. A lot of great content. William Montgomery and Timmy's sketch. We're
There you go. How about the great Jesse Jetski Johnson tonight, everyone? High kill ratio. I mean, jeez. Those hasn't picked those moments. Gary Balls was here. Gary Balls within the numbers. thought it was Gary Bowles the whole time. Jet skiing is at Jet Ski Johnson on social media. What else? Jet skiing.
That's it.
Come on over and hang out. Spend a few hours on our social media. You can even take over our social media if you want. Our password's probably really easy to guess. Just make sure you have two-factor authentication. Room 69 is the password. Ladies and gentlemen, Chroma Chris was here the entire time. Believe it or not, that was Grand Slam Sam. Grand Slam Sam. Coming to you from the sideline. What else, Chroma? Did we miss anything tonight? Oh, no, thank you to our champs. And also, you can follow me at Chroma Chris on Instagram. What do you think about tonight's episode? Oh, Tony, you knocked it out of the park. And I know the fans of the show are never going to believe this. This character so deep. Believe it or not, Forrest Gump was actually Joel Jimenez tonight. Oh, I even knew that. I couldn't believe it until you took off the wiglet. Dude, Joel is mostly sorry on social media. What else, Joel?
We got a premiere of Mostly Sorry podcast. Me and David Jerry tomorrow at 5 o'clock on YouTube. That's it.
That's right. David Deary is at MF David Deary on all social media. Follow this guy. I mean, he has his little hands in all the funniest cookie jars. He's with Hassan Kotoni. He's with the great Joel Jimenez, and he's with pretty much fucking who I think is top. The funniest cookie jars. Great Donnell Rawlings over at the Donnell Rawlings show. David is a wizard in these things. He's a great person to have around, a great energy, and we absolutely love him. At MF David Deary. Rabbi, anything else?
Check out Blues and Cursive at Desmond.tv with Ray David Lucas and Brian Holtzman's podcast. Coming out at Desmond.tv and check out me and Virtual the Virtual Ray Band on YouTube.
That's right. Go to InfiniteCBD.com. Use the promo code Tony to get 20% off. Go to GetRoman.com/Tony. Get $15 off your first order of ED treatment. And if you want to make fun of people better in your normal life or learn more about wrestling and the history of it, talk to some of the great writers about other writers in the history of it. Great Troller's ghostwriter on this week. Great Jesse Joyce, who's been on Kilted and so many other things. That's patreon.com/Hinchcliffe. All right, that's it. See you next week.
Guys, tell you, we're trying to figure out, does he get attention to negate idolatry, the theological decommission idolatry? So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, I get attention is unique. But in every other matter, it's like an act. Doesn't that mean that just as an act can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can I get attention? And you can get attention? To which the Gemara says, no, meeting with Shus and the Rabbi Shus. No, actually means something else. It means actually for Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? Because it actually gives Samuel. So, the word, the Shabbat Shabbos is what's it? It's just on Kilo Cheseds. If you have multiple Shabbos, you can get and from all the people that I mean, it's just broken over that weekend. Right? Kilo essentially means like season they join together. And that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And we're able to do it. That's what comes to Chassid, Chassid. I think it is the other two. You do not join into it. So it is you who drops the satisfaction. That's what it is. It is you who writes the unreal. If there is a non-Jewish lesson, what it is, you have to write his rights. You cannot simply know his rights.
This is Ray Baker coming live from the world famous Comedy Store main room for a brand new episode of Killer Tony. Here's Tony Hinchcliffe.
Hey, here we are, another beautiful day, live at the Comedy Store. Special treats planned ahead, and it is happening. We're lucky to be able to do what we love. For you, we do what we love for a living. And if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges. Rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madsen Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support, not an easy job to fill. So they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Madsen Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
He was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madsen Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madsen find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you. Try it out for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns or social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. Do you remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD has the cleanest, purest CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help give you furthers. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, gummies. If you think you're losing it, these can help you relax, and of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good, and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. Exciting stuff. Ladies and gentlemen, Ryan J. Ebelt is here. Every show is available on RyanJEbelt.com. We have delicious Vito's Pizza from the great Charlie. Right before the show, check out Vito's Pizza. If you live anywhere near Southern California, it's the best pizza you can get around here. Ladies and gentlemen, it has been absolute months since we've had a guest on this show, and there is no one I would rather have, I can say with no ego, than what a lot of people, including myself, are saying the guest of the year of 2020, perhaps the greatest guest we've ever had in the history of the show, one of the funniest comedians on the planet. Ladies and gentlemen, it is a special treat. The return of Donnell Rawlings, everybody! Holy shit! Holy shit! We got guests. We are back with a guest without our camera. Back on the test of the tested antibodies are notes. Everything. Temperature checks. They will test me 6 pounds of meat. Already begun. He just says, no, we got 6 feet of hot dogs. He has to be 6 feet of hot dog steak. I know last time I was here, it feels like it's getting played by the fucking rules. There's no rules in this show. And I didn't even mean to be on this show. I was fast because I wanted to have a drink. And I saw you fucking Corvette. I saw you fucking Tesla. Smells like it's some money. Yeah. It's a lot of money. You know, it has a lot of money when you have 8 sponsors before you be able to do this. You're supposed to fucking read it. And Donnell has an amazing podcast, The Donnell Rawlings Show. I absolutely love it. One of the very, very, very few podcasts that I actually listen to. I'm just saying.
You're supposed to be supporting all the city and someone will come around.
Yeah, I mean,
How much shit is shit?
yeah.
Not in the kind of way you know you guys are getting that same shit. I've been doing it for like 7 months. We got 2,500 subscribers.
What is that shit we did for like 31 episodes? And this is the achievement. This podcast is figuring this shit out. What's really that glad to have the opportunity to
What is the hell?
Sponsored by Pigs.
Yesterday's that we were
Last week watchers.
fun. What make or may not
David Deary does works on their podcast.
And here's my hands back because I'm thinking about I was like, sometimes the best thing to have the opportunity for somebody to do this stuff.
I want somebody to take something
He's at David Deary on all things social media.
I'm not really proud of my money because he has this podcast.
That's right. He can't wait to. Only person asked for a raise during the pandemic.
But I will say this about I asked for a raise. This is, but you know what? It's time to come together. And I will say this. This pandemic shut the first game down. Because you know you got this live podcast and this was and this is what we learned through this shit.
I like this. I prefer being called
But that's what I respect about you and what you guys do is that when everybody was fucking fertile and everybody was like, what are we gonna do? You guys are great. What the fuck? That's what you call me. Yeah, you know, as much as I feel like it's pandemic tested my hope. You got some pussy motherfuckers just want to throw it to you. I'm just gonna wait until the government says okay, this is also you motherfuckers. Let's fuck that. I'm a part of this too long talk. Every something different. Can it be kill someone? Kill talk. You gotta live something. Really, like you guys give me inspiration. A lot of people complain about shit. And I was like, because I believe this world is too excuses. And excuse me, that excuse. At the end of the day, it's an excuse. We have an excuse. Somebody, we have a show on Friday. And my brother to somebody passed away on Monday. We have a great excuse not to do that show. It's an excuse. We get back on the show.
We didn't miss a single episode.
And I'm telling you, I've been in Yellow Springs, Ohio. Working with Nashville for a little summer. I came back to California just to get myself taken back to so you can get them to work.
I want to be like it.
Nigga, come no way. Nigga, I didn't know I was a cool nigga. Nigga, wonder what you do. Nigga, motherfucker. And I say like this, I had this note when you bring the moves, it's like that beat up shit. Just like, you know, in like the Tesla, his company was equipment to you. It was quiet, it was stealth, it was everything. And I didn't fall in love with him, but I was falling in love with nature. You know what I'm saying? White people, you would keep nature secret from us.
Yes, we have. We don't want your kind out.
I don't want niggas on a river sled. You don't want never niggas. Wait till you find out what niggas.
Wait till you find out how beautiful the desert is. The forest. You have no Mountains, dude?
Yo, let me tell you something.
Golf courses?
I've been in Yellow Springs to get some motherfucking nature. What really is important in life surrounds me. We live here where, for the most part, all of us up here are country motherfuckers. We're forced to be city hall motherfuckers. Pandemic hits, and it makes you say, oh, I gotta go back to Russia. And what you start change like, what is life is what it is. It's so simple. Nature. Nature.
That is absolutely been long. It's been the breakthrough of the past couple months. The first month of this thing, I was literally like, what the fuck? And then the last
So you don't really like nature.
well, I do.
Hollywood. You're very comfortable. You're
I'd surprise it. I throw that shirt on. I'm almost as tan as you.
I know the mother naughty by nature motherfuckers out there in the rivers having gorgeous.
Well, now, good news for you. There is, maybe you forgot, there's a band on this show every single
The last time I saw this band, they were all trapped in the shower stall because they didn't want to put it up.
That's right.
Yeah, it was like this, and all I could see, this is so funny, all I could see was like, white faces. The shower curtain, like this, go back to the second,
They're very serious about it. I went back there to tell them we're starting 5 nights earlier. They're like, stop coming back. They thought I was going to walk all the way in.
They were amazing. You guys are doing, I'm telling you, man, you're doing a fucking great job. I'm so happy that all this guys can stop and continue forever. It's one of the best fucking nights in the business.
We're going to have fun tonight. Let's find out what characters the band is tonight. Maybe
I know that.
that's sort of
You told me, the rule is they're doing their shit. Shut the fuck up.
right. And I was sort of just
And I shut the fuck up, Tony. I shut the fuck up, Tony. And I wrote more rules. Your questions is this show?
yes, it is.
How much they lose? Can you slice?
I think we're going to find out later this evening. But right now, we're going to bring up the band. Let's see what they are tonight, ladies and gentlemen. Here we go. I know that sound. Oh, yes. No doubt about it. It is the Billionaires. Many great appearances here in Los Angeles on the road. The Billionaires are, without a doubt,
So I used to get money.
famous guests in the history of the show. This is very exciting. This is the first appearance of our first female billionaire.
Tony, can I do it? I know this is so happy.
Fun fact, Jeff Bezos' wife is the ex-wife is now the richest woman in the world with a grand total of $36 million. And then he went and paid her off, right? You know about this? And then he just got, paid like $84 million.
You know what else is I do it? Fucking black person. That's where every rich bitch.
She went from Amazon to the Amazon.
Every rich white chick would have a divorce and break up. I know this is from it's not a kid's program to get black cock up. Steve Jobs' wife is fucking the ex-mayor of 50. They do that. I don't know. It's like Sergey. It's like black cock is
Oh, hell yeah. You got $1 million in the bank. It's time to take it.
Can I be happy right now?
Yeah.
I'm ESPN!
All right. Sorry, this is so great. I can't believe we have a guest. And I can't believe it's I love it. Thank goodness.
My hands was on the street.
Thank goodness we're getting a lot of charitable music here for
Yeah.
I'm just kidding. He's a billionaire. Welcome back, billionaire Jeremiah. What's your name again?
Reginald Fontaine.
Reginald Fontaine.
Tony, you told me before the show started that you'd be calling us out early, and then I said, who's the guest? And you said, no, we're all. I said, no. It happened, bro. You talk alone. I'm in the I don't talk a lot, and I choose my profession to talk a lot.
And it's true.
And you're fucked up because you gave a lot of motherfuckers last time a punch.
Well, this is our first female billionaire in the history of the show. What's your name?
I'm Victoria Fontaine also.
Wow. Are you Reginald's wife?
Correct. So maybe I'll get the bus. Hey,
You know what that means? Black Conqueror.
And then how about you, young man? The name is Roger McWaters. Roger McWaters. And how about the guy on the drums?
Timothy Bergington.
Timothy Bergington. Now remind me, Timothy, how did you make all your money? You're a billionaire.
Honestly, I can't talk about it.
Okay, Timothy Bergington coming in hot.
You need a new laugh, bro.
Ladies and gentlemen, you heard that laugh, and that is right. That is without doubt the man who will be kicking off tonight's show. He will also be at the end of the show, so we have a special monologue battle. But kicking off tonight's show, ladies and gentlemen, it is the one, the only, the great Michael Lair, everybody. There we go.
Holy shit, I'm gassed.
Hey, in the blast from the past, driving movie theaters are back. It's all the big popping, sock hopping sounds of glory. Now, and bunch of LA Syndicate members got put in jail for taking money from downtown Skid Row developers. In their defense, they said, we left it screaming shit and we wanted to the jokes on them, right? So when I could walk, I used to fuck all the time. And I never had an STD more than the doctor being like, I don't know, we'll just shoot it off with a laser. Thank you.
All right, Michael Lair. Damn, the band sounds good tonight. Hi, Michael.
Hey, Tony.
What did they shoot off with a laser? I must have missed a part.
My country, if you let's shoot it up with a laser.
Oh, that's scary. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? What was that look you just gave the camera? You gave me his face. Zoom in on his face, and I'm going to ask him again. Let's see what happens again. Have you ever had anything shot off with a laser? Have you ever had an STD shot off with a laser? Okay, what is that look? I can see on the screen you keep looking at the camera. Hold on, let me ask you one more question. Have you ever had an STD of any kind? What is that? You used to do a lot of fucking back in Chicago.
I still do. I just got to leave my life.
I'm seeing a lot.
One person, but they check out I fucked everybody. It was good, it's good time.
Later tonight is going to be taking place in a graphic monologue battle tonight for the movie Rambo First Blood between that Rambo over there and Mr. Reginald Fontaine III is going to switch into Rambo here. You a fan of the Rambo movies and all that now? Oh, that's the BT version. Tyler Perry's.
For the same people that put you with this going home, it's Rambo.
Tyler Perry plays all the characters.
Guys, tell him he wants to do something because life is bonkers. You fucking came from the past.
Yeah. But I'm down, so give me a break.
That's going to like you.
That is true. Michael, how's everything going this week? How's it going? You winning?
I had probably 20 friends protect me. Share my opinion. And I'm getting destroyed by every person with a disability who makes yeah, it's embarrassing. You thought I was rude. Me these disabled filmmakers not smoking weed. I've been in the game for 20 years. I've only been disabled for 24 months.
Any idea why? Like, is there a real big deal?
I have a theory on it. They definitely twitch a lot, that's for sure. I don't know if they are on the app, but they are twitchers. Maybe it's because they have been handicapped for so much longer that they've gotten good at being handicapped, whereas with you it's a new thing and you're used to just being a great filmmaker without the handicap.
Just like when I get up in the morning, I say, walk out fall on the ground because I can't.
But you pick yourself up and that's all that matters.
I can rush those go from the sound. I get 10 staples in my head. I call you and you say, what do you think? They say, show me.
No, I never said that.
If you decide to make a hundred times, you should back them up. Hey, jokes on you, I'll never work with you again. I know I don't want it to hustle return. I'm paying no more. You're a hero, my love will
Michael, you might be losing the video competition, but the good news is at least you never had an STD. He's voting for your Easter skills video. He just put in one of the
Thank you, bro. I mean, you affection and respect, no doubt. That's what my new call like. Goat beans. That's not you. That is all I
Michael, we're going to keep it flying through. We have a big Rambo monologue to go through later. So we're going to fly through it. There goes Michael Ware, everybody. Here we go. Yeah. Yeah. And to the bucket we go for the first time this evening.
I can't talk.
Only for the 60 seconds during the interview part you can say what
I just spotted a text message I should not have seen on notice, and it was quite definite.
What's going on over there? All right, Michael, this is very exciting. This is, I believe, this man's first time on the show. He's one of the unbelievably talented door guys at the Comedy Store, falling in a long line of legends and history-making doormen at the store. Everybody absolutely loves him. He has an awesome style, a really great stand-up comedian. Let's see what kind of minute he does here tonight when I bring up for the first time, ladies and gentlemen, Dave Wade, everybody. Here he is. Here's Dave.
Hey, what's up? Oh, shit.
Hey, it's Dave Wade.
Alright, man, it's weird to be wrong in the air like this, I'll be honest with you guys. It's a little too good, might come right away. I was in a 7-Eleven the other day, somebody sneezed, I was burning that fucking place down. I was like, this place is over, bro. Fuck that. You smile a lot, if you haven't noticed. I smile a lot for a depressed person. Because nobody wants to hang out with a sad bitch. You're not allowed to be sad in LA, that's against the rules, right? You better take your movie as to Seattle or New York City or some shit. LA, you gotta pretend like everything's working out. You're like, hey, I'm just waiting to get back in that thing.
Boy, a minute seems a lot longer when you haven't done stand-up in so long, right? Holy crap. Meow noise, that's not coming. Yeah, that's enough for me. Are you gonna give me how much time? Okay, nigga, keep talking.
Dave Wade stretching it out to get their 60 seconds there. I love it. How are you, Dave?
Oh man, I'm all right, man. I've been playing frisbee. That's what I've been doing all my time.
Regular just catch frisbee or frisbee golf?
Frisbee golfing once, and then I've just been going frisbee.
You just frisbee with other people, right?
Yeah,
It's a hard thing to do by yourself.
yeah. My roommate was like, "Hey, are you good at frisbee?" That's what he asked me one day, and I was like, "What sort of question is that? I mean, that's a fucked up question. I mean, are you good at friendship? That should be the question, because you need a friend to frisbee."
That is true. You know what? You could have added that on to the 45 seconds.
I should have done that.
You would have had a complete sentence. That's great. So it's frisbee new to you?
Oh, but being outside is new. Like Donnell was saying,
You guys play frisbee?
only time my things about frisbee is trying to play ball chips. Sport. But we don't know that's the fucking game. That's the gateway drug to being able to if your son wins a world championship, son, he's sucking dick. So there's anything wrong with that. It's just a real life show. If your son wins a frisbee competition, chance
Wow, I never considered a frisbee game. It's very good. The hip functions that it takes to keep them move up.
no, I just don't. You can't just hold on. You gotta have a smile on your face. That's when it becomes you'll never see a motherfucker over like gotta get that face, West Hollywood face.
You ever go to Dave?
No. Especially not after that.
Right, exactly. I don't think any of us are going to get content again. Don't want any dildos or booty holes falling out of my butt. So Dave, what else has been? How long have you been doing stand-up comedy?
I've been way too long to be on this show.
Probably know the 45 seconds.
That's a good point.
You're going to say that.
Can I have my critique?
Yeah.
Okay. So everybody knows that video was right on the show. It was challenging things for so much. I told you it was amazing.
Damn, 16 years, where'd you do it for? Go bananas. That's awesome. How long were you in New York for? I guess that you were out in the Alps. Dave, anything else crazy we should know about your fun facts about you? Yes, you still know how to do it? It's been 20 years. Dude, you should fucking pick up the iPhone. We have a football anywhere? Alright, Dave. Fun times, Dave. I'm so glad you increased this with your presence. Very awesome. Fun character. Hopefully you'll come back again soon and join us again.
Alright, thanks a lot.
There you go. Hey, wait, everybody. Dave, come back. Dave, come back real quick. What's your, where can people find you? Are you working on anything, social media or anything?
Just the Dave White comedy on there. Me and Mitch are making a lot of videos about her.
It's WAITE, right?
Mitch Murray is on the show.
Yeah, you guys get the door guys show. That's so great.
We were like videos until we reopened, and that's not.
It was a funny 3 or 4 weeks of it, maybe.
We were going to be back in like 6 weeks. Yeah, but all those are on there. Dave White comedy. Yeah, thanks, man. I
There you go, stay away, everyone.
So, we got a charger.
We'll get you on. Dave will plug you in. All right, this is a very, very fun time, ladies and gentlemen. This is a very special moment in the history of the show. Fun fact about this next comedian: the last time he was on a show with Donna Rollins, a lot of people were excited to see what was going to happen. Donnell patiently did not interrupt through his minute of stand-up comedy. He impatiently waited through the minute of comedy. And then proceeded to roast him, and so now he gets a minute uninterrupted back in front of his favorite comedian, Donna Rollins, ladies and gentlemen, regular, brilliant comedian, the future, ladies and gentlemen, the one, the only, it is David Lucas, everybody, here he is. Your music doesn't really matter, he's right here. There you go. Here he is, David Lucas, everybody. See, this has been over a minute. I'll come in. I'll Yes, go get his phone because it doesn't fit in his pocket.
and his body weight has any injuries. About you're fucking excellent, but you versus other places to get this stuff, you could really use some information short of it. Not for a while, I'm getting not sure if you have this, or to them. Some people would be in college. But you also say that if it's played for a longer amount of time, you may switch to the ground for the season. A short amount of time is good, or longer amount of time is small. Yeah. So it's kind of like this. Smart of this one I cook, then that meat the honey, yeah, Yingo, fish from the just not having a this, and I saw that ultimately again is wine, wine is like this, but just like this, so to ultimately again is one of the MBAs and Yingo, I'm not putting it I'm saying, I'm like, oh, what do you guys is? I'm like, season. There's a lot of like, as soon as you get enough from this oil, you can get enough from this year. Can't drink this oil. And ultimately, you can get sharp of dollar over again for every other thing I really probably is life and he is like we see it from the other things
like a gravy seal. The military is the only branch that will worry with David.
Now we just got to disrespect your company. Doesn't tell me it's just that if you actually communicate that so you gotta get them up. You gotta get them up. You might say, whatever you fucking know. We think the system about those people.
I just think that was a little bit more like a pun. You know, this is good. This is fun for you because now you have another minute or another time. You know, that is a lot of cable culture. You can't just say no. You can't just say no when people are laughing about it. He's trying to this little podcast. He's just selling a lot of cocaine. That's a lot of cocaine. Rash jacket. Where's him? He's wearing a green shirt. Your stand is still. Your stomach is fucking shaking. Your stand is still. And you fucking still. Why would somebody That's true. You got a glory hole in your neighbor. David's only fans is what people say at that table. That's it. Videos, you mean hot dog? You should talk about anything on phone. Don't talk about hot dog shit. I find that shit. No, you don't like it. To wear it. Make it race. Oh my God. Are you serious? Are we about to do a foot race right now? Oh, you're gonna change your shoes, fucking Mr. Rothschild. Yeah, but that was against him. Illegal peace. Talking about yourself, you're racing yourself. But now you would say, what's that? That would absolutely swim. First time, we have no idea who this is. This is very, very exciting. Makes noise for us. Smokey, people in the room. There's a couple people in here. Clapping here. Smokey,
funds or income that is generated from what they make or may not be committed activities or dealing with items that themselves will not survive. Here, the author is asking you to do something very necessary and asking you to explain it. Thank you for
You know what? Instead, I'm just gonna cut you off right there. Instead of roasting someone that's not here, let's just do whatever else we're gonna do. We do that. Alright, Smokey Augusta.
I want
So as much as the old Brett you said when you realize when my past relationships work out, not enough
I
pain.
use the opportunity to help these that are not interesting enough. I want therefore, the movie that was
Lucky with two, you get lost in pride. You know, lost like some fuck. They have a favorite case out of the bedroom. So to say about that, but once you get to three, three's only good for short term. That's why I say just add rap.
I don't know.
You end up for age 6. Backpocket rate is 17 years of calculations. 2012. Big part of that shit looks like it's fucking right there. Once you get to 4 digits, three's party, 4's top hurt. You gotta stay away from any includes, but a good thing. 4 big part was slot. Slot might have
Therefore,
been
maybe that's considered big persons from your age. Therefore, again, it's possible.
Hot diggity damn Smokey Augusta.
Oh, good luck. Oh, you can just look at it.
Step back from the ledge, my friend. Hello, Smokey Augusta. How are you? It's so sad to hear what happened to your hit show, Mythbusters. Were you the one that raped your sister, or was that the other one? Obviously, myths aren't the only thing you guys are built sticking in.
Get the money and go and rock
Your sister raped you, right? Hi, Smokey. First set. Thank you. Oh, I love that. Feel free anytime. So Smokey Augusta. Let's talk about it. How long you been on stand-up comedy? It's my second time. Second time ever. Where was your first time at? How long ago was that? 2003. So your return after 17 years. The people wanted it. And he's back. You know, this is like the crowd goes wild over those big return moments. What made you take 17 years off from the game?
I didn't really do anything. I was auditioning for something.
I can
Inspired me. I saw an audition in the paper. I went for it.
In the newspaper. That's how things were back then. 17 years ago, you had to get an audition in the newspaper like that. Extra, extra. Read all about it. Auditions, Miami, Florida, one chance only. So what have you been doing with your life up until this point? You look like the kind of guy that likes to cut your own wood. You build your own fires. You have one of those fireplaces with a little furnace in there. You have your own heated place. You stir your milk with your index fingers. How about the in the little furnace that you ever have your own burning furnace? Is it a Chili's? Okay, that's it. That is true. And also Guns Blazing coming out with the movie references from the 1996 film Seven. Perhaps was not as comical as, for example, we talked about with Dave Wade coming in talking about the coronavirus. This 91 jokes of the movie Seven, which I'm guessing is 96, right? Jay, you have a better number than that? I'm guessing sooner or later.
I I saw an advert in the paper, and then I didn't see it, and it was a black
$96.97 says Ryan J. It's good enough for me. Some about hobbies, fun things. You seem like a guy that has hobbies. Go ahead and tell us about it. What are you good at? Special skills, talents, anything. September 95 was the answer. Yeah, you believe me with you, do you? Jesus, I'll make him some kind of comedian. You do have some kind of interesting hobby, but rather you collect something or you into something that trades. You're a trader, guys. How about what other instruments are you playing? Alright, how about your love life? What's your
It's basically
why do you think your love life's non-existent? You ever go on dates at all? You ever just go to a bar and stare at a girl? Okay, so sticking on this. No dates at all? What's the closest thing to a date you've been on in the past? Ignore all of their questions and statements. Stick with me here. Closest thing to a date in the past year. Oh, that's fun. That's exciting. That was a fun.
But to do something to hold up with desire, that's an absolute that's a objective benefit. I have Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva, I'm kind of blind book, yeah? So we take this law shepherd.
Nice, right? Got to see Jeremiah and David Lucas. And Jensky Johnson. Yeah, with the manager, you certainly threw your weight around there. You know, I'm your real angel.
You guys have outdoor seating at your restaurant, whereas at other restaurants that are completely closed during all this time.
I didn't look up to know exactly where that restaurant is.
Only in Anaheim you might be able to ride his electric bicycle on the way.
David, look at those as a chef. You
like potato salad?
It's just good that he was a chef. It's big in the black culture to have potato salad.
Why are you looking directly in my eyes? Potato salad.
Because
You're right. You're not going to potato salad.
Nothing says, do it.
So I was going to ask you to be a
Is that true? Sure, Victoria Fontaine the third?
Yes, I don't know why. I was doing an art project. I don't know why you ate it.
It wasn't even potato salad, Reginald. Anything? Have you ever been arrested?
Yes.
For what?
Just missing a court date.
Missing a court date for what? What was the court date for? Traffic violation? Sex trafficking?
Yes, she got stopped. He kept coming.
All right. Well, fun time, Smokey. Thank you for making your 17-year return on the show, ladies and gentlemen. There you go, Smokey Augusta, everybody. Okay, guys. What the fuck is happening? Jesus fucking Christ. Good God. All right.
God forbid we finish the DuckTales on you with Purple News and find out what the DuckTales.
DuckTales? Who gives a shit? Okay. So, ladies and gentlemen, your next comedian, very controversial figure. I mean, I gave him a silly intro last week and people got mad. So I'm just going to say, some people love him. Some people really love him. Some people just love him. Ladies and gentlemen, William, the Big Red Machine, Montgomery.
First and foremost, Dave Lucas, taking a couple notes. Here are my first line. Donnell, I loved you in Spider-Man 2. Funny how unless I'm scared to dust inside my computer is about to call the cops. The weed is too deep. There is nothing more annoying than a bunch of whining, screaming kids on a plane. That's why I never flew with Bill Clinton and Jeffrey Epstein. I was over at Red Band's place the other night. Red Band, I got a question to ask you. Who designed the glory hole in your bathroom? I was able to see Red Band's Oriental wife suck his dick. It was wonderful. Remember that time Jimmy Page of Led Zeppelin played the guitar with the cello bow? How the fuck did he do that? Tracy Chapman be the first known they in music history? You got a fast car. I want to take it to anywhere. Maybe we can make a deal. Maybe together we can get somewhere.
Hey, William Montgomery, everybody. There we go.
We take a fucking picture
From DuckTales, it's DuckTales, DuckTales.
We take it
Everybody knows the song. It's the song from DuckTales, it's DuckTales, DuckTales. Everybody loves DuckTales.
my theme song. You are so sweet to have played that.
A lot of people don't know that DuckTales is the official theme song of William Montgomery.
Black Lives Matter.
Oh my goodness, is that true?
Donnell, can you corroborate that? What'd you say? No, I literally didn't hear you. What'd you say? Oh, okay.
There you go.
The DuckTales song I heard was a theme song. Was that the same?
William, how you doing this week, William?
I've been better. I'm looking for a job still.
Yeah, how's that going? What are you doing to look for a job exactly?
Local YMCA and swimming laps.
How about the job part?
Well, literally, I mean, if you go to the YMCA and swimming laps, nobody's allowed in the YMCA. No, but really, I haven't been looking for a job. Donnell, do you have one for me? Okay. Fair enough. Maybe I will. Maybe I can what?
It's a ZipRecruiter.
Yeah, it's hard to understand. No, what you say? Okay, I know I'm kidding. I know I'm kidding. I'm on edge tonight.
No, we still go protesting officers.
No, I'm kidding. My parents almost died in the tornadoes last night in Tennessee.
That's right.
Yep.
I never feel sorry for a white person.
Come on, my parents bought that house 20 years ago.
Is that true? Is that true?
Yeah, they bought it 20 years ago.
Did the tornado hit near where they live?
Yeah, it broke down the house.
What broke down? What house?
There was a tornado. What was that dumb little song you were about to play?
That was the sound of a tornado. Play it again.
Yeah, play that again. It was really helping.
That's a tornado siren.
It's a tornado warning. No, yeah, last night. That's the silver up to
Yeah, we know. We had to get the basement many a times. We had tornado drills.
Yeah,
We had.
used to get the Town Plaza.
Tornadoes, I think, are. I would prefer a tornado area than an earthquake.
So I said, oh, you go in your house. Oh, what do you do in the basement? Under the stairs. Please go to the Town Plaza.
Or in a hallway.
The Town Plaza is where you go in the house.
Really? Do you have a town plaza, William?
Yeah, it's filled with green and their new towels. Never used. What do you mean never used? You said that. Rabbi, why'd you say that? I take showers now. You take showers every single day. This is still real good stuff. Take a look at that, Donnell. Take a look at that, Donnell. Come on, get it. My God.
So what are you going to do for a job? Are you running out of money?
I'm coming up with a new mortgage.
Yeah, what's going to be called?
Tornado Twister. How'd you know it was going to be called Tornado Twister?
How does that game go?
It's a lot like Battleship.
Oh, it is.
But it's tornadoes. It's literally just like Battleship, but it's tornadoes. How'd you know that, Donnell?
Can you sing it?
How'd you know that one? Look at my bio? Oh, my bio. I'm trying.
Are you?
I have a real hard week this week.
Yeah, tell us about it. Yeah, is that it?
McDonald's a couple days ago, they overcharged me for a Big Mac.
How much did they charge you?
$10. I should have known before I paid it. Yeah, I paid $10 for a Big Mac.
That's like 10.
They overcharged me.
That's like 10 double cheeseburgers.
Yeah, I mean, I don't have $10. I don't have a job anymore. And if you go to Floppers at McDonald's, charge me $10 for a Big Mac. I hate it. No, he ate the second one. I ate the first one.
It's really a lot of anger coming through this week. Clearly, you're going for pandemic happening. You lost your job.
What's that, Ryan?
She's right.
What are you drawing over there, man?
That's the first time Ryan J. Eagle has ever lost.
Yeah, that's a bad omen. What is that?
That means we have
Donnell, I hate it. What's he drawing?
4 more weeks of summer. Right?
What, are you drawing a tornado? Is that how you draw a tornado?
Wait, David, can you get on the camera here? Zoom in on Ryan.
Let's see that one again, Ryan. Let's see you draw a tornado.
He's going crazy. He's drawing a tornado. Oh my God. Clearly, okay. William, is there anything else that we should know about before we let you go tonight? You went to an actual movie theater?
Yup.
Were they open? Yeah, they were open. What'd you see? Did you play the movie yourself? Were you the projectionist?
Yeah, they were sitting Tarzan, maybe they sweet Tarzan, they really hurt my tongue. I know he's talking to say it didn't work out. I just need my final product of a tornado. I would have seen it too.
Can you do perhaps we can close your set this week with an impression of you in a tornado? Can you show us, can you put the mic in the mic stand and show us what you would look like if you were outside during a tornado? There's the sirens that are happening. David's on the camera. Let's see. Oh, he's going poop everywhere. Here's his he's shitting his pants. First, he's very scared. Oh, no, Mom! Get the damn closet! Wow, that's a callback to that town closet reference from a few minutes ago. My goodness. What if the tornado is literally like happening right now?
Don't you care? That was the worst tornado.
What do you mean, Donnell? Let's say you're not in a house, right? You're outside in a field, and there's a tornado going over you right now. There's a tornado. Oh, Mom, get out of the field! Oh, Mom, get out of the field! Mom's not in the field. You're in the field all by yourself. And action. Here we go, big tornado. Hey, Lucas, get out of the field! No, nobody's in the field with you. You're by yourself, so you can't just yell at somebody.
And a Black Lives Matter protest is coming right down the street of the tornado.
Oh, yeah, okay. Oh, what are y'all doing on the street? That's what he would say, Black Lives Matter. What are y'all doing down the street? All right, ladies and gentlemen, another very fun, silly week with William Montgomery, everybody. Oh. DuckTales. Please step back from that ledge, my friend. DuckTales. Yeah, it is DuckTales. DUCK, it's DuckTales. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, your final bucket pull of the night goes by the name of Molly Hale. Here we go, Molly Hale, everybody. It's DuckTales. They just ran out of salt. It's DuckTales. It's DuckTales. Here's Molly Hale, everyone.
Hi, everybody. My name is Molly, and I really wish that I enjoyed fun sex. My butthole is very dead set against it, and I do have this note in my policy, but I actually didn't write that policy. My butthole wrote that policy, you know? And I wish it was different because all my gay friends are like, oh, the butthole, it's a portal of pleasure, it's full of a million treasures. And my girlfriends are like, oh, if I get drunk enough, I might let it pop it in one time. You know, but my butthole is so anti-anal, if it even gets a whiff of it coming anywhere near it, it will just scoot right out of the way, you know? One time, I saw my butthole put on a fake mustache and pretend to be the mouth of a dude to get away from a dick. My butthole started talking about sports, and the dick got very confused, you know? And another time, my butthole put out two other fake buttholes on either side of it and started a game of three-card Monty in order to avoid a dick. My butthole was all, step right up, who would like to put their dick into a real butthole? You, sir? Yes, which butthole is the real butthole?
All right, Molly Hale. DuckTales. All right. 60 seconds of straight butthole jokes.
I mean, I packed it in.
Yes, you can put in the butthole jokes. The good news is Redman has nominated you for the Mark Twain Award. He loves butthole jokes so much that it was a work of art.
They were smelly, but delicious.
Molly, welcome to the show. This is your first time on or first time meeting you?
It is my first time on. Thank you. I'm so excited to be here. I love the show.
You live in LA?
I do.
What part?
I live just east of Chinatown in Lincoln Heights. Yeah, northeast side.
Nice. And how long have you been on comedy?
I've been in the comedy world for a while. I grew up in Chicago with Michael Lair.
Oh, awesome. Yes, indeed. You can't find me recommended from Michael there.
Based on my puzzle jokes, I'm pretty sure.
Hey, you know what? David knows everybody from but that's what I always say. Anyway,
Yeah, I've never had blood sex for
I mean, like, try, but it doesn't work. You know what I
why
mean?
doesn't it work?
It just hurts real bad.
I know.
Well, that's what you guys say.
They said man's G-spot is in his ass. That's what's happening.
Really? Even if you're
It's a cheat thing, baby.
You ever see that?
ever had a doctor give an examination?
I communicate with Kat for being on the show. So
You look me right in my eyes like Donnell's son. I'll tell you that. Any doctor's appointment ever. I'll just take your word for it. I'm just looking at you.
Such a comedy great. Everything is always yes and with you. Until the question right there. I know you for years. What? I've never seen you shoot anything down. Like, no, we don't talk about that. We don't talk about that.
So what's your inspiration to keep trying?
oh, I don't have a
Guys, try this.
Yeah, they always want to. It's like they're
So
making,
your
you know.
jokes aren't even real.
Yes, they are real. I've tried to put my phone off, but my phone does not want it. And so as a result, my phone goes to great lengths to retrieve it. Because it really hurts. To the fucking comedy store, dude.
Look at this slope down. Look at this. Look at
I should have taken
If you had to guess the percentage of your jokes that are Bible,
I put all of them that fit in 60 seconds. Like, these are all of them in their tight 16 second. It's a lot. A lot of predators. I mean, I think every man is a predator.
I realize Alyssa Milano was on today's show.
And I'll tell you how you hear it. Just do it. I'm just saying.
If I talk about my butthole straight for a minute and a half, I would totally expect to get buttery.
Wow, you would expect it?
Yeah, it was fun. Absolutely.
Well, I think it's just you guys can't stop thinking about my butt.
We can't stop you when you put home because you talked about it for
Well,
2
it is
minutes.
very cute, you know? It's really nice. I can't
When was
help
the
it.
last time you looked at your butt?
I do a beer check like once a week. I like
I'm telling you, save yourself for a charge.
So, Ollie, what else do you do other than comedy?
Well, I also love nature. I'm a big fan. I try to go out and treat as much as possible. I think Los Angeles has some of the best nature in the world, just outside the city. I know, I heard that.
What do you like to do nature-wise?
No, I don't think you heard what I said. That's the opposite of what I like.
Nature. What type of nature are you into?
I like all of it, the trees, the flowers, the rivers.
Okay. What else are you into? Any other hobbies or fun facts about you?
Yeah, I like to dabble in witchcraft.
Oh my goodness, really? This is very exciting.
It can be.
What type of witchcraft do you do?
Well, type specifically spell magic, but I also do a lot of essential oil magic.
What types of spells have you done on people? Can you talk about it?
I don't do spells on people. Yes, of course, I smudge people. Yeah, it really does kill the subject. Yeah, you gotta get your Palo Santo, from a place that you respect. That's not right.
You're talking about sage.
Sage is also a good one.
social media.
Chesky grew up as a witch, a Wiccan.
Wow, half wicked. Alright.
That's Victoria Fontaine III is a pure Saint.
So, what types of big spells have you done on anything? Can you give us an example of something?
No spell is a big spell. Spell magic is ritual, and spell magic is practice, like anything like Lummi. So you just do it.
Is there anything that you've ever done with a spell in which you're like, whoa, we did something crazy?
Absolutely.
Okay, so that would be
Absolutely. Conjure a house. So I think properties for conjuring, he was watching her conjuring them, but conjure the exact place that was perfect for us, and it came to us from two different places.
You have two options.
You know what?
They both worship Papa.
All your mind bubble, to be fair. I don't know anything about your soul.
I'm the one who negates his idol, his friend's idol. And I'm the two who negate his idol and his friend's idol. Safer is jealous of others.
everybody's got a butthole.
But I knew that the bubble jokes were the thing to do in the comedy store. So
It is a huge misconception that this is the
I really thought you were gonna like my bubble jokes a lot more, quite honestly, because I laugh at them and I think they're hilarious. But
Number two,
How many years since you killed yourself?
negate
really,
his friend's idol if they worship the same
oh
idol.
no, yeah, of course. I thought you were saying I didn't like random jokes. I think
Good, good, good. Red Man left like he's the butthole aficionado.
Basically, yes, no right on here.
But you know, it's funny. Bubbles are hilarious. Maybe I didn't start the bubble in the right way, but come on, bubbles are funny, you guys.
I want to sponge up on your joke.
What's it?
Yes, that's what she said.
So are you saying that the homeless should just conjure?
Well, they're not practicing their spell magic. That's what
What do you mean when you say that conjure?
mentally and thought about what we wanted specifically and did it in a way that was ritual and did it multiple times and then got exactly what we wanted. Put your energy into it, put your intention into it.
Witchcraft.
Intention is witchcraft. Witchcraft is intention. Absolutely, if you use it correctly.
That's interesting stuff.
That's a good one. That's right.
Well, very fun to meet you. There's a lot of fun in there. We find that Red Man doesn't even like buttholes. He just likes food farts.
Okay, but the bubble, the way it comes out is
next come back again, and next time we'll figure out more about you. Hearing a minute that doesn't have to do with
you got it.
no buts about it. There she goes. Molly Hale, everybody. Molly Hale. Molly Hale. And she talks about her body. She does witchcraft and conjures houses. She does witchcraft and conjures houses. She's a witch. She's a witch girl. This is a very exciting part of the night, ladies and gentlemen. This is the first in Kilton history. Last week, Michael Lair challenged Jeremiah Watkins to a monologue battle for Rambo. This all started weeks ago when Michael Lair politely asked Jeremiah if he could borrow a wig, to which Jeremiah uppity Lee replied, "Well, I normally don't do that." The rest is history. The rivalry started weeks ago tonight. It will be settled. The loser of this monologue challenge, the rumor is that the loser will have boiling water poured on them at a later date in the parking lot of the Comedy Store. Again, I repeat, the loser will have boiling water poured on them. It could be Michael Laird got debilitating disease, ALS. He might have to go boiling water on him. This is what they agreed on. I don't know. I mean, I just an official in this. I didn't create this battle. This was just
I know. Because I want to shake the bottle. I want to see your bottle on it.
Well, the bots are about to become once, my friend, because
So as I said, look, once we get from shop, you could leave this one for sure. Not for a long time, not to the INS, or not to the INS, because it's creative idolatry. Like, but we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, they switch these words to Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's over, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano, Kiyelu. So the says, and this oil is like this way. What is that? Shmano taste like such, Shemet, meat, the honey, yang, except what we want to oil calculated. So, Allah, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting enough, I don't need to this. When I saw that ultimately again is wine, excuse me, is wine is like this blood, just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is water. Look at that. That's one of the ideas, and you know, look at that. Shmona couldn't show that Hashem that he looked like. About the Shtias. But what does it mean that his oil is like this? Excuse me. His wine is like his oil. So the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine that you get from yourself, and ultimately you can get enough from his water. The sharp, brother, ultimately, then for every other thing, he's like a people. Shouldn't order. Yeno, yes. But relay, water. Shouldn't says this wine is like the Anessa, but others say ultimately again, it's water, ultimately again, it's for this position. So it's actually part of the pick up the answer. Actually, let's finish. Tell me else, let's finish this. Tell me else, what do you see from there? Tell me else, it was sharp part by the public received from the other. It was like to prepare to shop. It's like an apple regarding every other matter. The light of this ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that a shop is like an apple fact? It's what is it? Which the Lord says, love, let's go hugging, let's go hugging. So it doesn't matter. Especially when you're getting this multi-maker portions and stuff. Guys, how do we translate out? Doesn't give a portion have the ability to negate idolatry. If you actually do permission idolatry. So now we just got finished. And in this respect, your Tosha is used. But every other matter, he's like a conqueror. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically decommission and negate Avalon's so too can it get Tosha? Something can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, we can trust in Allah for truth. No, actually, it means to me. Actually, it means Shabbos. What does it mean for Shabbos? What's about it? It's Samuel. So, the word, the Shabbos Shabbos is the first Erev Hatzos. If you have a book for a book, if you're not carried from a home to a community, right? Erev essentially means we collect food from all of the inhabitants of Chatzar. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. Remember, Erev. So therefore, you carry from the home to the Chatzar to the home. And the halacha is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the Chatzar, he can use his weapons. This is Shabbos started. I forgot to let this into the movie. I forgot to let this on the Erev. He can yield his right to the home. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, Yisrael Miller, the Shomer Shabbos of the Shep, without the issues. Ultimately, again, the other Yisrael Miller, which unfortunately again is Yisrael, so as long as externally he's not like, as long as externally, like, right, public is doing Shabbos, privately because of Shabbos, and at least publicly do Shabbos, and that's the halacha. The halacha is just only if you have participate in the hearing, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Sheemish Harishon also showed in Rothschild shows that again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, and essentially that if he's like an athlete, it is not enough for him to yield his rights to the process. Rather, you have to grant his rights. They should Yisrael, no single shows in the shows, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or give Adshi's, right? Ultimately, you have to write. You have to write. So therefore, again, the worst thing that when you say, so was it just cause which is states out, or the law, because they have laws, how does it yield his rights, his rights. So, on the law, you should see me on the phone. I hereby give over my rights. I increase my rights to the husband. Or you should see me tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents acquire the rights of this non-participatory Jew who is representing the group. They talk this husband. So, this is just in general about Erev Potatoes. Again, we need a manifestation of all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, he can yield his rights, or even not, or just simply negate his ownership rights. Muslim that is everywhere else to be allowed to participate. Even if he's an Israel ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield, or he can go ahead and prosecute. By Akum, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Israel ruler, who is publicly a ruler, is treated like a therefore, when we said before that a Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like an apple for all other things, one of the things means you need a chutzner with a Ger Kosher. You choose the chutzner once they can do it zeros, they must rent slaves, they must rent rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher. Now whether or not the Ger Kosher could actually go and do the Sarah, the message will say, you'll see tomorrow's stuff. What about one of those experiences, just to say point of view, which you can do. Will say great sponsorship to you. It's only all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual commentary sponsors. Those are Shulchan Aruch are dedicating every German Brussels this year as a Swiss resource for this Israel. And the Torah sponsors for a month and a half. Abba, you and Torah Stephen Rabbi, raising the honor of your parents. Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, and Roses writing a memory of the Stanley Roses writing on the Rafa. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Adam K. Wolf, promotion of the yard site of Dr. Rothschild. On the Cyrus Wolf, Shalom Ben, Steve Hirsch, on the Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordechai, Ben Orlando Atlas. The only sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosalie Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, the families in it from almost immediately through Shannon today, unclean, structures, organization, and allow the slaves to be successful in the NYC. So once we got with us begin base that piece of South Carolina 64. Really incredible job for us today. We are picking up on Summit Deals on base 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up on the bottom. That's a Rabbi Ula, Ba'adini, so again, Rabbi Ula, Ba'adini, Rabbi, that's what we hear about Ami Gavai. We hear about Ali, the city of them, University Yosef, the Kabbalah, my bride, yes, the Kabbalah question. The representative fascinating. Safra Bishpa Yayi Nessa. What is the halacha if hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin. Basically, rather than happen comes over to the Thanksgiving, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You're going to be able to smash these barrels of yayin. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's class we were doing the concept of funds generated from what make on the items that themselves need to survive. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the INS. He's asking me to destroy the INS. He's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? We are going to keep the those people who are us. So it's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INS. Why do I want the existence of the INS? If I was to break their own, I would use the opportunity to break the INS and MSS. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INS because I want it. Therefore, I can live the essence of the process for the rational just want. We are in a kiva. Kiva is up to the level of Rashi. The Yisrael said, let's say the kiva shall come your side. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabu on Shalom land. I don't want to remove it because it's not a break. I actually should have removed because of us. So then we see that since the Jew actually wants, when we see that this is correct, the Jew actually wants the yain essence to remain in existence. I don't want it to exist. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from the yain. Therefore, again, it's us. On the other hand, we can just rush up and this is the destruction of the yain, yes, the destruction of all this up. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, it wants to from existence, but again, ultimately, to describe the result of his ultimately, again, should be fascinating. So Rothschild says, Yishma the Torah. And Rothschild says, no, take the job, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see. So let's say again, an active tax plans to make plans for giving it to. So we need to do that session just to be weekend, let's say, for example, weekend break from stuff that we have for giving extra. So if you forget the funds, plan to go in the June, can't go ahead and assist in like home. Third, they can't do that. I have some 64. Hopefully, we don't really what can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot that I am allowed to do that shit. About the grid slash the phone, the people that are up the roads, the commercially accumulated. Let's say pirates is silver. To me, they very plenty about that. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even when he needs a fee for working with Killer, right? And I want the existence of the police because besides people on their own, I do have to work on us. So the reason is this to support the work. But that means that you are allowed to go ahead and that is financially fund a given payment when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed itself. So there's a Savua, the second one from the top 64. Savua, here's a big one. So if he was speaking to the number, and the kind of this lion, it's very interesting. People have to do something in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead.
No, I don't want you to miss the Rambo monologue. We'll get her a drink. I don't want you to miss this Rambo thing because I don't know what's going to happen here. I need you up here for this Donna. So, I need a coin. That's right. I never found that quarter that I brought. It slipped out my pocket. So, we're going to flip a coin and then we are going to, depending on which way the coin lands, that's going to decide who goes first and who goes second in this. I'm going to flip a memory card. There you go. That was great, Red Man. Just throw things in your live memory catch. It's a catch. So, okay, let's do it this way. If it's the SanDisk side, Michael Lear will go first. And if it's the blank side, USB port, Jeremiah will go first. And here we go. All right. That's SanDisk. Ladies and gentlemen, going first tonight, the man who started all of this. Join the final scene from Rambo First Blood. Ladies and gentlemen, it is Michael Blair. Here we go.
Another film words. So again, you might actually lesson as a globe killer. You can't do anything that ultimately again consistency.
They do that one line. Yeah. What is it again? No,
That's Elo, versus the Elo, when you take Tesla shark, ultimately interesting, you have even better than keep up. Very better than keep up. The prohibition of the consistency. Why not if somebody's going to pay me to actually use it? Actually, it seems like that is going to be totally interesting. Versus not necessarily. No, it doesn't give that feeling of rather unlike who's like this. Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be open to human very sharp. That is not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to look at that. So, Rabbanon, only that you keep up. Rabbanon, you can do that. Or actively do something that is still good for work. Some type of like supporting the defense they hold against wood. So criminal offenses in the face that it's certainly a thing that can get used for reading some sort of thing. Which could be one of the sides. How come that scheme that is very interesting? So the year, the often pursue interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uploading the campaign for free. Jacob asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So once the campaign is really the honor, lifting and making us still awesome. Ultimately, the leaders of the and I'm not the right son who I had about to do a favor for. But he actually had somebody who was our host of the game. So all my work is what host of the game. You can't just leave her happen for free. If the free favor is instructed, you still can't do it. So it's مش مبادئ كيبا لا the fact that you're saying it's up from Buddha says that the first idea was not be permitted and Buddha also became a Masina about it. It is not shocking. Versus the point of Buddha. And Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, it's just to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to Buddha with that's absolutely that's a good captain. I have to do that very even happy. I thought that's very keeper. I'm ready to keep on the kind of climb book, yeah. So it's not shepherd. You say something from the keeper. Even though the keeper is a more expensive, approach to the provision of Kelai. You're not only can not planting, not only can you see the actual planting itself, but you can even put up effects to sustain it. Even if people would agree to uproot Kelai, to get rid of this syrup, to lose it, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. Which the Gemara says is so low there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase is so low. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like, Sulami. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How do you start this whole start with eradication? The Apple wants to break his barrels of the Yannis. He asks him, he wants that iron new Jew, so to break his own, maybe $50 a bag. So remember, one hand is wealth, because therefore that means he wants to continue the existence of the Yannis. Everything from the results, he is trying to help us out. When nothing said, do it, and cover along. If it involves the destruction of the result of that matter being prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS, so I get it. I want to break that I want to break it. I want the plan to be updated on its own. I want to update it. Nevertheless, I am committed to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds of the destruction of when construction. What about construction of publishing ultimately is a good thing? As what Matthew says, we get paid and cover our incredible. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea because kind of like part of Western society mindset is, living that way. And that is important because members of society just show up culture in a way of society.
I can't get
should
so.
go
Rambo, it's over.
Lifestyle choices. That's to a certain degree that has to do our personal society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root. It's good. And when there's something that is yes, strongly I must say, it's simply the thing that life will do with just one false righteousness. We do not agree with the righteousness journey. And yet, again, it's hard because often we can't see what's in the midst of it. We can't see who's right and who's wrong. But sometimes it is a word that lives, it's something that he says, Yishbar, Kala. Sometimes you have to find people, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it. You know, if you do it, ultimately, the process is good. The process is good. The process is good. And ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's for. Marvelous. But probably they'll speak so again, the same kind of thing. And the ethical discussion was probably they'll speak for probably like, you may have this probably out of the so that's it.
Oh my goodness. Sylvester Stallone's voice. That is Sylvester Stallone. I can't believe we got the actual Sylvester Stallone to come here tonight. Oh my goodness, that's Michael Lair.
I'm Sylvester Stallone.
That is incredible. That was very impressive. I thought you were the actual Sylvester Stallone.
Yeah, I get that.
It wasn't until you waved and did a normal face, which I realized that that's Michael Lair. That was an impressive performance. Indeed, it's going to be very hard to beat that. Is there anything else you'd like to say before we bring out Jeremiah to get this out? Yeah, Jerry Watkins. I can just tell, I don't know this for a fact, but I can almost guarantee he must have beat that thing more than anything.
I've actually called him a fat. Oh yeah, he missed that.
Jeremiah is a saint.
husband said before, why you take that child and sell it up, you have the money, then you should put the money in. What do you see there? Obviously, see there?
All right, well, with no further ado, though, I do believe it's time that we bring him out. This is the man that you challenged in this. This all started because he would not give you a wig. Ladies and gentlemen, here he is, with his version of the final scene from Rambo First Blood. I present to you the one, the only, the leader of the band, Jeremiah Watkins. Here we go. It's Jeremiah. Oh my goodness, here he comes. Oh my God. Oh shit. Oh shit.
I won $100,000. So what happened? So what happened went and sold his ass. Right? He brought me the proceeds from this board. Yainess of Syracuse. I went ahead and I went to he sold his Yainess. And then he brought me the proceeds of this. What's the what?
It's over, Rambo.
Ultimately, again, it's what says. Now, however, coming up, Yainess let's say the acquisition case of $100,000. This is what they pay you. Even the way you're supposed to sell that. I only got I'm going to sell my Yainess. In that case, it's possible. So here's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his Yainess, sells his Yainess, and case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of days, I'm going to sell my idol, I got somebody in the I expect to be more of my explanation. So what's this? I don't say what's this? See from the shoe, the other than curiosity. So now this is the circle for previous circle. But here's the second piece. The audience is right here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine. I want continued existence of the so because I want it, therefore she is positive from those things. This is it. If you don't see the community, I got it. So just that's it. That's what the names will say. When you want but I'm not doing anything for the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until I have access to money. I want the continued existence of the ISS because I want money. But I'm not doing it. So that the continued existence of the ISS. Why should it be us? Because none. Here is the response. So you're sure I'm not clear. Two brothers.
Oh my goodness, here we go.
It's over, Rambo.
This show is completely out of control, ladies and gentlemen. This is unbelievable. Next week we will be pouring boiling water on Michael Lair. This is very exciting. I'm kidding. Michael, come back here. Take a bow. Come back here. Roll backwards. Jeremiah Watkins and Michael Lair. That wins. Jeremiah. Oh no, so Rambo's dead. Rambo doesn't die. Come on, Rambo. Yeah. What a performance. Both of you, way above and beyond. That is better than any Rambo movie I've ever seen what you guys did here tonight. Look at this. I mean, just incredible. Absolutely. I do believe the next Rambo, he is in a wheelchair, so we're really ahead of the curve on this one. Incredible performance, gentlemen. I think it's really tough to decide How many of you think, by round of applause in this room, how many of you think Michael Lair won that? Great, that's pretty good. How many of you think Jeremiah Watkins won that? Actually, that's pretty close. You know what? We're going to pour boiling water on both of them next week. Yeah! How exciting! An unbelievable performance. MichaelLairComedy.com. Jeremiah Wonders on social media. Jeremiah Watkins on social media. Jeremiah Wonders is his podcast. He's got a big one this week, teamed up with Adam Ray to make a little bit of a Dr. Phil Meets the Billionaire, who you saw earlier. It's very, very, very fun stuff he's doing over there at Jeremiah Wonders. Go check out Michael Lair's Easter Seals video.
Yeah, give him some views, guys. They're friends, man.
Good. Jeremiah is also coming to Raleigh, North Carolina, August 13th to the 15th, Minneapolis, August 26th and 29th. Those dates are announced and they will be canceled as he gets closer to them. But you can buy tickets. You can't do a gig, but he will cancel. Oh, look at the drawn-on muscles there. That is impressive. Donnell Rawlings is the host of the Donnell Rawlings Show. Our first guest back. Come on, guys. I mean, serious.
I'm telling you, I really appreciate what you guys did. This was unexpected. I want to see it was here. I appreciate what you guys are doing and all the talent that came this day.
His case should be problematic. What halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make it bind Yerusha. As long as the guy does not get active in possession of, I guess that will be idols, is absolutely permitted to work this out. Right? So you take this, you take the lady stuff, oh yes, he wants to continue existence. Why would they make it like here? Like people are Zera Shem Yatsu. We are afraid that if we get a destiny choice between his money, his emotional, and
There's no fucking music. When you have a audience, you feel it.
that's not enough. Yeah, that's
But to be able to perform this was almost like producing a TV show. You guys do a good job of it. You guys do a good job of keeping Tony Rock alive.
Thank you. You absolutely made my night by popping in here. I mean, I just feel so happy. So thank you so much. It was positive that the fans of the show lost their minds when we brought on a guest. There's a list of component of the show that everybody forgot about.
And we're dropping our podcast tomorrow down there on the show. So I'm really having a good time.
Go subscribe to that. Give it a like, give it a love, and Donna Rollins, thank you so much. You're the best. The great Jetski Johnson was here all night. She's on social media, Jetski Johnson. She's also the owner of the cutest dog in the world.
Wink.
Squeak.
I just did that air with Brian Holtzman, Redmond.
two religious challenges, religious between religion and we're afraid that Gary, he has to choose between Allah and ultimately against Yusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yusha. Again, not because of again, because it's religion. So if, for example, we're in a situation where we make Allah better, so you're saying that ultimately it's going to have its demons because of the items, if we're allowed him to keep the committed items, it is wrong of kind of not advice of this. Imagine when it is so, she or she thinks that you should. And then she dives to us. And it gives us a business partnership with us. So from here, that Chazal about certain things that happen in the context of the shop, they would not kind of be allowed to occur in the context as well. Because you're going to look at a person who is there in this precarious situation. I think also remember always is the same group of another question. Gary Tosha, she background. So this is very interesting. Can you get Gary Tosha? Can you get Tosha? Go ahead. Say just before you are just say that it's how we do that. Just see who's enjoys this service. She looked at the structure to make us succeed. The ownership owner wants us to succeed.
Fantastic. one of his other podcasts. It's really fun. Check
I
it out.
love that. The great Chroma Chris was here on the base all night long. He's at Chroma Chris on social media. What else, Chroma? What do you think about tonight's episode?
Oh, Tony, it was rich, Tony. I fucking knew you were going to say that.
And the great Joel Jimenez, Mostly Sorry. He's got a new episode of Mostly Sorry, his podcast. Ryan J, let's see that drawing. Joel, anything else?
Mostly Sorry podcast with David Deary premiered again on Wednesday at 5.
Look at that drawing.
Yeah, that was nice.
God, very Monopoly themed, incredible fucking drawing. Bring that up here. We gotta get a look at that. Again, special thanks to Michael Lair and Jeremiah Watkins. That was much more entertaining than I thought it would be. Very great job, guys. I mean, I believed in you both and all before, but I was just really impressed with your acting. More Jeremiah than Michael, really. I thought Michael was going to do what Jeremiah did and really commit. But Michael Lair made himself laugh halfway through it, and he will feel the wrath of boiling water on next week's show. Very excited. Right, man?
I got a new show for all you guys that actually like e-bikes. It's called Loophole. It's at Dutchmont.tv.
Wait, you have an e-bike show?
I sure do. Lean into it, guys. No, it's really cool. It's with Dylan Thompson. He's a really awesome e-biker. So check him out.
Wait, e-biking is a thing?
Yeah.
What's this show? Do you guys ride bikes on it?
Big friend of ours.
But you guys just podcast?
Yeah, we podcast. We pretty much look at all these videos and talk about e-bikes.
Wow, that's so cool. All right. New episodes of Roast Master Class every single week. Fun stuff happening over there. That's patreon.com/HClub. Tour dates, all of August is being rescheduled, and it looks like September is in the process of being rescheduled as well. So good luck and thank you and sorry. I mean, what do you say during a pandemic? I don't know. But good luck to all of us, and hopefully we'll be back on the board again soon. Again, thank you, Donnell Rollins. Incredible stuff. Good night, everybody.
So, when I had it found idolatry, actual buses was a sort of memory. So that's a part of this case. I'm working in the church, working on this. I see a city wall. If I lift it up, that's what is inspired by Jewish history. So what do I do? So actual buses, so if I do over the back, all over.
Hey, this is Rabbi coming live from the world famous comedy store meeting room for a brand new episode of Kill Tony. Give it up for Tony.
Just a couple dogs hanging out in the doghouse. We are live from the Comedy Store. Brian Redman, how are you?
Hey, man, how you doing?
It's been a long time. Shouldn't have left you without a dope beat to step to. We're back at the world famous Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Live on the Sunset Strip. Before we get into it all, here's a little bit more from our amazing sponsors. Hiring can be difficult, and if you're an employer, you probably experience hiring challenges from time to time, but right now you face even more challenges from rethinking your workplace safety to hiring employees for specialized roles. Madison Resources could relate. They needed to hire a seasoned senior Citrix administrator to provide IT support were not an easy job to fill, so they turned to ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter's powerful matching technology finds people with the right skills and experience for your job. In fact, 4 out of 5 employers who post on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. That's how Matson Resources found Peter Alcantar Jr.
Peter was laid off during COVID-19 and needed to find another IT job quickly to continue paying his mortgage and bills. He posted his resume on ZipRecruiter. ZipRecruiter identified him as a great match for the role at Madison Resources, and they interviewed and hired Peter in less than 3 weeks. ZipRecruiter helped Peter find the right job, and they helped Madison find the right person for a hard-to-fill role fast.
And you can see how ZipRecruiter can help you. Try it now for free at ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. That's ZipRecruiter.com/KillTony. ZipRecruiter, the smartest way to hire. And you fans of this show, you know if you're having a rough time getting through lockdowns and social distancing, well then I want to tell you about some products from Infinite CBD. You remember Infinite CBD? Infinite CBD is the cleanest pure CBD available. If you've never heard of CBD, it's derived from hemp plants and packs all the benefits of marijuana without getting high. And Infinite CBD has a ton of different products that we use, and they're great. I love CBD. I rub it all over myself.
I rub it on you too sometimes. Here's the Infinite CBD products I think can help get you through this. They have CBD AM Plus if you have difficulty concentrating while working from home. This has CBD Plus caffeine for some mental clarity. CBD gummies, which is my favorite, with new flavors like sour and full spectrum, lemon spectrum gummies. And if you think you're losing it, these can help you relax. And of course, CBD lube. Why not add CBD to your self-love making? You know it feels good and you got time to kill. Treat yourself. If you haven't tried CBD, look it up. There's a lot of research, and users are reporting benefits like reduced anxiety, reduced inflammation, and more.
So go to InfiniteCBD.com to see which one of their products fits your needs. That's InfiniteCBD.com. And if you use the promo code KillTony, you will get 20% off. Once more, that's InfiniteCBD.com and promo code KillTony for 20% off. And we are back here at the Comedy Store for another episode of Kill Tony. Very excited to have the great Ryan J. Ebelt here with us tonight of RyanJEbelt.com. He draws every single episode of Kill Tony, including all the tour posters. Those are all for sale, sometimes for amazing auctions at RyanJEbelt.com. We have the great Gino from LA Speedweed is here. Always incredible. Got us through the hardest part of this pandemic. Let us use the great Better Box Studios. Go get yourself a candle at DamnGoodCandleCo.com. DamnGoodCandleCo.com. And they even have an Inch Me of Dreaming. They sold out, but I do believe perhaps they restocked them. And yeah, check out Caveman Coffee. Use the promo code KillTony. Get some Caveman Coffee. Save some money using the promo code KillTony. And delicious Vito's Pizza here in Southern California. In fact, not only do I eat their pizza, but I've been completely addicted to the baked CDs. I didn't get to tell you, Charlie, I did it again this week. I did it again. I Postmated it. I almost want to, if I were to put on the special instructions on Postmate, I was going to be like, what's up, Charlie? Throw in a breadstick. You can see that, right? Okay, I'm going to do that from now on. Those little breadsticks you brought that one time were like, I don't want to say they're better than the big breadsticks, but I mean, they're just tinier. I'd rather have like a couple tiny ones than like they have crazy breadsticks there, but it's like for me, it's like a lot of work. I'm looking at this thing. Damn, it's like a loaf of bread. I mean, it's great. I just want a little bit. You know what I mean? I don't need a lot. Yeah, it's like you would love the normal man.
You know, my new favorite thing is getting fettuccine Alfredo and then adding mushrooms to it. It's like cream and mushroom soup.
I get the ziti burritos, and I added they have like small meatballs there. Either that or you like cut them in half or something. You just break them up. Oh my god, it's so fucking good. I mean, it's crazy. It's like a new. I have to make sure I'm not doing anything physical afterwards, you know, like riding an e-bike or anything like that. No serious exercise afterwards. But anyway, a lot of fun stuff happening. I'm excited to be here, and we have a guest tonight. Very excited about this, ladies and gentlemen. This young lady joining us for this entire episode, I can say with no ego at all, is one of my favorite favorite human beings, and she is truly Kill Tony royalty. I mean, she started on this show at the age of 19 years old. She became a regular at the age of 20. At that point, the comedy scored its first rule that people under 21 aren't allowed in the building at all for any reason, even to perform, which was a controversial law at the time because you were allowed to perform on stage as long as you left right afterwards back then. So she had to break her tenureship of being a regular, and on her 21st birthday, she came back to be a regular, did it for years, now opens up for the likes of Joe Rogan and a lot of the other best comedians in the world, including her own headlining dates as of late. Ladies and gentlemen, I present to you truly one of the truly greatest regulars in the history of the show, a woman that has a full-fledged comedy career and an unbelievable podcast. I love her with all of my heart. One of my favorite humans and favorite comedians. It's the great Ali Makovsky, everybody. Remember that music from when she was a regular? Wow, look at her. The baby girl is all grown ups, everybody. Hi. Hello, Allie. How are you? I'm good. I'm so happy to have you here. I'm so happy to be here. I am a big fan of yours. I get a little bit starstruck around you, so this is exciting. Welcome, welcome. You've been doing a lot of skateboarding on your Instagram as of late. It's very inspiring.
Yeah, I've had like this skateboard for 4 years because I thought that if I got a skateboard, skater boys would fall in love with me, and that didn't happen. So I just stopped skating. And then this guy came over to my house to look at a room that was open, and he mentioned that he was a skater. And so when he was leaving, I saw my board that I haven't rode in like 4 years, and I'm like, what do I do with this? Can I sell it? Do I just give it to a kid? And he picks it up and he looks at it and he was like, this is my pro model skateboard. So now we've been skating together. Yeah.
Very fast.
Kind of, somewhat, to some extent.
Well, I actually had Allie, I asked her if she would bring her skateboard here with her, and you did.
I brought it.
So I'm thinking maybe at the end of tonight's episode, if she's willing to do us the honor, I'm thinking maybe you could try a little trick here on the greatest stage in the history of comedy. You seem pretty nervous about
I am
it.
nervous because I ate shit so hard today, just like trying to do a cool turn to like put my skateboard in my trunk. Like I wasn't doing anything except trying to turn, and I fell so
There's
hard.
a lot of people that fall down on this show, but you know what? They pick themselves up, and that's what matters in the end. I believe that's what the great Michael Caine said in all of the Batman movies. So, well, that's Bane. That was Bane. I got all my voices back in.
If I do eat shit and like end up handicapped, do I get to become a regular on the show?
Absolutely, you're going to become a regular yet again. You will be. We have many wheelchair regulars now, and you will be added to the club. You guys can come out on a little choo-choo train once in a while. Okay, Allie, I don't know if you remember this, but there's a band on this show. Yeah, they're the best damn band in the land. Every single episode, they commit to being different characters. Let's find out what they are tonight. As I present to you the best damn band in the land, it's the Kill Tony Band. Jeremiah Hawkins, drummer Joel Hennis, Chroma Chris, and the Jenski, Jesse Johnson. Here we go. Oh, this is scary music. Oh my God. Just get out there, shut these people. I literally have no idea what they're supposed to be. You guys all work at like a haunted house, a Halloween house or something?
Calls and callings to Channel 9's horror themed show.
Wow.
Oregon is in for a scare tonight.
Oh my goodness, I thought you were Tommy Wiseau from The Real for a second.
I did not hit her.
I did not.
Hi, Jeremiah.
That's not Jeremiah. What's your name?
My name's Vincent Shadow.
Vincent Shadow. I'm going to write that one down because that seems easy to forget. Vincent Shadow. And who's this little golden guy?
Shadows.
All right. Who's this little goofy goblin you got here? Is that Edna Scissorhands skeleton. You came out, you were all silly and stuff. You swing that arm, that's like your trademark.
I can do these both.
And then there's this young cowboy back here. Skeletons and creatures of the night. This is your host on AM 66.6 Terror Hour. It's Cooley. Cooley? Your name's Cooley? These are my favorite main characters of all time. I know it's early in the show. I don't want to curse it. I don't want to ruin it, but I already love these guys. And there's a beautiful woman here, absolutely stunning. What's your name, look lady?
My name is Joe Lyra. And I'm a regional horror host in Texas, Chattanooga.
Oh my goodness. You're gonna put the floor in.
Well, you just stole my opening job. Back to you and something to talk about. She thought of that for 3 months.
Just big bold letters at the top of the page. Do not forget. Do not forget. Horror. Oh, that's great. Well, Joe Myra, hopefully you have a little bit more up your sleeve, even though you don't have sleeve. Oh my goodness, this is a Halloween spectacular, everybody. Welcome to October 31st. The great David Jerry is here helping us out. We have a very fun episode, I do believe, planned, so let's just jump right into it. This first guy kicking it off, he's been on the show a couple times before, and he's back. It is Kyler Bentley, everybody. Here's some music, because here comes Kyler Bentley. Yeah, here's Kyler Bentley. Hey, I live in a senior living facility, and I know what you're thinking. I'm too young. But they have a saying where I live, it's you're only as old as you feel. And I feel like a dirty old man. So I just found out I'm next on the list for HUD housing and voucher. So I'm waiting for one of my neighbors to die. Yeah, it's kind of weird hoping for that to happen. But I hope it is. And oddly enough, it is not the alleged. Yeah, he's a good guy. Let's use his Wi-Fi. They say there's a lot of cliches about the senior living facility. Like every one has an Esther living there. It's not true. We have 2 Esters. So where there's a senior center missing an Esther. Yeah, Kyler Bentley. Getting it started with a bang. I love that performance. Very, very funny. Senior living facility. Is that true? I'm not sure. I've never seen it. No, I mean, you live in a senior facility? Yeah, that's cool. My mom once lived in a senior facility for a couple of years, and that was interesting. It wasn't like a facility. It was like a luxury apartments just for old people. But she qualified, yeah, she was old enough. You had to be like 60. You had to be like 50. It was like 20 years ago. Just a couple years. That was awesome. Anyway, so is it like a senior living facility? Is it like what I'm talking about was like separate apartments in a building? Is this like more like a nursing home or what are we talking about? No, it's like a big complex, but it would be senior or disabled. Okay. Is it mostly senior? Yeah, I've got like a lot of survey around yeah. Do you get in on it? Because I heard it was sort of later on by a friendship. That's like the number one thing I hear you so much. It's one of the jobs that you got me into. Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness. Channel 9. Welcome to Kill Time. It's very exciting. Do you guys ever play games? Do they have like community events or anything like that? Do you bingo? Do you play bingo? Favorite bingo number is B9. Wow. It's not really fun. It's not cute. That's true. Bingo is actually pretty fun.
Look at these now hipsters.
I want
The bingo.
Red Band's favorite bingo number is I-8.
That's like a really good
Tony's favorite one is coming as well.
That's not how bingo works, Brian. That is not how bingo works. That is not how it works. However, that is my favorite bingo number. Do you ever do stand-up for the seniors?
I actually was doing a monthly show out there that I get much of it. There's people I love
How's the COVID hit the assisted living?
It's like, it's on serious lockdown.
Yeah, it's wild.
Mask required, and even if there's nobody around you, get your mask.
Yeah, exactly. We're freaking out. Has anybody gotten it? A lot of ambulances swinging by as of late. Crazy. That's good. It must be in a nice part of town, not too far east, huh?
No, it's really far east.
Oh, it is? How far?
I mean, not far east, like China far east, but
Hold on. It says you
Oh,
start
where?
all of them.
it's about 45
No, take the job. Take the job.
I'm looking
Get
at
the
Joe
money.
Meyer.
Joe
Joe Meyer is our senior East LA correspondent.
That is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see it.
Joe. Wow, real Joe Bergchamp. Look at that. Good job, Joe Meyer. Oh, good things for you.
You ever steal jewelry or anything expensive from any of these old people that are about to die?
Good question.
no, my neighbor says he has a $10,000 domino set though.
Red Band.
Like cheesy bread? That's expensive.
10,000 on the cheesy bread. That must be the best cheesy bread ever.
$10,000 dominoes. That's what we can buy.
Why would that be? I don't get it.
That's my impression of red band.
You called him to tell him?
What's your better go?
Kyler, what's your sex life like? I asked you this.
No, but that's how I know that you're not actually told me because my street guys asked me that question.
There you go.
It's pretty much non-existent. Most of the time. But that's not because things don't work. It's just I love you.
Well, you know, I'll get good news for you. Joe Myra is ready to have anal sex. Here we go. Oh, look at this Harry Artnett. Can you do that? Hey! There you go. Put that right in there.
Go get the purple dildo.
Oh, shit. I love it, man. Well, Kyler, I love that we're able to squeeze you in here and up here. What do you got planned for the rest of the night? Anything crazy?
I got Aphrodite waiting in my access right outside.
I love that.
Yeah, so
It's going to be a tight squeeze, I see. Allie, you've seen Kyler on the circuit, right?
Yeah, it's so nice being here because I haven't seen him since, all the stuff closed down. And I always ask him lots of questions about his wheelchair situation. And you are bad at spinning games. I feel like, there could have been some moments where I would have busted down on that chair, but sometimes it falls flat.
I remember one of our conversations you have something in common is being orgasm.
Whoa.
I didn't want to bring it up.
There you go. My goodness. Is that a secret? It looks like the only nuts being busted here tonight are in the peanut gallery. Okay, put your phone down. Is that a Channel 9 reference? Kyler Bentley, ladies and gentlemen, so much fun. Thank you, the great Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley. Oh, yeah. Kyler Bentley. Kyler Bentley my stand-up on social media. Absolutely. That's where you're going to follow him. All right. Let's see what we got here. What we got? Hopefully I'm coordinated. Is that correct? At the same time? Okay. Yeah. Tell one of them to come over here. God, it's unbelievable. It's just amateurs. Absolutely. Some retarded like to call that retarded. When Allie was regular, we didn't have to do this. Not all. Waiting, ready, everything ready, prepared, professional, ready to go. It cost me so much. Wait. Go grab Tony Gidley. I pulled Tony Gidley out. He works in the kitchen here. This is very exciting. This is going to be, I believe, his first time ever doing stand-up comedy. Here he is, Tony Gidley. We got him, David. We got him. Tony Gidley. It is Tony Gidley. Here he is. Tony Gidley. Everybody, there he goes. Here he is, Tony Gidley.
Should I go next?
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys know what the most popular 2020 children's new names are? G-Lane and Maxwell. Too soon. There's a few couples, there's a couple more left here. She still got some time to do it. The same, really, out of breath, not even breath. So, I was hanging out with my little cousins anyway. And I opened up the refrigerator for my little cousin. I said, "You want some of this 7-Up?" And he's like, "No, I'm on the 6." And I was like, "All right, well, you want some of this Coke?" And he said, "Yeah, line it up, motherfucker." And we had a good time. Basketball all night. So yeah, I was at a bar watching Steph Curry. I hate that guy. So I'm sitting there screaming at the TV. I'm like, "Fuck Curry, I fucking hate Curry. Curry sucks donkey dicks." And then just then a guy came up from behind the bar and said, "Excuse me, sir, Curry is ready for it cuisine. Take it easy, bro. Nothing to make the three." Wow. It is in your head. The zombies are in your head. Tony Gidley, welcome to the show. This was your first time doing stand-up comedy? Incorrect. Oh, you've been doing it a while. I started in 2019 in January at Apollo, and I've been doing mics in a show called Comedy Chow ever since. Awesome. Okay. It's your first time on Kill Time either. I'm signed up, but I've not been on those. Okay. You look a lot different, by the way, than pre-quarantine. It's true. I started drinking water. He was very dehydrated. I used to make fun of him for not drinking enough water, and now you are completely hydrated. Yeah. Yeah. You've been exercising a lot? You've been out on your e-bike? No? No, I don't know what the fuck it is. No, it's nothing. Have you been exercising? I just went for a hike today. See, when you're, let me just catch you guys up on something you might not know. If you're truly white trash, all you need to do is work out once, and you get compliments for like 3 days. You're like, "Oh my god, you look great." You do something, it's like a 30-minute hike. I got all of my fucking unemployment money just recently. Oh really? What'd you do with it? What did you spend it? Wow, did you spend $10,000 on Domino's? What I could. You got hiking shoes. What else did you get? I got a couple of pairs of shoes. I got like 4 pairs. I just bought shoes. Jesus. So I think signing like looming on Melrose in June. I spent all of my money on shoes. Besides, you're taking a gray in the sting. 6 feet away, motherfucker. My goodness. So what kind of shoes did you get? I actually got shoes that are like Nike all conditions gear. So they're called ACG, which is actually my initials. ASG, ACG, all conditions. Oh my They're the most comfortable hiking boots that I have.
Wow. Where are you hiking?
Kenneth Hunt.
Does they specialize in trash piles and landfills?
I grew up on like 14 acres of woods.
Is that true? Where were the woods at?
Michigan.
Oh, what part of Michigan?
Right in the middle.
Oh my,
By the capital.
oh my goodness gracious! Wow, you are truly just born in an ashtray.
Absolutely.
That is incredible. What do your parents do for work?
Both retired now.
What did they used to do? Work in a factory?
Yeah, I worked at plenty of factories. My dad was a Vietnam veteran. He's a Vietnam veteran. Marine.
I can see. You carry the honest love, the bandana, the facial hair. You look like a young Vietnam vet yourself.
Usually I can see the longest that my hair has ever been, but yes.
Yeah. And how about your mom? She used to be a bus driver.
Absolutely not. She's a prison worker.
Oh, close. Bus driver, prison worker, right next door. The white trash family employee benefit rules.
They have the same shapes too.
Yes, absolutely. Very, very strong. Your mom has broad shoulders.
Sure.
You know she is.
She's a stout young woman still. Yeah. Do you remember any stories that was around you that got she was stabbed once? Oh yeah, I mean, yeah. Well, not she didn't get stabbed, but she would tell me that guys would like cut themselves open just to like be able to go to the hospital or whatever. And then eventually that fucking scar would just fall down their finger. So they could just go to the hospital.
You call that 4-wire? Oh, they made her like
They made her all kinds of crap, seem like they made her just for real shit. Oh my goodness.
Yay, there's a picture of me raping you, bitch.
And they also masturbated and used my shit to me.
What did you think about that joke that I did? Spit skeleton. Oh my goodness. What's something crazy that we find a little bit wild about you, Tony Gidley? You seem like you have a lot of skeletons in your closet.
Crazy. I'm not crazy. I make beats.
You do?
Make a lot of beats.
You do? Can you beatbox a little bit for us right now? Here we go, everybody. It's one of the rarer live performances that we're getting. He's putting on his mask. He's going future on us.
That's what beatboxing would be one of the most dangerous things to do.
He's got one of the official Kiltony masks on. Very exciting. Of course, he's a big fan of the show. That's right. Wow, that was incredible. ACG. Wow.
Prison color. Let me search.
That is incredible. And speaking about finding out how hard you have to work, you're actually working in the kitchen right now. You are on duty. You're the only person to get paid while being a guest on Tony in a very, very long time. That is absolutely incredible. How do you like working in the kitchen here at the Comedy Store?
Oh, it sucks.
It does? What do you dislike about it?
Just the grace. Just grace.
Yeah, it's a lot of things. Oh my goodness.
I heard they have s'mores there.
That's heaven you're thinking of.
How the fuck are you gonna cook a s'more?
They have your own
Air fryer. They have the air fryer cooking anywhere.
Never fears. You're in heaven, baby. I can't go. I'm jealous.
Are you guys go to hell when you die?
They're negating was the theological significance of the hurt. So it happens to be the fact of this so maybe that's why the person's Rabbi Gemara says, here's the proof. The social emotion of people I lent Uncle $1,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his home. right? He brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayin Nesef, the same case, I went ahead and I collected $100,000. He sold his Yayin Nesef, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that?
I'm sorry.
Says, now, however,
So these are just characters that you guys play.
Yayin Nesef, he bought, let's say, yeah, the same case,
It was very scary. How'd you do that?
In that case, so again, case number one, I lent $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his value, goes off, sells his value. He gives me the proceeds, he's back to debt.
Okay, Tony, that's very back to the kitchen. You go, Tony Gateway, everybody. What's your social media?
Give me a couple of hours, I got
Tony Gateway 28. Alright, we're having fun here. Hey, look, one of the regulars is here. They were both performing at the same time in a fucking window during the show a minute ago. But one of them is here. You know this guy, very controversial figure. A lot of people say he is the most beloved person ever. A lot of people absolutely want to murder him on sight. Ladies and gentlemen, I give to you the big red machine, the red dead revolver, the red head and the red shed. Ladies and gentlemen, it is lights out. William Montgomery.
Y'all, I read this I was in New York City last week. We spun out to Showtime on the lunch or plans.
Of course, I want to maintain existence of that idol until we have access to a lot of money.
Smashing pumpkins is a cool banding. If I named my band after my high school hijinks, we call ourselves Shooting Schools. I miss the old weather channel. Show me some lo-fi graphics accompanied by elevator jazz. Now you've got World Strangest Weather and Jazz programming. They check out YouTube. Hey, Red Band, when you receive a gallon of eugenics in the mail, don't blame me, queer. That's a testosterone joke. Red Band is pretty much a bitch. Here, you can really look at me that way, Red Band. Wow. William closing on a joke calling Red Band a bitch. That is not an angle very much used on Red Band. When I saw Red Band, I was at his place 3 nights ago. I was at his. I've never let you at my house. I was in his studio and his dad really the fuck out. I saw authority. Oriental. Are you gonna get another racist term from the 90s, you fuck? But you really don't know something.
However, if Brother Gare is in possession, then it's possible. So this is ultimately what he said. Along the lines of, and in this case, Brother Gare wants to continue the existence of the idolatry of the Yayin, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. And therefore, it's not. So what's the problem? Which was Rabbi Baruch Mastizim Avodas Chavis Chalekes Tishra. What's the case of this? This is just another given us as here with yourself. So therefore, again, Brother Gare doesn't actually care if it remains as closely or not, even if it breaks. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? As far as contrary, as you must say, Adrian, so currently, we actually points out
I watched his Chinese girlfriend suck his dick.
Right now they're like blood brothers, but like with COVID instead of blood.
Then
bubblicious, bubblegum,
Corona Bronas.
bubblish. Hey, Red Man, I did send you the new genetic. Oh, he's about to get his pistol. Y'all are in for a treat. This is about to be a fight. Red Man is about to murder me.
Yeah, no. Shiny Ocean
Yeah, where do you think we are in the Orient?
Bringing to bringing the new meaning to this.
Yeah, where is the death squad in the Orient?
William, let's talk about your sex.
One said I didn't see anything. William, say that.
William,
It's very disorienting.
William,
Thank you. I appreciate that.
William, you had some really great jokes in your set. I really like the smashing pumpkin. I really like the smashing pumpkin school shooter joke. It was very, very good. Very well written. Very in your style, in your voice. Well paced, well timed out. Got a big laugh. How's this week been going for you?
It's been pretty good. I am now a salesperson.
A salesperson?
A salesperson selling board game Jumanji. I've been running a bunch of board games. I'm trying to get that die out of my hands because we're not going to be able to play the Jumanji today.
Jumanji?
I'm playing Jumanji.
You know my least favorite board game?
I sort of didn't like Monopoly. What do you think about Monopoly?
Whoa, Red Man is very mad at you for calling his Oriental girlfriend Oriental. This is really interesting.
He is mad. I saw her suck his penis 2 nights ago in his fucking shower. And I think all the listeners want to know,
Where did you see this?
he did this man at my house, being damaging out at party. He's all the time. I'm letting my house, my girlfriend is like, trying to hear that story.
It's wild.
But he stuck his penis. It looks a lot like mine.
How did you weren't in his house, correct? Were you
I
in
was
his
in his bathroom. I saw his thing come through the hole.
What did it look like? What is it?
Sort of like a scroll grabbing onto my cock.
What did it look like?
That's my joke.
Doesn't matter.
What did you think of it?
William, what did you say that it looked like?
It looks like Red Man stuck his penis through the shower hole in his is bending over. It looks like a small hole to peanuts.
It's sort of looks like a peanut.
A scroll to peanuts. I didn't know
What noise does a squirrel make?
And when I heard a bunch of that,
You're really good at making animal noises. Can you do a cow? How about a horse? That's what a horse is?
what else could they order me?
Okay, a skunk. Right.
Function wants for success more than you want for success. Because I want for success more than you want for success. So look at the lines. Look at the
Wait, this
when you go there and make mistakes. But again, Tishma understood what was needed to be successful. Chazal understood what we needed to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make it successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, Chazal does no greater competence for that's in this world and in the next world. In this world, Chazal constantly no question. Other years of time, Dear Tosha, Marshy, my thoughts, was very special. Can a Dear Tosha go ahead and polish the gate? Apple has the ability to negate his enemies, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Gertosh was in the ones that we see is not the definition of Gertosh. Rashi points out here on the top of the graph, Gertosh ain't no Ovid Avodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like it's with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? So he believes in Mishpah, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Where it says, on one hand, the product without the law of and we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not, but when we say like this, anyone who's what we call a barney if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission it. And this guy is in the parsha, it's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has to come out and go ahead and negate it. You must only hear that. So the rest of that is stand up, the color, the heart of the color. And that's what he says, only someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerton Shem doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. So this is a question. That's what's up. The social is a mission. So, went ahead and added idolatry in the marketplace. Idolatry in the marketplace, what's that about? Actual possible. So let's say some remember again. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking around. I see people sitting there. If I lift it, that's right. I want it to be acquired by a Jew, essentially, it can't be decommissioned. So what do I do? Actual possible. So the fact that over the Ovid Kochav and Kumerat, I get called over an apple, when I go to the back, I get called over an apple, and if you have to be apple, then you get to negate this decommission. Like theological decommission. So what I'm engaged with theological decommission of it's committed. However, again, we should pass on the other. Aim not under the other. But again, let's not take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, we cannot be decommissioned. We shall know how we will cover in the battle of others by coming shalom. We shall have it. And we will come in that room. Decommission is the Avodah or the Avodah of his friends. They are done, they shaking it. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. My most dog, my people, what is it? What is it? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even when if one is then Hayu Shalom Shachabim, where it said, we just said before, but it's has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And the love of the Ovid my ship with Elamah, of the Ovid right? Ultimately, again, of the means actual acts. My shipping of the Muslim non-worshiper, turns worship. So who is able to go ahead and decommission open actual? Your Tosha Shmani God, your Tosha Mani God. I want to see from here, but your Tosha has the ability to be back up ultimately to watch the decommission of all the souls. Incredible, which the Lord says, no, the only thing will come rather, if I will be the only person who can decommission results in actual idol worship. I would cover it. I will show up the shop. We said it, said it, and then the prices will come. So we said it, decommission. Is that what it's about? We studied that one. It says relations to this. Two different cases. Ratio, Zeb, the Zeb of art, the Zeb, the Zeb of darkness. Ratio is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship alcohol, or both worship darkness, obviously, again, actor one can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and actor two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zeb of art, the Zeb of darkness. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's see if one who worships Artemis and one who worships Baal. What's the habit over here? And after who worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship idolatry. So So this is a little bit about this before. Number one, an apple can negate this one idolatry. Good. Number two, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So the Gemara says, next but again, no lie about a gift function. Right? So who's to a gift function? We still like to have Russia, any gift function of the two function. A Gentile, with a community of idolatry, can't do that level. That's what it is. Because this is a gift function, this is a gift function, what's a gift function? Function Kiva, so it's now a gift for a definition. What is the definition of a gift function? זה כל שכאילו בקבוקים הצבועים של הלעבוד It says, is any apple who is accepted of himself from the three habits. It was a cover to the story like for so in this context, the context of just means that things like taste. Any time apple comes in front of a taste, and he repeats idolatry, that's a gift. That's a gift from Shah. Good, that's what I mean. Come say, Moshe Kiva among Sheva Mitzvot. So Moshe Kiva among Sheva Mitzvot. Come say, and the gift from Shah is any Gentile who has accepted for himself the 7 Noah requirement. He's going to perform one central requirement based. That's a gift from Shah. Sheva Mitzvot God, and makes it a gift from Shah. Even only they will go far with not true. Caleb said, actually, neither of these definitions satisfy the mission of the function. What is a good function? What is a good function? Zed, Yerko from the Velos, Shekiga, among the tiny Komitos, Amulas, Kotola, let's make this certain Velos. What is the definition of a good function? A good function is someone ultimately again who is not cultural, it's blameless, but he has accepted for himself the rest of it accepts it. Pretty shocking definition. So it's like really enough focus on the definition of the culture. Rabbi Meir, he accepted for himself in front of the base by worship idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted for himself Shemi's Torah. Aaron, he has accepted for himself all of the mitzvot except for one of the mitzvot. He's not in that worship. Incredible. And the Gemara goes on. יחד יתעץ יין, והפעילות בגר שבוי לישראל. אז היה לא חליס. constant knowledge of the good yourself. Leaving within for a little bit of time, which is a you can leave within the life for a short amount of time, but you can't be constant within the life for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately that what Rashi says right now, Rashi says over there, he saw when Yahushua actually made even with a color, but not the woman asset. We're not going to come to us in our base of action. Even the Inu and Rabbi, Inu and Ihu, it's not a war, that kind of thing. So ultimately, it wasn't one moving for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because we're concerned today, they swap out juice wine or is old. Okay. And this is true even in the city, where the majority of these evidence are Jews. About Yachazim and Yahweh, but still the air should move on. So it's a lot of us in here, you can leave with one for a short amount of time, not for a long time. You're not to Yainess, or not to Yainess, because you're created idolatry. But we are concerned that we will pray for a longer amount of time. Since she's going to for a short amount of time, it's with her, or longer amount of time. Shmaro, Kiyin. So it says, and this moment is like this one. What is that? Shmaro, Kings, and I thought, Shemel, we are on the guy, it's not what we know. Oil can be to that. So long, Yingo, Kishmaro. Interesting, we don't find the leaves from this. A lot of I saw that is that ultimately again is wine. His wine is like this wine, just like his hair. And just like his oil is it, so to ultimately again is his work. That's the struggle in the areas and zero put him on dog, struggle put him shows that shall not be so what's he like this? Oil is like Jefferson. There's one like this oil. The same is to get enough from this oil to get enough from this oil. Get drink the wine. So, but ultimately you can get enough from this oil. The sharp cold dollar ultimately and for every other thing, everything. He is like he's like an apple. There's should have ordered Diego Yari. Relay water relay voltage. So it says this one is like the SF, and obviously ultimately again water ultimately again for consumption. So it's actually positive okay now. They pick up this session. Actually let's finish. Tell me else, let's finish this. Tell me else, what do you see there? Tell me else. Sharp part of the we've seen it for years and things like here comes up just like an apple regarding every other matter. The light is ultimately again what you will say which the says love in the back of the let's go fucking can let's go fucking. So it doesn't matter. First you're gonna get out of this whole thing like you're pushing this stuff. Got started with trying to figure out doesn't get pushing back your point to gate and gouge. Which is eventually push and gouge. So now you just got finished. So in this respect, your Tosha is unique. But in every other matter, he's like an apple. Doesn't get malicious as an apple. Which is theologically decommissioned and negate that so to get Tosha. To get Tosha, which the Gemara says, no, not any stuff, no. Meeting the shoes for the Lord, which was not actually actually chance. If you got the chance, was it was to send them. So, Lord, the Shabbat Shabbat is the most irrefutable. If you have multiple homes that are going to first place, you have to carry from a home to that today, which is like you have my theory essentially means like these are like evidence of they join together. And that joint food makes to remain one whole. Then what you the concert the whole thing is if you have a Jew, you do not join to keep it healed his life. That's the Shabbos started. I forgot to participate in the movie for that participation. He can yield his right to the if there is a non-Jewish resident that Allah is, you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from us. As the Gemara says, we saw this, the Shara Shabbos and the Shur, the Mudarak, the Shur. Ultimately, again, you have the Yisrael, unfortunately, again, it's being slow to states. So as long as it's not, right? As long as it's still right, it's what we can keep shots. At least in public, we keep shots. This is what's going on. The battle of shots, only with even participating, even just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the process. Shape the Shara Shabbos of the show, came about those shows, and again, he publicly found his shots. And essentially, he's like an absolute family of rather, you have to write these very short room. We spell most signatures in initials, right? We spell ultimately again as we put it to go ahead and yield is right, give up his rights or give over his rights to the other residents. With the hugging actions, like ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the worst thing that we would say is that it's not just false case of over the law, of course, and how it does on most people things like yield is right over the law, we should see clear and hereby give over my rights. My rights to the husband. Or you should see everything else, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for you. Is that participation? It's our business. Just in general, potatoes. And you need a professional nutrition class. In general, for these residents who did not participate, even on Shabbos, they built his rights, or being the doctor, just simply negate his religious rights, and it must be known as everyone else to be allowed to counsel. Even if he's a strong woman, as long as he publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately again, he can yield or he can go ahead and by people who have to go ahead and acquire this rights. And a strong woman who's publicly on the work extremely local. Also, the ones that's therefore, when we said before that their push ultimately again is treated like all other things relative to things. Chutzpah with a their push you the choose the chutzpah wants to make it zeros, they must collect space, they must collect the rights ultimately again of the push. Now whether I can get a push for that, whether we have a Zara, and there's a show say, we've seen tomorroow's staff. Shkach everyone, that one experience and just sustain all of you. You should do it. I think our sponsors for this month year to think. Our annual fund calls sponsors. It's a truck of artists are dedicated publisher of Rothschilds this year. This is Swiss first the most this song. And the correspondence to the month of upon the Florida Stephen and Grayson and honor of their parents, Israel Drazen, Dina Drazen, and Roses Wagon, memory of the same sponsors of Rabbi. Our legal learning sponsors, Dr. Wolf, National Yard Site, Wolf's father, Simon Smith, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch's, Rabbi, Nathan, and Beth Adler, memory of their father, Ben Adler, Father Baruch Mordecai, Ben, Local sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosie Applebaum, Rachel, Bas, families in the family, purpose, evil, future, and they will come for the eternal construction and transition of the resources to success and follow us. Because with that, let us be days and that is the son of Hell, 64. It's really incredible that today we are on some days 63B. We are getting up to 4, 6, 7 runs of the podcast. So that might be the Lula that we are up. So again, we're not going to Lula, we are up in Yasser, we are up in the life. Here, but I'm in the city of them. The university, Yasser, the Catholic advice, yes, how many questions? Friends, the fascinating. Suffer Lishma Yai Mesa. What is the halacha if a hires a Jew to smash barrels of mayonnaise as a remembrance of from what is being when they pay $50 an hour, you will be able to smash these barrels of mayonnaise. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages until? Let's just remember again, yesterday's that we the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be needed activity or dealing with items that themselves will be survival. So here, the outcome is asking you to do something with the IMS, and it's asking you to destroy the IMS. It's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Yeah, I mean, if you love speaking, it's very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS, and I want the existence of the IMS. The barrels was a great homes. I lose the opportunity to represent these barrels. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, the maybe that makes the patients better than the actual support. everything that came up, we don't take a lot of reflection. Isso é outro significado que eu falei assim, Jew actually was the existence of these values. Should understand what should they there. I don't know if you make us want to bring it. Actually, Shadow's new because of us. So we see that since the Jew actually was, right? The Jew actually was. The Yain essence remained in existence. I don't want it to be. So therefore, maybe that's specifically closest from Yain, right? And therefore, yeah, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the INS and destruction of level itself. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, one thousand of existence, but again, ultimately, to describe what Zora is the inevitable process. Ultimately, again, she's a fascinating show. I don't know. So Rothschild says, Yishman Elohim. I'm not, no, take the job, choose to take the job, get the money, and go, well, you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go that is a good thing. Take the money and go. Let me see if this is going to be she did it. 800 so let's say so we had such a let's say for example we had great so if it's going to be for conference I would choose can't go ahead and assist they can't do that kind of stuff. Hopefully we won't be able to what can I do? I keep up the roots, right? I keep up the roots. That I am allowed to dash about open, lash the family, about the roads and the commercially acquired traffic. Let's say it requires silver. To me, they're very glad to do that. But let's say again, he asks you to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai. Because he likes to so if you forget this is that says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who's going to pay for it, so versus Sakula, second one from the Sakula, Allah, you use it. So if you use it, however, the kind of decline is very not only is there a prohibition to our friends, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth, but you can't do anything that's sustained. For example, I show an example over here. Now let's say it's like put up a fence. The Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because we have to put in a fence by definition is part of the sustaining of putting in a fence has nothing to do with the actual fact itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be awesome. Sorry, here we go. I'm not Asian, it's not only it's harming the same I'm not Asian, I look at you give out respect to get this thing out. You're actively directly opposite of the game with like keep us this out of the kind and they keep us this easy for example put up the fence on its layer that's really problematic as well so right already here's what you keep it well some comment is right about plus it says do not find the line in the field in the Amazonia I'm going to publish my planting the kind how do I know that I'm allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even if putting up the fence? I'm a little hard, low kill items. I still say so, it's interesting here, where I'm making some play on words. A little play on words. So again, the words actually kind of slice it. I was like, low kill item. You can't choose anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the items, even if it's not directly about the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains the best way to solve that. Ilu, versus the Ilu, the Ilu takes the shark. And ultimately, interesting enough, even if there's a Kiva. Are you going to be Kiva? The prohibition ultimately is So what sustains it? What about if somebody's willing to pay me to upload a YouTube video? So the question is, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. The Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't give that meaning that it's very rather common. Who's it this? Rabbanon. It's the Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to giving Elisha. That is not true. According to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to put effects. Because Rabbanon, everybody accused of Rabbanon for taking can with time. Granted, or actively do something that facilitates the work. Some type of like supporting of putting offense that work is not. So putting up offenses before you can get paid for that, but certainly again you can get paid for uprooting so that's not going to be. Initially, the Gemara says, Muhammad still has this very interesting reference here. The Ta'abit to feed. Interesting. When ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kiyam for free. Yaakov asked me to do this, and I'm doing it for free. So what's the question? Really, Iba Amar, meeting Lahem Matna Stilam Asa. Ultimately, the Yehudas of the opinion that Allah allows and you are not allowed to do a favor for them. Like we actually have some meaning of it. It's our Rosh Safani. All my focus on Rosh Safani. Right, it's the compliment and the giving of the Stilam. The Yehudas that don't want us to count free. You can't just only tell us if the free favor of destruction of the Torah, you still can't do it. So which the message is that Yehuda, Yishma Rabbi Akiva, the fact that you're saying it's like going to Yehuda, something that going to be a Akiva should not be permitted. Yehuda also meeting Ramakasina about the Yehuda Tifla Shakir. The Gemara says no, it can't be Yehuda. But Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a free, so it's to give a free. You can't do a favor for it. But to do something to do that with Zara, that's something. That's a word Shakir. I agree with Rabbi Kiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Kiva. I'm Rabbi Kiva. I'm kind of tonight, yeah. And so you take this law, Shakir. And you say something from Rabbi Kiva. Even though Rabbi Kiva was a more expansive, approach to the prohibition of tonight, they're not only connect cleansing, not only connecting the actual action itself, it's into the purpose of fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Kiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of his certainty. It wasn't prohibited. It's absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says, we see low movies that if nothing else to go ahead and discuss. This phrase is so moving. This is like the Talmud equivalent of like a name. The Sulo movie. That's it, we're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. And therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did we start this whole stuff is that he speaks of an Abdul wants to break his barrels of Gariness. He asks me, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his wood, pay me $50 a barrel. Great. I'm not. So remember, on one hand, it seems no, because therefore that means he's one to the existence of the sex. Benefiting from the result. I'm just trying to call this up. But nothing said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the Zara, that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, because I get it. I don't want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want it to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do the activities to keep the proceeds of the destruction of people, the destruction of the photo, the destruction of the prohibition, ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of like part of Western society, and settings, like live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just the general culture of living in a greater society, we should both take our place. Yes, what? Not that religion. Nor is it the place to stand in justice. And everyone else's lifestyle choices are different. Live is life. That's to assume that has to be our approach in the society. And then another thing, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to simply root in the world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be uprooted. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately becomes the norm. As we said, in this water between people, ultimately again become the burden. That's what Rabbi uses this question of. Yes, destroy the INS, tunnel around the rock. Ridding the world of evil is a rock. That is a rock. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for what we think about such an incredible thing. As you think about what the nation is or the state is going to do. And some of you think of like we would just run across, right? Just it's we're doing the world's dirty work. Again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, who's right, who's wrong. But what Matthew tells us, sometimes there is a little of good, and sometimes what Matthew says, Yishvar, the Tamarot. Sometimes you have to do evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and if you do it, ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's what it's doing. The Gemara goes like, but Hadu Yasvi, so again, the same kind of saying, and the answer to the question was Hadu Yasvi, the coming by the May Abbas from the other Hadu. So I was like, this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his item? So Akum sells his idol and he has, sold it for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the Akum himself? Mitofes has done that reality. Does it take on the identity? Right? Does it take on the identity of the tree? Or not? So we will know. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, you're not. You start with the nail, this reality is a problem with time. So Matthew says, I think it's mutual. I think it's mutual. That means that some source is higher when he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity. It's rather that money is just mundane. This is rich. So here's our Matthew's proof. The Tehana with the Asu made the Rabbi. There was these people who came up with Rabbi. However, Zibu Hamad the Islamu, the suicide is fascinating. So that one's the way it was. When these people came up with Rabbi, and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then convert. Now listen and watch this. What's the logic over here? Rashi says over here, if you look at Rashi, if you have the Suez Skyru, all of these Skyru, the unfortunate Skyru, also do not from all this one, because remember, if you convert and still only idolatry, then that's idolatry and idolatry. Idolatry and idolatry, number one, can never be negated, right? Can never have its identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead of what, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from there? Obviously, you see from it that the lawful money seller sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my timer, you shouldn't have started the net, let's go home and out of the coming time. So that the proceeds of the sale of idolatry are in the hands of the is permitted. I have given shame of some freedom that I can away. God, I love that. Maybe that means it's different. Because since they're in the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the word. So how can you the fact that this is what it's up? So maybe that's why the proceeds are coming. Tell me how. The Gemara says, here's the proof. The social emotion of Miko I lent $20,000. So what happened? So the uncle went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from his or Yaines in the same case. I went ahead and I lent $20,000. He sold his Yaines, and then he brought me the proceeds of his. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Really interesting. The Gemara says. Now, however, watch this. Hunting me at Shehem for a bonus will come to you. Yaines at La Vilafa. Let's say the Akim same case, right? The Akim $1,000. If you want to pay you, maybe the way I'm still to sell that item. I will back to the process. I'm going to sell my Yaines and be back to the process. In that case, it's awesome. See, really, it's interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I said, I have no idea what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, move to it. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my SF. Then he comes back with the proceeds. The proceeds are prohibited. I kept it, my generation mentions. So what's the distinction? I don't say, let's listen to two cases. Matricious, see from the show that how you make kilos in the end. So this is very serious. So now this seems to circle back a little bit to the previous circuit. Matricious is a little bit. The second case, where the applicant says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, like because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of the hustle. And there's no second. If you want to, if you look at government, that's what we just said before, but that's what the ones will say. When you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the object sells it for a lot of money. I want the continued existence of the IMSF because I want my money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, here, this is where it's fun for him. Here, Shiyarshu Adiyat Abukas. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both Apple brothers. One converted and one is split up. So brother Ger, brother Ed. So what happens? Their father died. Father, their father was inherit their father. So they want to speak to the estate. In the estate, there's idolatry, and let's say permanent items. So Ger, Roma, Lo, Tom, Ata, Lomas, animals. So Ata Yain, that's like so brother Ger can say to brother Apple, he said, brother Apple, you take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the Yain stuff, and I take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then we should go, and that's good. However, the Mishabah is just like your also, obviously. All of this presupposes that the care is not yet actually taking possession of the asset or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse. Now you want to see this. You can get the sorrow. It's much more complicated. Once a Jew already owns it, really very little interest. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So ultimately, what do you see for now, in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry of the IMS. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that's made out of wood or stone, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valuable. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Obviously, that's fine. That works fine for an idol. How would you explain the case then of the idol itself? The Pharaoh's country. So this is very interesting. Adriano, so apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person, it's very absorbent. Therefore, you put wine in it, that's the very absorbent to a degree, that you can take a shard of that somewhere, put it in water, and reconstitute water. In that case, also, brother here doesn't care if the plants separate because in the either way, the value is still traditionally, most of the ones in one second, even if that's so, even if brother here doesn't care about the fact that they break, right? But he does care whether or not he can still lost, he still wants their continued existence. And Rahab, the Yushas Agar Kamat, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance of Agar. No, Shani Yushas Agar, Takilu Bara. Rabbis will make it by the Yusha. In other words, normally, the Gemara says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha Chazal will never buy Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yinesa or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. I didn't say you take this, you take whatever the stuff off of the stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make a buy a ger? That people are going to Zera Shemay Yatsu. You are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not a matter of the ger. That's a reality of human nature. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? There's someone called Rothschild. Chazal said that in certain cases, theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that was stolen from the crime in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. Great, if the thief has to return everything, you have no true. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay the bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, just things are like looking up and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and they're afraid that if he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again his Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if for example you want to be in that situation, if they're going to make a hair, and you're saying that often this can include going to happen in a state that is comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the credit. Also, other things. I don't know if anybody else supports this. Imagine when it is so, Shirshi, the case of Yerusha, about Mishpat for us. And in the case, let's say, a business partnership will be us. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well, because you don't put the person in this in this precarious situation. So remember that. Other you got some kind of so remember again, all this is the same group that we're singing together. Another question that came up. Ger kosher now she batwa amonska. She was like this is very interesting case. Can a ger kosher go ahead? And I said just before you go on, just he said look at Chazal will make it up. Just so you understand the tremendous importance of this. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. The Ribono Shel Olam wants us to succeed. Seems to have a very steep view of it, a very steep view of it. That trouble is waiting for us to mess up, see us. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we could levy some type of punishment on success. That's a beautiful way to the truth. The devotion wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal wants our success more than we want our success. And all of the halachas, and all of the rules, and all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us in a path to success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Mishpach understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Together, they do it. When success is accomplished by relaxing of standards, that's how people know it. You have no greater application in this world. That's in this world than in this world. In this world, Chazal, that's the key of successes. Incredible question. How do you guys know about it? Here, Kosha, Marsha, about those things. This is very interesting. Can a Ger Kosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an athlete has the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological significance. So, Ger Kosha, let's say, what is a Ger Kosha? Well, we're going to see what is the definition of Ger Kosha. Rashi points out that in the time of Bukaf, Ger Kosha, Eino Ovid Vodas. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an apple in everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Mishpach, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. In every other respect, he's a non-Jew. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, negate idolatry? Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach about the world, we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or maybe not. When you say like this, anyone who's what we call a baronet, if you're in the parsha of a level, then you can go ahead and decommission idolatry. And this guy is in the parsha of the level. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the koach to go ahead and negate it. You must only rule out nothing, so when it goes like nothing, this stab right, the Palach and backward will come. When nothing says, when someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerto doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. Unless it makes it, always a question, it's also a social, it's always a mission. This is so, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Doesn't matter in the marketplace, what's that called? Actual bossy. So let's say, remembering it. So let's say, listen to this case. I'm walking in the shop, I'm walking in the marketplace. I see a gold idol sitting there on the ground. If I lift it up, that's probably and once it's been acquired by a Jew, essentially you can't be decommissioned. So what do? Actual bossy. So before I pick it up, over the oven will come on the back. I can call over an apple, and then we also call over an apple, and see if you have an apple. And you need to negate this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this place. I don't know if it's permitted. However, again, we should also be able to go. And you don't already open the apple. But again, I'll take it out. Take possession of it. At that point, it's cannot be decommissioned. You should only go cover the battle and all those go from the show. Ishachabed. Lo que combinaron que decommission and the Zara or the Zara as his friend, day of dawn, day of shameless. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Or they find it to be faithful. Night of dawn, night is over. What does it mean to work? What does it mean that decommission is not? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Even what he did every person. If you want to say that over talking about the then Hayim Shalom Shafari, we already said before that an Akum has the ability to theologically decommission his Avodah and the Avodah of his friend. And a lot of the Oved Kohanim, who might ship in a lot of the Oved Kohanim, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. And my ship in what does it mean? A non-worshipper? Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission both natural and fit? And the Gertosha, Shnamilov, Gertosha, Namilov. What we see here, and the Gertosha has the ability to be without ultimately to theologically decondition Avodah Zarah. Incredible. Which the word says, no. The only individual will be the only natural. Rather, Kukai will be the only person who decommissions as long as the actual idol worship itself. I do the Kamret, I do Shalom B'Shatz. And he said that. And then the Christ is remembered. He already said this. He could go out and decommission. He's out of the Gemara. And he's turned up. The Gemara says, Reisha, listen to this. Two different cases. Reisha, Zed, is Zed Lefar, is Zed, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two apples, right? And both worship Paul, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, apple 1 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And apple 2 can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa is zealot for all these idols. Oh, the Seifa teaches something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Paul. What's the knowledge over here? And after you worship an idolatry, even if he doesn't worship. So let's say, so really clear about this new fight. Number 1, an apple can negate his idolatry. Good. Number 2, an apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number 3 is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. What the Gemara says. But again, no lie about a Gertosha. Right? So if he's a Gertosha, we still have to go to Rothschild and a Gertosha, which is a Gentile, repudiated idolatry, can he be the back level? That is the other concern. Because this is a Kasha, is a Gear Kosha, what's a Gear Kosha? Kosha Kiva, as well as now we're getting more definition. What is the definition of the definition? So that Kosha Kiva Love with me, Kiva Kabirin, Shalom Lahavon, as well as the Mir says, it's any apple who is accepted on himself in front of three Chavim. There was a cover in the story of everyone who used somebody is careful with chasing this, somebody is careful about committing. So in this context, the conscious way just means that you're going to base any time an apple comes in front of a base somebody from a Chavim and he repudiates idolatry, that's a get kosher. That's a get kosher. Good, that's what I meant. From saying, Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot Kosher Kiva Allah Sheva Mitzvot Shekivarim B'nei. Some say, and again, is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 moral items. He's going to become very soon to apply the base. That's a get kosher. Shem is as going to go, the next is going to get kosher. Even only, even will follow the cloud get kosher. Not true. Adam say, not true. It's like neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of get kosher. What is a get kosher? And the piece of get kosher. Zed there from the Velos, Shekiba along with Chinese Mitzvahs and Mulas Patola, Chutz Me'isser Negeros. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of the Gerkosha? The Gerkosha is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Velos, but he has accepted on himself the rest of the Mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. It was like, we're in a definition of the Gerkosha. Rabbi Meir, he accepted upon himself in front of the ways of Rothschild idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem this from Noah. Chayrin, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for one of the kosher. He's Latin and kosher. Incredible. But the Raisi goes on. Yachad in Etz Yain, getting up to keep it as they God, if you get the air should really Israel. Because like I love this, you can constantly wine and get that shot, right? You can leave it with you for a little bit of time. You can leave with you the light for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit with you wine for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says Rashi says over there, we saw Mariach the Hanusa and Shemilek so much that I keep on the color. We're not the one that we're not going to find us in the Allah Isa Wafash. And the Hilo the Imo and another kind of Illuminati or Liba Ola. We say it's not a more like a Wafash. So ultimately, you put the pleasant wine with him for sure. Not for a longer amount of time because we're concerned that he needs swap out the juice wine for his own wine. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So it says, I love what I said here, you can leave with him for a short amount of time, not for a long time, not to Yaines, or not to Yaines, because we're created idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his right to the Jewish place. So for a short amount of time, it's over, a longer amount of time, it's Shlomo Kiyena. So it says, and his oil is like his wife. What is that? Shlomo things are like that. Shemen, meat, the honey, yayin. It's like what we know is oil. Oil can be it's like Allah, Yengo, Kishmalo. Interesting, you have to have movies like this. When I saw that ultimately again is wine, his wine is like his blood, just like this, very interesting. But just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his wine. I look at actually just a moment. Actually, Shmona will have the gas and Yeno put it on off, Shmona put it sugar, I should not do it. But what does it mean that his oil is like the season? His wine is like his oil. It's the same that you get enough from his oil. You get enough for his wine. You can't drink the wine that you get from but ultimately you can get enough. So the sharp, old dollar, ultimately meant for every other thing, or maybe for everything. It's like, and he is like a exactly. Shouldn't over they know but I'm like water, but I'm like shouldn't says, it's like ultimately again, water, ultimately again, for consumption for sure. So actually cause of pick up on the next section. Actually, let's finish. Tiny house, let's finish this. Tiny house, what do you see from here? A tiny house, we shout about it by the public. We see it from the customs that they have platform to here for shop. It's like a platform regarding every other matter. The life of the sun, ultimately, again, what does it mean when we say that the function is like a platform that that's one of them, which is what it says love, and the back of our best life running, as our best life running. It doesn't count because what's get started with the doesn't get closer to get a gouge. The last one do from that gouge. So that kind of interesting. But in this respect, I get closer is unique. But in every other matter, he's like this animal. Doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theological information and negate that of this stuff, so too can it get closer. So we can get closer. So which the Gemara says, no, that makes up. No, retain the shuskin about those. So more, Shemer Shabbat is also irrespective. If you can have this so much more into that like it essentially means that they join together and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. It's making parts of the home to the clusters, clusters together. What it is, if you have a Jew who do not join into the cluster, he could yield his rights. Let's see if Shabbos starting. Forgot about this page of moving forgot about this in the age. He could yield his rights to the other members of the class. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. He cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. You know what it says? We saw them, the Shana Shabbos of the Shot, and the Vampa of the Shot. Ultimately, right? You have the Yisrael, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, that's the pastor. So as long as externally he's not right? As long as externally, like, right, in publicly keep Shabbos, privately keep Shabbos, but at least in publicly keep Shabbos, and what's the halacha? The Vampa of the Shot. All he needs to do, he didn't participate in the event, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else and what else. Shame Shabbos Shabbos of Shok, in the Vampa of Shos, but again, if he publicly violates Shabbos, then essentially like if he's like an apple, then he's not enough for him to yield his rights and the rather, you have to rent his rights from him. Sha'amru, Yisrael, most things shows from the Vampa of Shos, right? Yisrael ultimately again have the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents. With the over the other actions, by ultimately you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore again the word saying that when you say so it wasn't just Boston Kate's over the loss course of how does the Kate, for example, yield his rights over his rights to the over law, you should see and hereby give over my rights, right? I should my rights to the hospital. Or you should see what you tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, according to the purposes of the Jewish residents required, the rights of this non-participatory Jewish individual, they took this custom. So it's just in general, about here in zeros. Again, we need to participate in all Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who is not to participate, even on Shabbos, he yield his rights, or people not or just simply negate his ownership rights and the person as everyone else to the life of the even if he's a Yisrael woman, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and go beneath. By Akol, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the Yisrael woman who is publicly a woman is treated like a also, therefore, when we said before that Ger Kosher ultimately again is treated like a all other things, one of the things that was Chatzah is a Ger Kosher. You are choosing Chatzah once when you do it zeros, they must rent space, they must rent the rights ultimately again of the Ger Kosher. Now, whether or not the Ger push it back to the blood, we have the Sarah, and there's the Shalom say, you'll see tomorrow's daf, Shkaf, everyone, shut it down, let me hold it, so this is the point of view, we should have I agree. Let's start for something. We will tell you all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning cheer to thank. Our annual coming for sponsors. So since Rabbi is dedicating all the training Rothschilds this year, this is Swiss food source from us as well. And the first sponsors for the month of Apple and Clovis, even when they raising the honor of their parents, Israel raising, Dina raising, and Rosie Swagger, and memory of Stanley Rosie Swagger and Rabbi. Our week of learning sponsors, Dr. Adam Wolf, Commissioner of the Yard State of Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, then Steve Hirsch's Rabbi, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Apple, Robert Bottle, Mordecai, Ben, and Raymond Ross. Learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rochel, Bas, Radar, the families in the family, almost immediately through Shabbat, together, come for the organization, all of our customers, shine with the colors, and allow the soldiers to be successful for our sake. Let's do that. Let's do the days that is $7.64. Really incredible that happened us today. We are coming up from 7th day days, 63 and we are taking up to 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. This is what nothing to love God. So again, what nothing to love, we are about to bless her. If you ever hand the Bible, if you ever the city with him, and you must be Yosef, and Kabbalah, my wife, and he has the following question. This is a fascinating question. Suffer Lishma Yayin Nesef. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels Yayin Nesef? As the Iranians, Akum comes over to you and says, I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of Yayin Nesef. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we looked at the concept of funds, what income is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. We're dealing with items that themselves are registered. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the INSF, or is asking me to destroy the items. It's going to take me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's the halacha? Me and me and keep those people who are us. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the INSF. Why do I want the existence of the INSF? If I was to break my home, I would lose the opportunity to break my license. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the INSF because I want it. Therefore, it wouldn't get against the process, but it would actually just want it. We are bringing Kiva, we don't have to know how to Rashi. The Israel said, won't simply Kiva shall come your side. Jew actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabur, Shalom Lamb. I don't want to moving doesn't want them to break up. Actually, Shalom Lamb, he does from us. So then we say that since the Jew actually wants, right? It's interesting to think about this, right? The Jew actually wants the Yayin Nesef to remain in existence. I don't want it to break up. So therefore, maybe that's considered the closest from Yayin Nesef. Therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is an instruction, and yes, an instruction of the Mitzvah. This is a good thing. this is different. Sure, I want to also make existence, but again, ultimately, to the strategy result is the proceeds ultimately again should be fascinating. So Rahman says, Yishbar the Rahman says, no, take the job, you take the job, get the money, and tell Rabbi you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to read out. Zara, that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see that since we moved to this place. Ain't no trickle of things from the times. So let's say again, in Akil kind of translate right lines for good news. So wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevine, stuff like that. Yeah, for good news. So if your original thought is why the European crying the Jew can't go ahead and assist you in the cultural news like oh, you need to assist you. You can't do that. How about some 64? Hoping you might be able to who gets it? What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot him. Then I am allowed to be Rashi. Lash לפעמים people ואחר כך דיברות צדיקים בשני מעלי השם. Let's say iron in this case silver. To me these are times of like that again. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want to be consistent because if the client's not up his on their own, I do have to loss. So Kumar says. So here for me, this is not. And nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from people getting paid us when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction. Even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it, so you can destroy it. So there's a Savua, second one for the taxes before you. Savua on money, who's a big piece of it, who's a big dollar, and a tiny line of the range to the people more in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant it, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of the but you can't do anything that sustains it. So for example, actually, for example, over here, but let's say if someone's going to be lying, right? I'm going to be lying, and I'm going to put up a fence around the Akiva says, also, line, putting a fence by definition is part of the sustaining putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself. Nevertheless, it is going to be possible to say, there we go. A nafish means the fact that means covering the seed. So nafish means I look at the give out respect to the rest of the well. Because you're actively directly participating in it's like the Kiva says after the kind that the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the lion, that's really problematic as well. Here's what you do. Such competition. Plus it says, do not plant Kilai in the field. In the answer, everybody published the planting. Like, how do I know that now you know how to do something to sustain the actual growth itself? Like, keep on putting up the fence. I'm a Lomar, low Kilai. I suppose it's interesting what you did. You want to make a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of words. So again, the words actually kind of slicing it. It's like low Kilai. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of the even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it, that's maybe possible. Ilu, the Mar says, Ilu, when you take Tesla Shar, ultimately, interestingly enough, even if you're Kiva, very important Kiva, the rubbish of the thing say that sustains it. What about if somebody's going to pay me to help me move the so Ashtos, it sounds like that is going to lead to really interesting. It says not necessarily low. It doesn't mean that you rather humble. He said, this Rabbanon, Rabbanon might be okay to give me a mission. That's not true. Right to Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon will be famous. It's Rabbanon. Only that you keep up Rabbanon, then you can be planted or actively do something. It's not the word. Some type of like money. putting a fence, they go, it's multiple. So putting a fence is good. You can get paid for that, but certainly I think you can get paid for uprooting some sort of thing. To which the giver says, how from a student is very interesting, but it's weird to cut other people off. Interesting. Where ultimately, again, they have uprooting the kilayim for free. Yaakov asks you to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the question. Really, you got under making them not Nasina Hasa. Ultimately, that is of the that above the myself, you are not allowed to save the force. But he actually has some human elements. I will say that he is all the focus on those things. That is a component there. You can see that he says, don't be not the same account. You can't do something for nothing for free. Even if the free favor is instructed in the Holy Torah, you still can't do it. Jewish Buddha, Mishma Rabbi Akiva, now, that's what you're saying, it's not Buddha, it says it can't learn to be Akiva. So not be permitted, Buddha also became a Masina. About it, Tifla Shakri versus the children of Buddha. That Buddha says it's true. You can't do a favor, so it's to do a favor. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to Buddha over someone, that's absolutely different. That's an objective benefit. I as a Rabbi Akiva Nami. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva, I'm trying to line book, yeah? Take Tifla Shakri. So he said, Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive coach, commission of Quran, and that's when he got planted. That's when he has to get to a planting itself, which people would put up a fence to sustain it. Even the people would agree to uproot Quran to get rid of Isser, to get his ability, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from them. Which the Gemara says, the soon low. There is nothing honest to go ahead and discuss it. It's good. This phrase is so good. This is like the equivalent of a language. That's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. But therefore, what this means is, now let's go full circle. How do you start? This whole start with by the principle. An apple wants to break his balance of the INS. He asks me, he wants to hire you in June to go and break it through, maybe $50 an hour. Great, so I have to do that. So remember, on one hand, it's no, because therefore that means I want to continue the existence of the day. So that is what I'm just trying to help out. But that being said, do it and cover alone. If it involves the destruction of the sorrow of that prohibited item, even though yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, so I get it. I want to break on its own. I want to break it. I want the plan to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them to keep the proceeds. Because the destruction of the destruction of the sorrow, destruction of the ocean, ultimately is within. So I'm not going to say get paid and cover Allah. Okay. I will say there is a really such an interesting idea. Part of us is society. And that is important as members of society, just as a general approach to living in a greater society, we should vote with taking the approach to living. Yes, you know what? Not the revolution, it's the way. If noise the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or opinions. Live and love. And that's certainly that has to be our approach to society. Another thing, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root. That's the world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be evil. When there's something that is evil, it has to be destruction. It has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads. And unfortunately, it comes before us. Sometimes there was one ultimately, I think we come incredibly good. That's what Rabbi uses to talk about. Yes, destroy the INS. Todd and Rob, because ridding the world of evil is a lot. And it's right. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's far from incredible challenges. We see this is what we think about such an incredible thing. That you think about what the nation is or the state is. It's a good thing. Sometimes you have to live as well. You have to live especially destroy it. Lit. Process is difficult. Process is good. Process is good. But ultimately, when you get to the side of the process, that's when it's real. Tomorrow goes on. When hundreds of speaks again, the same federalists. And they have to discussion. Most hundreds of speak, everybody like, you may have those reality of public knowledge. So what's this is very important. What happens if an sells his item? So Apple sells his item and he has $1,000. Does that money, whatever you want to take on the same identity as the seller itself? Probably. Mito Fest has done that the other week. Doesn't take on the identity, right? Doesn't take on the identity of the idolatry. Or not. So we don't know. So it's very interesting. So I think it's not really now just comes out of the public talk. So Matthew says, I think it's much more. I think it's much more. It's a public sources. He has that money. That money does not need to be idolatrous. That money is just one thing. Listen to this. So here's what happens. Need to handle it. There were these people who came up with Rabbi told them, guys, for you, very good what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then now listen, I watch this. Over here. Rashi says, yeah, look at Rashi. Rashi, look at the Suicide Skyrim. All of these Skyrim, the Anfishim Skyrim, also really well, all those all Anfishim Skyrim. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry. And it's idolatry and idolatry. And also by number one, never be paid. Right? Never have his identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. So you have the money, maybe convert to the money is committed. What do you see from there? Obviously, it sees a lot of like selling. He sells his idol, that cash is committed. So he knows sells it. Tonight, I know, I'm sure the best seller that have, let's go out together with the spread the proceeds and sell on that tree. And it's committed. I know Shanks, even the they got that ball. Maybe that is obviously, they're negating the logical significance of the item. So after giving the value so maybe that's why the proceeds. I don't know. Rabbi Yuma says, here's the thing. We saw trade and show what we did. We went from a Volvo's going on a day. I rent $100,000. So what happened? So I'm going to rent and sold it. Right? Probably the proceeds from the sale. Or, yeah, you necessarily say, okay, say, I went ahead and I like $1,000. He sold this guy in except and then he bought me the proceeds of the sale. What's the what the ultimately again is Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, what I was going to yeah, you mess up. You look up, awesome. Let's say, yeah, in the same case, like, I didn't know it's going to pay you. Maybe the way you have to split this somebody. I only got the process one way. Somebody got a mess up. You got the process. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent $100,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his guy, gets an item, he brings me the proceeds, he's back in debt. Case number two, same thing, I lent $1,000. He says, I want to pay you back. You get a problem, I probably got to sell my idol, I got to pay you this, but he got the proceeds operate. Exactly, give a explanation measures. So what's the distinction? So what's the distinction? Safe on the shoulder, how do you make kilos in? So this is very interesting. So now this is just sort of back up, okay? Here's the difference. The second piece, where the apple says right here, while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence of it. I don't want to continue existence of the wine. I just want to pay them. So because I want it, therefore Shesha because it's the proceeds of my hustle. That's what's that? If you don't see the key, okay, I got it. As we just said before, that's what what's that? When you want to continue existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue the existence of that idol until the apple sells because I want the money. I want to continue the existence of the Inessa because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be awesome? Vatinan, here, this is Vatinan, here, what we call them, Shiyar Shua, the public principles, is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both acting brothers. One converted and one is not. So brother Ger, brother Akon. So what happens? Their father died. Their father died. And they inherit their father. So they want to stick to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, or Yainasek, and let's say religion items. So Ger, Yoko, Loma, Lom, Ata, Lomas, Lokaman, Ba'alimos. So Ata Yainasek, and Keros. So brother Ger, the say to brother Akon, so, brother, you take what the idolatry stuff, you take all the idols stuff, and I'll take the money and you know, if you do that, then you should go, and that's committed. However, then you should go, it's just like it also, obviously. All of this basically is that there was not yet actively taking possession of the Inessa or items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? But there is recourse when you receive, so you get active to be sorry, it's much more powerful. Once a Jew only owns it, they're being carried with it. So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, no problem. There's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger already took possession, then it's possible. So let's say ultimately, what do you see? However, that in this case, brother Ger wants to continue the existence of the idolatry, the Yainasa. But he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence, and therefore it's not to happen. It's not to. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi Baruch and Maslisana Bogus becomes what's the case over here in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about an idol that says you need to yourself, which means that even if it breaks, it's still valid. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains in its whole state or not. Even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Usually says that's fine. That works fine for an idol. Now, how would you explain it to explain the Pharaoh's Hadroni? So what's his name? Adrianic person. So apparently, Rashi points out that here, Adrianic person ultimately was very absorbent. So therefore, you put wine in it, the person that absorbed for so long to a degree that you can take a shard of that personware, put it in the water, and reconstitute that. In that case, also, probably here doesn't care if it casts great doesn't either way, the value is still there. Which the lesson that I'm saying, even if that's something what the dad doesn't care about the fact that it's great, right? But it does care whether or not it's still wants it, so it still wants it to continue existence. And Papa, the Lushas, they're not much helping a riot in this case. They're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance there. No, Shani Lushas are here. Rabbis were naked by Yerusha. In other words, normally, one says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal were naked by Yerusha. And as long as the ger has not yet actively taken possession of the Yainesa or the idols, he is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? And so you take this, but so whatever is not occupied with something. So yes, he wants to continue existence. Right? Why would he make up a ger that people are showing the answer? You are afraid that if the ger has to make a choice between his money, his illusion, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his abilities. So that's not a knock on the ger. That's a reality from nature. Some people as well. Right? Some people as Zal said that in certain cases that the thief doesn't always have to return that which is stolen. So the victim should not accept that was stolen from the money in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. The greatest thief has to return everything that money has. Difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it's not financial. Right? Money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say, well, as long as you have your health, sure. As long as you have your health, and you can pay your bills. Right? Because if you don't have money, it's just easy like you can't hesitate. And many people do not stand up to religious challenges. And there's a choice between religion and the faith that they are yes, the choice between halacha. And ultimately, again, with Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if it's not the only thing in that situation, if there were make like that there, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, you're going to have that state that is comprised of committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of it. What's that other place? Tanya Rocky writes that for this, Imagine when it is so, Shirshu, in the case of Yerusha. And then Shad for us. And in the case of a business partnership with the Asher. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha, but they were not unlimited allowed to occur in the context as well. So we don't look at the person's going to be there in this precarious situation. Better with other guys are playing. So remember, again, all this is the same group of money sitting together. Another question that comes up. Yer Toshan Shin Haka Hans. So let's look and see that. Can a Ger Toshan go ahead? No, let's say, just before you go on, it's a deep Chazal and make it just so you understand the tremendous difference. You look at the structure in a way to make us succeed. That he almost showed wants us to succeed. Simply because of a very skewed view of this work, a very skewed view of life. Now, the truck is very for us to mess up. It's already for us to mess up, so let me set up a punishment that we're going to do. That's a good for the future. The emotion wants for success more than we want for success. The Sal wants for success more than we want for success. We told them about this, we're looking at this, all the scriptures, and we're not looking at this. But we need here to put us on a path of success, not to smack us down when we go ahead and make a mistake. But again, Rothschild understood what we need in order to be successful. Sal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. Incredible. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of no greater happiness. That's in this world and in this world. In this world, as now, constantly success. Okay, question. How do you guys know how to do it? Dear Tosha, I'm not sure about going to so it's a very interesting stuff. Can a dear Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate his action? Remember, has the ability to negate his action, thereby decommissioning it from its status as theological significance. So, dear Tosha, listen, what is the intention? We're going to see there's no focus about the definition of the Tosha. Rashi points out here in the top of the graph, dear Tosha, they know over avodas ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. But again, he's like an athlete with everything else, except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in Echad, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's a man. So does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? Somewhere it says, on one hand, the Chabad about the world of we say, only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Or do what talk about the name, and maybe not. When we say like this, anyone who's going to call it by name, if you're in the parsha of an apple, then you can go ahead and decommission. And this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because he's not Jewish, he's in the parsha of an apple. So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, and he has the power to go ahead and negate it. was going to go that night, so it was a night. This time, all of the battle was on. Well, that means that only someone who worships it can negate it. The someone who doesn't worship idolatry cannot negate it. Therefore, the Gerto shall doesn't have the ability to negate truth. Unless it makes it, at least a question. So, the social is a mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry in the marketplace. Not the natural marketplace, what's that? Actual bustling. So, what's it saying? Remember again. So, let's say, watch, listen to this case. I'm working in the church, working on I see a little place of city around me. If I lift it up, that's fine. I want it to be acquired by you, essentially, everything. So what do? Actually, about so before I pick it up, over the open for having to I can call over when you also back here. Call over and if you have an apple, and you need to negate this decommission, right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this thing. It's permitted. However, again, you should pass on your go. Ain't no already open but again, pick it out. Take possession of it, and that means you cannot be decommissioned. You should unload only for problems in the back of the Logos for Shalom, the Shafadit. And only for Haminakun, the decommission is on the Hobazara, or the Hobazara of his friend, they of God, they She'inah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. Now we're going to find his new friend. Might of God, might of God. What does it mean? What does it mean that the definition is whether he worships it or doesn't worship it? If you want to say that then Hayu Shalom Shafari, we already said that. We just said before that Apple has the ability to theologically decommission his enemies and the enemies of his friend. And a lot of the Obikohan, who might shit in a lot of the Obikohan, right? Ultimately, again, of the means natural act. Who might shit in the what is the non-worshipper? Irritation. Oh. So who is able to go ahead and decommission? Both an actual Irritation is Shmaminol, Irritation Maminol. What do you see here? That Irritation has the ability to do the battle, ultimately to theologically decommission of all desire. Incredible, which the verse says, no. The only way to come to the actual, rather, incredible, the only person who decommission of desire is an actual idol worshiper. I have to commemorate, I knew Shalom Shafar. We said that, then the price is become. He already said that, and the God decommission. Is that one of those, and it's one of those. You know, it says, relation is this. It's two different cases. Reisha, Zed, is Zed Rapar, is Zed Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two outcomes, right? And both worship Papa, or both worship Marcus. Obviously, again, outcome one can negate his idol and his friend's idol. And outcome two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zed Rapar, is idol. Oh. The Seifa is teaching something different. Let's see one who worships Marcus and one who worships Pa'ar. What's the analogy over here? And Apple can worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship. So what's it? So we can see that up this week. Number one, an Apple can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, an Apple can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. Halacha number three is an Apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it. Incredible. Incredible. So you know what it says. Basically, again, no lie about a gear touch. Right? So when it comes to a gear touch, we still like the down Rothschild. Any gear touch, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he even not love it? That's telling us. You know, so basically, when it's a shop, is a gear touch. What's a gear touch? Or should keep it up so it's now getting more definition. What is the definition of a gear touch? So instead of kosher kiva love with the people for David, Shalom Na'amon of one that's come together. Mayor says it's any apple who is accepted by himself in front of three chazos. There was a chaver who sort of coming on and use. So he's careful. He's careful about to do. So in this context, what not just means it's food for a base. Any kind of apple comes in front of a base. And he repudiates idolatry, that's a gift. That's the gift of the shop. Good. That's right now. What do you say? Kosher Kiba, Allah Sheva Mitzvot, Kosher Kiba, Allah Sheva Mitzvot, some say, and again, each of is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the 7 Noah tribe. Because don't seem to apply the base. That's a fair version. Shem was explaining law, it makes it fair. Even Obian, Able to go follow the I'm not sure. I hear them say, not sure. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of good kosher. What is a good kosher? And what is a good kosher? Zeb, their ocean of Elos, should keep them along with only 12 mitzvahs and Muras Patoro, Chutz, make a certain Elos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of a good kosher? A good kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Elos, but he has accepted for himself the rest of the mitzvahs. Pretty shocking definition. Looks like really not told you that the definition of the that he's there, he accepted it for himself in front of the kosher country. So following, he accepted it for himself, Shem's Noah. Aaron, he has accepted it for himself all of the mitzvahs except for one of the kosher. He's not in that kosher. Incredible, incredible. So the Bible goes on. Yachad in Etz, Yain, Tafidu Be'er Shalu Be'Yisrael. What's the Allah is? You can constantly go on with the gift of Shabbos. Like leaving within for a little bit of time, which isn't enough. You can leave within your life for a short amount of time, but you can't be constant within your life for a long time. What's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately again that Rashi says over here. Rashi says over here. We saw my gift of a new self and she knew it so much. The Akiva the Lord Allah will not go on the asset. He will not go from us in the Homer Asa of Hashem. Even the Ila Allah, the Akiva and Iba Allah. We say, it's not a Lua like a Lord. So ultimately, you will put a pleasant wine with him for sure. Not for a longer amount of time because like they certainly we swap out the juice wine for his own. Okay. And this is true even in a city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I said, look, once in the year for sure, you could lose it for sure, but not for a long time. Again, not to the INS, or not to the INS, because this will create idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his going from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's older, for a longer amount of time, it's Shlomo, Kiyeli. It says, and Shlomo is like this one. What is that? Shlomo is the one called Shemen, Mika, Honey, Yayi. It's not what we want to do. It's like, how long? Yeno, Kishlomo. Interesting enough, I don't use it like this. What I saw that is again is wine, is wine is like this oil, just like this, very interesting. So just like this oil is converted, so to ultimately again is water. Look at that. Shmona B'Yayis and Yeno with the number, Shmona Kodesh Shukla about the Shtias. But what does it mean? Is oil is like, excuse me, oil is like this oil. The same that you get enough from this oil, you get enough from this water. You can't drink the wine yourself, but ultimately you can get enough from it. The sharp, cold dollar, cold looking, and for every other thing, are really important. He is like an apple. Shouldn't over Yeno, next. Relay, water, Shimon says, this wine is like the Pesach, or others say ultimately again, water, ultimately again for consumption, for sure. So it's actually because of it. We'll pick up the next section. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? Anything else? We shard part by recording we see from the other happens like an apple to get to up is like an apple regarding every other matter. The light itself, ultimately, again, there is no one that says that the shut is like an apple like everything else. What does that mean? First thing it says, love in the back of the gospel hugging, can't have the gospel hugging. So it doesn't get because there's really good part of this whole thing that get touched on stuff. That started with you trying to figure out, does it get touched on to negate idolatry, if you eventually decommission idolatry. So now we just got finished saying that in this respect, Again, Rothschild is unique. But I mean, other than that, I don't feel like it doesn't that mean that just as an actor can theologically decommission and negate that Holy Spirit, so too can a get Rothschild. So too can a get Rothschild. For which the Gemara says, no, no, that brings up, no. Litin, the Shus, or without the Shus. No, it actually uses the words. It means actually to make a Shabbos. What is the word for Shabbos? Because it also is December. The song, the word, the Shabbat Shabbos, which is most sense. So just put Erev Hatzos. If you have multiple ones that are going to go to you cannot carry from a home into a familiar to what having right here essentially means we collect food from all of the members of the council. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one home. Remember that here, it's literally half the home is the council, plus it's but a look at is if we have a Jew who did not join into the council, he can yield his rights. Let's see if Shabbos started. I forgot to put this thing in moving right focus on the eighth. He can yield his rights to the other members of the council. If there is a non-Jewish resident, the halacha is you have to rent his rights. You cannot simply yield his rights, you have to rent his rights from him. So watch this. The Gemara says, we saw them, the Shana Shabbos of the Shop, Mevato Rishus. Ultimately, again, the other Yisrael, which unfortunately again is the Yisrael, who so as long as externally he's not an apostate, right? As long as externally, like right, and publicly keep Shabbos, privately keep Shabbos, but at least in publicly keep Shabbos. What's that? The Vato Rishus, only if he didn't participate in the event, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the apostate. Shema Shana Shabbos of the Shop, in the Vato Rishus, but again, if you publicly hold Shabbos, and essentially like it is like an act when it's not enough to yield his rights to the rights. Rather, you have to rent his rights. Make sure you slow most in the Rishus and the Rishus, right? You slow ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, or the other Hashis. Ultimately, you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, we are saying that when you say, so this is just God's will, Ketzad, over the law, of course, say how God's yield his right to the other residents. So over the law, you should see clearly, and hereby give over my rights. Right? My rights to the puzzles. Or you should see the repellers, or my rights are negated to you. Or ultimately, it works for the purpose of getting Jewish residents acquired the rights of this non-participatory Jew to be participatory. So look, they talk this message. Many of you follow this. So just in general, about Erev Hatzilos, again, you need to be in position of all Jewish residents. In general, if you're a Jewish resident, you did not participate, even on Shabbos, if you wield his rights, or being the back, or just simply negate his Jewish rights, and you're talking about everywhere else to utilize in Christ. Even if he's in the Israel Muller, as long as he publicly comes across as Jewish, ultimately again, he can yield, or he can go ahead and by Hakum, you have to go ahead and acquire this rights. When the Israel Muller is publicly a Muller, he's treated like a this of the ones that's therefore, when we said before that their kosher ultimately again is treated like a kosher for all other things, whether it's things, with a gear kosher. When you choosing the kosher one for the casinos, they must rent space, the rights ultimately again of the gear kosher. Now, whether or not the gear kosher could actually go on the Jewish Sarah, and there's a say, you'll see it tomorrow's staff. Better for you, what is that? Any experience of this is for all of you, you should do this. so structures and to be referring with all of you this morning. Begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share to thank our annual fund for our sponsors. This is Shop and Versus of dedicated fund featuring Brussels this year. This is this from sales for this for this year. And corresponds to the month of Av, Abu and Flores Peter and raising in honor of their parents, Israel raising, Dina Drazer, and Rosenzweig in memory of Stanley Rosenzweig and Rafa. Our weekly learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Fake Wolf, National Yard Site, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, and Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler in memory of their father, Ben Adler, father, Baruch Mordecai, Ben, and radio office. Phone sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Rochel, Sass, the families in the pregnancy, the finish up of the audience, and our results to be successful for the best. With that, let us begin. Today's daf is SoundCloud 64. A really incredible daf ahead of us today. We are picking up from Sunday Gino on the days 63b. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 runs up from the bottom. Also, we're not going to move up so again, we're not going to move up. That's what we hear about Ami Babani. We hear about Ami sitting with him. We must be also the Kabbalah, my bride. We have to call him Hashem. Listen to the fascinating expression. Safra Mishra V'Yayin Nesa. What is the halacha if an Afghan hires a Jew to smash barrels of yayin? I said, here, when this Afghan comes over to the bank, so I'm going to pay $50 an hour. Do me a favor, smash these barrels of yayin stuff. Now, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the religious Muslim? Also, remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity or dealing with items that themselves may be asuramis. Here, the Akum is asking me to do something with Yayin Nesa, or he's asking me to destroy Yayin Nesa. He's going to take me for it. So, am I allowed to keep those proceeds? We are real people who don't speak people. Us, this is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. And I want the existence of it. The barrels was a great one. I would use the opportunity to break them and use the barrels. Interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, I'm going to get against the process, but look at actually just the moment. We are being a Kiva, 3 months after the line of action. The strong cell notes it, the Kiva shall come your side. You actually want the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishtabut, Shalom Lamb. I don't know, removing doesn't want them to break on them. Actually, Shabbat Guru, he tells them us. So do we say that since the Jew actually wants, and it's interesting to think about this, but actually the Jew actually wants the Yain message to remain in existence. I don't want it to break. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain. And therefore, again, it's possible. On the other hand, this is an instruction of Yain message, instruction of the result. This is a good thing. This is different. Sure, one can also name existence, but again, ultimately, to extract the result is from the proceeds. Ultimately, again, should be fascinating child. So Rahman says, Yishbar and Rahman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go and you got a that is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see what this is. Let me prove to this. You should know. Ain't orchard to know a bit of so let's say again. An active kind of translation, right? Clients for goodness. So wheat, we had such a just 2 days ago. Wheat and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines. That's what I would guess. For this mixture. So if the COVID is planting for the Jew can't go ahead and assist him in the overloom is like home. Third, they can't do that. That's 64. About open, you won't be able to unfortunately, let's say I can hire some minutes, listen, silver. To me, they very pleasant to lie, not okay. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though I get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want his assistance on Kilai. Because if I'm saying uproot on your own, I lose out on my muscle. So Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is enough. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from the forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in the destruction of the item, even though you by definition want to continue the existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you can get paid for it as opposed to doing it yourself. So there's a Savua, second line from the top 64. Savua, Amar, who's it being? So the key is the Amar, and the kind of the line with it's very interesting to be in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of capital, but you can't do anything that sustains it. For example, it actually plays out over here that let's say someone's planted a line, I pop a line, and the officer asks me to put up a fence around the line. And the Akiva says, awesome. Why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of the line. Even though putting up a fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be possible to decide very well. And in that case, the fact that it is covering the seeds with correct. So in that case, I'm trying to look at and give up this right and this stuff because there you're actively directly participating in driving the brand. The king of Kiva says, at the time. And the king says, only if you do anything to sustain it. For example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. My friend Rabbi, where should we keep it? It's called Sotcha the Tizra Kilayim. Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elisaraya, I'm going to prohibition of planting. Mekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, like even like putting up the fence? I'm going to learn low Kilayim. As what says here, it's interesting over here. You guys making a little bit of a play on words. A little play on words. So again, whereas actually kind of splicing it was like low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately again enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, which is something that sustains it. That's going to be possible. Ilu, Gemara says the Ilu, and you would take Tesla Shari. Ultimately, interesting, you're not even going to give up. How do you go to the Kiva? The prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kiva. Or not if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kiva. So Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily, no. It doesn't be that thing that rather, Amma, who's it? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be open to really Manisha. No, it's not true. According to the Rabbanon, it's Rabbanon. Rabbanon is going to be a fence, right? Because Rabbanon only can be a kiva. Rabbanon holds that you can be planted or actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supporting the kiva, like putting up a fence they hold these looks. So if putting up a fence is important, you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get food for uprooting. Essentially, it's not going to be which the Gemara says, Alphamas, is very interesting. Here, they call Alpha interesting. Where ultimately, again, I have uprooting the Kilayim, which is free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So once the Kilayim just really the Amar, lifting the hand, Rastina, awesome. Ultimately, the beauties of the opinion, that I'm not my son, who I know that is a favorite one. Like he actually had this beginning of it, so I was saying, all the focus what most of the that's common people. But he says, don't give up this free. You can't just leave for half for free. If the free favors the structural level of you still can't do it. So you should not just like that. You do the the fact that you're setting this up for Yehuda, so that they're going to be exposed. You might be permitted. Yehuda also be given a seal. It's Titzvah Shakir. Versus but you says it's true. You can't do a faith so as to give a free will. It's going to a faith of but to do something to help you have those desires, that's absolutely clear. It's a good thing. That's about captain benefit. I am as a Rabbi Akiva now. I thought that's Rabbi Akiva. I'm Rabbi Akiva. I'm trying to lie me, yeah. And then you take this law shepherd. See, so I'm Rabbi Akiva. Even though Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of killers, they're not really looking at planting. Not only kinas can get to a planting itself, which is the first fence, it's sustainable. We're going to be would agree to use killing to get rid of this certainty, the losing ability is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from the which the Gemara says is so low that if nothing else to go ahead and discuss it. It's not so it's great. This phrase is so good. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like, Sulomi, and that's it, we're done. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. So therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go for the circle. How do we start? This is supposed to start by the principle. Apple wants to break his barrels of Galileans. He asks Suri, he wants to hire a new Jew to go and break his own, pay me $50 a barrel. No, I'm not to do that. So remember, on one hand, it's no. He says, therefore, that means I want to continue the existence of the benefits of all this up. I'm just trying to play this out. But nothing said is do it and come up along. If it involves the destruction of the result of mathematically prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want to continue the existence of the INS that I get, I want to break it myself, I want to break it. I don't want the plan to be completely myself, I want to make this. And nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and keep the proceeds of the destruction of full destruction. Zero destruction of prohibition ultimately is a good thing. So Matthew says you get paid and follow Allah. I must say, it really is such an interesting idea. And there's a part of us in this society live in that way. And that is important. As members of society, we just general approach to different. In a society, we should take the approach of people. Yes, it's not about religion. It's the world. Nor is it the state's judgment. And everyone else's lifestyle choices are really, and that's to a certain degree that has to be our ultimate society. Another sort of teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root is irrelevant. And when there's something that is wrong, it has to be wrong. When there's something that is wrong, it has to be wrong. When there's something that's wrong, it has to be slashed, it has to be destroyed. Because if we let evil take root, then it spreads, and unfortunately it becomes the norm. Sometimes then those loyalties become ultimately again become incredibly important. That's where Matthew uses this question of yes, destroying the INS is tunnel and love lesson. Because ridding the world of evil is a rough one. It is rough. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this in what think about such an incredible faith. Which you think about the love of the nation of Israel, the state of Israel, is moving on. And sometimes we think that like the rule is just blind force, right? Just time. It's between the worlds, journey. And yet, again, it's hard because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, just see what's right, what's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes it is a good and a good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishmar to Kara. Sometimes it doesn't have evil, if the breath is destruction, destroy it, do it, or ultimately the process is good, the process is good, the process is good. But ultimately we get to the side of the process, that's what it's working. The Gemara goes like, we're 100 lost speak, so again, the same federalists today. And they have to have a question, those 100 lost speak, and come about like, we may have to become the other reasons for the opposite. So what's existing by the opposite? What happens if Apple sells his idol? So Apple sells his idol and he has now $4,000, $7,000. Does that one independently take on the same identity as the other subjects? Now, Mitofes has done that the other way. Does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm going to So So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing. So we stop with the mail, let's come out with the public club. So nothing says, I think it's going to. I think it's going to. That is the sources of everything. He has that money. That money does not go to the idolatrous. But rather, that money is just mundane. Listen to this. Here's what happens. بيتهنوا وزقصوا في الغابة. والذي يقيم الغابة حرضوا يزيدوا الغابات بيسلخوا يصير skies. It's fascinating. So that means like this. You really speak the king of Rabbi, where a person Rabbi, and he wants to be built. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, you need to sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry, and then you have the cash. After you do that, then I listen and watch this. What's over here? Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Rashi, if you have the Suez guy, all of these guys will have this guy will also do what I know as well. Because remember, if they convert, it's still only idolatry, then that's idolatry of Jew. Idolatry by Jew, number one, can never be gay. Right? Can never have this potential. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert to the money is permitted. What do you see from that? Obviously, you see from that, if I want the money sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So he says, my title, we shouldn't have settled it yet, but let's go home and get out of the fun part so that the proceeds of the sale of our true are in hands of the is permitted. I have to kill the shiny, even the way God I bought that. In that case, since the process of conversion, obviously, they're negating the logical burn. So I'm going to give the download is so that's how the process. Elevate the help. Elevate help. Now the Gemara says, here's the truth. We saw Shai Moshe while we don't talk. We look for a focus for problem day. I lent $1,000. So what happened? So the Apple went and sold his Apple. Right? We got with the proceeds from the sale. Or, Yainess in the same case, I went ahead and I lent $1,000. He sold his Yain. And then he got the proceeds of the sale. What's the law? But ultimately, again, it's more. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. I'm thinking actually, let's say the Apple SIM case, $1,000. They pay you, either way, yeah, it's going to sell that. I am that proposal, so I'm going to sell my yes, I have that proposal. In that case, it's awesome. So again, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his item, goes off, sells his item. I said, I have no idea. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved on. Case number two, same thing. I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my NSF. Then he comes back with the proceeds pop up. I effectively give a rational. So what's the distinction? Like I said, let's use these two cases. Sheshas, safe from the shul, but probably make you also. So this is very interesting. So now this is the circle back of the previous circle. And here's the difference. The second piece, where the option says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want to continue existence. I want to continue existence for one, because I want to get paid. So because I want it, therefore Sheshas process the process of us. And this was like, if you don't see the community I got, that's what we just said before, that's what the numbers are saying. When you want existence, and I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want to continue existence of that. I will tell you how it says I want money. I want to continue the existence of the INSF because I want money. But I'm not doing it to facilitate the continued existence of these corporate items. Why should it be us? Rothschild, here is what it's like. Here, what people call it. Shiyar Shu'at, the this is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both brothers. One converted and one is flooded. So brother Ger, brother Uncle. So what happens when your father dies? Your uncle, father dies. In the estate is say, we're going to so here, animals. So anti-gainas, anti-theos. So brother here is saying to brother Apple, so brother, take all the idolatry stuff, you take all the animals stuff, and I'll take money and minerals. You can do that. Then you should go, and that's cool. However, then you should always just like you're also all of this piece of business here is not yet actively in possession of items. Obviously, once that happens, it's like the well, there is see, so you get so that's much more. Once that you know behind it, you're really very little. So as long as brother there has not yet taken possession of these items, he's not providing his increase. However, if brother there is a possession of his vessel, so this is ultimately what he sees. However, in this case, brother there wants the continued existence of the idolatry, the idols, but he's not doing anything active to promote his continued existence. And therefore, it's what's up. So what's the problem? Which is Rabbi Baruba Mafisa Nabos what's the case over this Mishnah? This Mishnah is talking about how idols is made out of bricks, which means that bricks is still bad. So therefore, again, Mother Gare doesn't actually care for the names. It's just even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the rest of that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then of the items? The Pharisees contract it's mostly things. Adrianic. So apparently, the interaction comes out from here. Adrianic or We're going to be putting wine in or for absorbing but you can take a shard of that where put it in water and reconstitute it. In that case, also, water here doesn't take care of stuff like casks, great because of the value is still the king. Which the rest of the ones that are lots of initially people show that. Even if that's something that brother there doesn't care about that way, right? He does care about that. He still wants existence. Papa, Lucius, again, don't bring a riot for instance. We're bringing a riot in the case of the inheritance. There, no. Shani Lucius, again, that kilo bara. Rabbis will make it by Yerusha. In other words, normally, the United States perhaps in this case should be problematic. But halacha raisa, Chazal will make it by Yerusha. As long as the get has not yet actively taken possession of the asset of the idols, is absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right? So if you take this, you take the whatever is stuff, I'll take the stuff. Yes, he wants to continue existence. Why? Why would they make it by here? That Zera Shemin Yatsu. We are afraid that if we get has to make a choice between his money, his short and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his religion. So that's not that's the reality is motivation. So he's not there as well as right? There's a shopping. It's not says in certain places that the thief doesn't always have to return that which is victim should accept that stolen in order to go out and facilitate the thief's creative everything just the purpose of people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Money is necessary. And as much as we say, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health, then you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, you just and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There is a choice between religion or faith. If he has to choose between Allah and ultimately again as Rothschild, he made the choices again, not because of again, because it's human nature. So if it's not going to put in that situation, make a life better, understand that often this kind of place you have in statements comprised of many items, therefore allowed him to keep many items in his brother. Also, I love your rice. What's this? I don't know. When is this so? Sheer this illusion. I don't understand this. And then it gives us a business partnership with the officers. So even here, it says all about certain context of illusion, and they would not have normally allowed to occur in the context as well. So you don't know the person is still there in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. Other lesson I was wondering if all this is the same people that are sitting today. Another question. Garrett Tosha, Marshi, Haka, so what's the very interesting piece? Can it get Tosha? Can it get Tosha? Go ahead, we will say just before we go on. You say that Chazal when they go back, just to see what is the majority of circumstances. However, it's structured in a way to make us succeed. That it almost should hold up. Wants us to succeed. Secrets of otherwise, feel much more otherwise. Yeah, right. Trump was waiting for us to see us. All waiting for us to mess up. Levy some kind of punishment and that's a really feels the truth. The emotional wants our success, we want our success. Hassan wants our success more than we want our success. All of the high office, all of the leaders, all of the scriptures, even all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, not to smack us down when we go and we make a mistake. But again, Trump understood what we need in order to be successful. Hassan understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, that's how we work. To a little greater that's it. This world doesn't answer. In this world, Chazal constantly successful. Another question. Other yes or no? Dear Kosha, now she had all this time, so it's very interesting. Can a dear kosher go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, as the ability to negate his idolatry, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theologicus. So, dear kosher, let's see what is it? What is it? What is the definition of kosher? Rashi points out the very top of the graph, dear kosher, ain't no ovid brothers. Ultimately, again, he doesn't worship idolatry. So, Rabbi wants to come with idols. But again, he's like everything else except he doesn't worship idolatry. Right? He believes in a Krishna, he believes in God, he doesn't worship idolatry. But in every other respect, he's imaginary. So, does such a person have the ability to decommission idolatry, to negate idolatry? As Gemara says, on one hand, the Palach about the world we say only one who worships idolatry can decommission idolatry. Only one who cover the day, I find it. Maybe not for it's anyone who's going to call a sign day. If you're in the parsha of an animal, then you can go back and this guy is in the parsha. It's not Jewish. It's not Jewish. So because it's not Jewish, it's the parsha of the So because of that, even though Baruch Hashem, he himself doesn't worship idolatry, but he has the full option to go ahead and negate it. Because I'm going to do that now, so I'm also have to stand up the color of the possible. Well, that means that someone who worships it can negate it. But someone who doesn't worship idolatry can negate it. Therefore, the Gertrude show doesn't have the ability to negate idolatry. That's a basic question. Listen. Himself should have that mission. So, went ahead and found idolatry. That's a marketplace. What's up? Actually, I'll bust me. So, what's it saying? Remember again. So, let's say, listen to this case. I'm working in the ship, working in the office. I see people, I was sitting there. If I lift it up, that's probably it's what is required by you to essentially get out of the machine. So what do? I should have said this before I pick it up. Over the open book of the back, I can pull over, and decommission this decommission. Right? Theological decommission. So go ahead and engage in theological decommission of this book. It's permitted, however, again, we should pass on the other. Ain't no form of the open but again, take possession of it. At that point, you cannot be decommission. כוכבים אינן כוכבות, יש כוכבים שלום ושחרים. ולא בכוכבים אנחנו, even missionaries on the Holy Zara, or the Holy Zara of Israel. Day of God, day in Shekinah. Whether he worships it or he doesn't worship it. And when he finds it, night of God, night of God. What does it mean? What does it mean? Whether he worships it or doesn't worship it. Either way, if you want to say the Holy Zara, then Harim Shalom Shacharim, you don't say just as the Torah has the ability to actually teach the mission. He's having his own, and he has his own his friend. And the love of God over the in my shit, a love of God over the right? Ultimately, again, of God means natural act. In my shit, what does it mean? It's not a worshiper, yes, oh. So who is able to go ahead and do the mission? Both natural. Get closer, that we have the only season here, but get closer has the ability to be the backbone, ultimately, to the mind of the condition of the soul. Incredible, which the Lord says, no, the only way to look at rather, if I will be the only person in the condition, it's actual idol worship. I come it, I will show up shuffle. He said, well, he said that, and the price is redundant. He already said that God is in commission. He's having his own up in his own level. The Gemara says, Reisha, this is the next two different cases. Reisha, Zed, Marcus. Reisha is teaching you like this. If you have two actors, right, and both worship Alpha, or both worship Marcus, obviously, again, actor one can negate his idol and his friend's idol, and actor two can negate his idol and his friend's idol. Seifa, Zel, oh, the Seifa is teaching something different. Let's say one who worships Marcus and one who worships Alpha. What's the reality over here? And actually, you worship an idolatry even if he doesn't worship it. So let's say, so we're just clear about this detail. Number one, you actually can negate his own idolatry. Good. Number two, you actually can negate his friend's idol if they worship the same idolatry. And halacha number three is an apple can negate his friend's idolatry even if he worships it differently. Incredible. So the Gemara says, basically again, no lie about a gear kosher. Right? So when it comes to a gear kosher, we still have to have a gear kosher, which is a Gentile who repudiated idolatry, can he be without trouble? Is a gear kosher? What's a gear kosher? Kosher kiva, so it's now the definition. What is the definition of a gear kosher? So instead of kosher kiva, like if you do for freedom, Shalom Meir says it's any apple who is accepted on himself in front of three chavim. It wasn't chaver who discovered for chavim on the knees. Someone is careful. Someone is careful about two. So in this context, the conscious it just means it's in front of a base. Anytime an apple comes in front of a base, and he repudiates idolatry, that's a gear kosher. That's the gear kosher. Good. That's what I mean. I'm saying, kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos. So kosher kiva Allah sheva mitzvos shekikoren. I'm saying, a gear kosher is any Gentile who has accepted upon himself the seven Noah time. He's not become don't seem to require days. That's a gear kosher. Sheva mitzvos shekikoren. The next is a gear kosher. Freedom only. Able to go above the gear kosher. Not true. Hear them say natural aesthetic. Neither of these definitions satisfy the definition of gear kosher. What is a gear kosher? And the instant gear kosher, Zed gear from the Velos, Shekiba among the Penny, Mitzvahs, Namulas, Batola, Chutz, Me'isr Nevelos. So this is very interesting. What is the definition of gear kosher? The gear kosher is someone ultimately again who eats not kosher, eats the Velos, but he has accepted upon himself the rest of the mitzvahs. It's a pretty shocking definition. I must say, three main approaches out there, definition of gear kosher. Rabbi Meir, accepted upon himself in front of the ways of idolatry. Chachamim, he accepted upon himself Shem Yisrael. Chayrim, he has accepted upon himself all of the mitzvos except for one of the mitzvos. He's Latin, not kosher. Incredible, incredible. And the Raisi goes on, Yachadim Etzlo, Yain, Ve'imah, Etzlo, if you look at your Shem Yisrael, what's in our local is, you can constantly go on and look at yourself, right? You can leave it within for a little bit of time. I should say, you can leave within the right for a short amount of time, but you can't deposit within the right for a long amount of time. So, what's the reason? What are we concerned about here? What are we concerned about here? We're concerned ultimately about that. Rashi says, Rashi says over there, we saw Maniach, but when we saw Hashemimech, so much thinking of it, and even the Lokala, or no, the Romanasa, the Mago, from the Asana Amadesa of Hashem. Even the Ima Nova, even when he will be about Allah. He said, it's not a muad, like a message. So ultimately, I think we can deposit wine with him for a short amount of time. Not for a longer amount of time, because what they certainly may swap out the juice wine for his own okay. And this is true even in the city where the majority of the inhabitants are Jews. So as I look at the here for a shot, you could leave it in mind for a short amount of time, not for a long time, get an opportunity I guess, or an opportunity I guess, because it's repudiated idolatry. Right? But we are concerned that over time, for a longer amount of time, he may switch his mind from the Jews. So for a short amount of time, it's good, for a longer amount of time, it's Shmano Kiyena. So it says, and his oil is like his water. What is that? Shmano things like that. Shana, meat, the honey, yain. It's not what we want with his oil. Oil can't be used. It's not Ella, Yengo, Kishmano. Interesting enough that what he uses like this. And Allah, when I saw that ultimately again is his wine, excuse me, his wine is like his oil. Just like this. Very interesting. That just like his oil is permitted, so to ultimately again is his water. I think it actually just means Rashi Shmano Rumi Abigaris and Yeno Kutabana, Shmano Kudim Shukra Hashem Makilo Abishtias. But what does it mean that his oil is like, excuse me, his wine is like his oil? But the same that you get enough from his oil, you get enough from his water. You can't drink the wine of the yourself, and ultimately you can get enough from his water. The sharp called Gover, ultimately, and for every other thing, he is like an apple. First of all, Shimon Omer, Yeno, Yano, Nasa. Relay, Mutter, Shimon says, this wine is like Yano Nasa, but others say, ultimately, again, Mutter, ultimately, again, for consumption. So this will actually pause up there right now. We'll pick up the next session. Actually, let's finish. Let's finish this. What do you see from there? The sharp part of the body we see from the other one, it's like an apple to the shop, was like an apple regarding every other matter. Reminding us, ultimately, again, it doesn't mean when we say that the apple, that's what is that? First, the says, love, and the back of the gospel clothing, can't go gospel clothing. Doesn't that position really get very responsive like their proportion is like that started if you try to figure out does it get proportion to negate idolatry if you actually do permission idolatry. So now you just got finished that in this respect your Tosha is unique. But in the other matter is like an apple. Doesn't that mean that just as an apple can theologically do permission and negate that on his own, so too can it get Tosha? So too can it get Tosha? To which the Gemara says, no, leaking the shoes in the shoes. No, actually, it means something else. It means actually shots. What is the top shots? Was it like December? The song, the Shabbat Shabbat was also eight Hasanas. If you have multiple ones, you cannot carry from a home into that place. Somebody goes to the court without anything. Right? Eight essentially means the correct food and all of the inhabitants are. They join together, and that joint food makes it into the domain of one whole. And if they pass the home to the cluster, cross into the what it is, if you have a Jew who did not join into the cluster, he can use his rights. Let's see if Shabbos started. He can yield his rights to the other members of the cluster. If there is a says, "Visolmeno, Vishara Shabbos Bishop, Levato Lushus." Ultimately, again, the other Solomon, unfortunately, again, is being slow to hasty. So as long as externally she's not, as long as externally, right, in public is deep shadows. Privately is shadows. But at least in the public is deep shadows. And what's the public? Well, the back delicious. All he needs to do if he didn't participate in the meeting, he just needs to essentially yield his rights to someone else in the public. Shein Mishar Shabbos is short, in the back delicious, but again, it's to publicly violate this. And essentially, like I said, he's like in fact doing it, it's not enough for him to limit his rights on the rights. Rather, you have to grant his rights. Meishamu, Yisrael, no sin Mishos in the Mishos, right? Yisrael ultimately again has the ability to go ahead and yield his right, give up his rights, or give over his rights to the other residents, and the Ovid will have it at Shibis. By conflict, ultimately, and you have to rent. You have to rent. So therefore, again, the worst thing that we say, so that's just lost in Ketsa, over a lot, so say, how does the youth, for example, yield his right to over his rights? So, over a law, you should see communal health. I hereby give over my rights. I give my rights to the country, or you should see me would tell us, or my rights are negated to you. Ultimately, it works for the purposes of the Jewish residents required. The rights of this non-participatory Jew to be participating in the Europe, they are discussed with many people. So, just in general, about Europe potatoes, again, you read the constitution of all the Jewish residents. In general, if you have a Jewish resident who did not participate, even on Shabbos, speaking yield his rights, or being the bank, or just simply negate his ownership rights from the crossing down as everyone else to be allowed to participate. Even if he's in a strong ruler, as long as publicly he comes across as Jewish, ultimately again he can yield or he can go ahead and or he can by Apple, you have to go ahead and acquire his rights. And the strong ruler who is publicly a ruler is treated like a full circle. As I said before, when we said before that their culture ultimately again is treated like a campus. All other things, with a gear kosher, you are choosing the first one to make it clear of zeros, they must rent space, they must rent rights ultimately again of the gear kosher. Now, whether or not the gear kosher is actually going to be the Zara, we're going to say, you'll see a small staff, back everyone, what about every kind of experience that this is from point of view, which not everyone has. It's like a great opportunity to tell all of you this morning to begin by thanking all of our sponsors for this morning's share of faith. Our annual conference, social versus of banking and publishing Russia's this year is a Swiss for sales figures for Israel. And corresponds to the month of Av, Abalim, and Clovis Peter and Jason in honor of their parents, Israel Jason, Dina Drazen, Dean Moses writing in memory of Stanley Moses writing in Rafa. Our weekend learning sponsors, Dr. Evan Faith Wolf, Commissioner of the website, Dr. Wolf's father, Cyrus Wolf, Shalom, Ben, Steve Hirsch, Rafa, Nathan and Beth Adler, in memory of their father, Ben Adler, father of Mordecai, Ben, Morgan, Roberts. Learning sponsors for today, Jerry Applebaum, in memory of his beloved mother, Rosen Applebaum, Russell, class, the families in the almost neighbors who shall have better controlling resources, revolutionary revolution, all of us to be shadow and color, and our services success and follow us. And as with that, let us begin. Today's math is $7.64. Really incredible math with us today. We are picking up on some days. 63B. We are picking up 2, 4, 6, 7 ones and so we're not going to rule out our copy. So again, we're not going to rule out our copy. That's what we hear about Ami Rabbi. We hear about Ami, we're sitting with him. The University Yosef, we have my bride. We asked the following question. This is a fascinating situation. Safra Lishbar Yayin Nesa. What is the halacha if an Akum hires a Jew to smash barrels of yainis? Let's say, imagine this Akum comes over to the bank, I'm going to pay you $50 an hour. You need a favor to smash these barrels of yainis. Mahu, what is the halacha? Is the Jew allowed to receive, to accept, to keep the wages from his process? Remember again, in yesterday's daf, we were dealing with the concept of funds or income that is generated from what may or may not be permitted activity. They're dealing with items that themselves may be survival. So here, the Akum is asking me to do something with the IMS, but he's asking me to destroy the IMS. He's going to pay me for it. So am I allowed to keep those proceeds? The Gemara says, no, what's that about? We are meaning to give little speak to us. This is very interesting. On one hand, I want the existence of the IMS. Why do I want the existence of the IMS? Because if I was to break on the phone, I would lose the opportunity to break in and lose the finance. So interestingly enough, I want the existence of the IMS because I want it. Therefore, maybe that makes the choices, but look at Rashi just a moment. We have been on Kiva, we learned that the one on Rashi, the Israel Zerotze, the Kiva Shachar Yosei. She actually wants the existence of these barrels. Shalom Yishkabu, Shalom Land. I don't know her living doesn't want me to break on them. Actually, Shabbat Rule, he tells us. So let me say that since the Jew actually was, this is the thing about this, right? The Jew actually was the Yain Nesek to remain in existence. I don't want it to remain in existence. So therefore, maybe that's considered the proceeds from Yain Nesek. And therefore, again, it's awesome. On the other hand, this is the destruction of the destruction of the Messiah. This is a good thing. This is a good thing. Sure, what else in existence, again, ultimately, to describe what the Zara is the proceeds, ultimately, again, should be a fascinating child. I don't know. So the Rahman says, Yishbar the Rahman says, no, take the job, Jew, take the job, get the money, and tell our brother you should be blessed. You have the opportunity to go to the root after the root out of the Torah. That is a good thing. Take the money and go. So let me see it. Ain't ultra so let's say again. And after my plan is for doing this. So wheat, that's actually just 2 days ago. Wheat, and let's say for example, wheat and grapevines. That's the how we get it. So we can forbid next year. So if the public becomes planting for money, the Jew can't go ahead and assist in the kind of ultra means like oh, to see the third, they can't do that. How about some of that? 64. Okay, we won't be able to do it. What can I do? I can uproot, right? I can uproot killing. Then I am allowed to do the dashi. Again, Lashlicha will even the Achal of the road to be Kulish, the Akmi Alek, let's say Akmi hires and name is listen silver. Do me a favor, I try to now get. But let's say again, he asks me to uproot it. I am allowed to do that even though you get paid for working with Kilai, right? And I want the existence of Kilai because if the flags in my upper level, oh, I lose out on my side. So the Gemara says, so it appears from here, this is not. But nothing says you are allowed to go ahead and benefit financially from a forbidden item when that benefit ultimately again results in destruction, even though you by definition want the continued existence of the prohibited item because you want to be the one who destroys it so you get paid for it as opposed to being destroyed on its own. So there's a Savua, second one can count 64. Savua Amar, who's a baby. So the key is we put the Amar and the kind of the Kilayim work. It's very interesting. They keep a hold of it in general. Not only is there a prohibition to plant items, not only is there a prohibition to go ahead and facilitate growth of turkey, but you can't do anything that's sustainable. For example, Rashi points out over here that let's say someone's going to be flying, right? I'm going to fly, and it asks you to put up a fence around the kingdom. Rabbi Akiva says, also, why? Because the act of putting up a fence, by definition, is part of the sustaining of children. Even though putting up the fence has nothing to do with the actual plant itself, nevertheless, it is going to be also going to be signed very well. And nafish means breathing, and chata means covering the seed. Correct. So nafish and I look at and get out the spark because again, this time because there you're actively and directly participating in the bloody the king of Kiva says actively kind. And the Kiva says even if you do anything to sustain the king, for example, put up the fence around the Kilayim, that's going to be problematic as well. For instance, my family, where is the Kiva? Plus it says, do not plant Kilayim in the field. In the Elazareh, I'm going to publish the planting. Nekayim. How do I know that I'm not even allowed to do something to sustain the actual growth itself, that even like putting up the fence? Amalemar, low Kilayim. So it's interesting over here. It reminds me a little bit of a play on words. A little bit of play on words. So again, Mars actually kind of slicing the concept of low Kilayim. You can't do anything that ultimately, again, enables the existence of Kilayim, even if it's not directly involved with the actual plant itself, but just something that sustains it. That's going to be special. Ilu, Gemara says, Ilu, the middle they test Hashari. And ultimately, interestingly enough, even according to the Kiva, the prohibition ultimately is something that sustains the Kiva. What about if somebody's going to pay me to uproot the Kiva? So the Pashtos, it sounds like that is going to be totally interesting. Gemara says, not necessarily. No, it doesn't be that in the rather, who's the king? Is this Rabbanon? It's Rabbanon. Rabbanon might be opening a field meaning very sharp. But that's not true. According to the Rabbanon, this is Rabbanon. Rabbanon even put up a fence. Because Rabbanon only can be a keeper. Rabbanon only indicate with plants when they're planted. They'll actively do something that facilitates the growth of the plant itself. Some type of like supply they're putting the plants they hold is mutter. So if putting up a fence is mutter, and you can get paid for that, then certainly again you can get paid for uprooting it. So sure it's not going to be. To which the Gemara says, Hachamas, Kina is very interesting. What's the case over here? The Ka'avid Bechina. Oh, interesting. Where ultimately, again, I am uprooting the Kilayim for free. Yaakov asked me to do it, and I'm doing it for free. So that's the point. Ultimately, the Yehudi is of the opinion that Allah and you are not allowed to do a favor from him. Like he actually has the meaning of it. So Yosef and me. So I'm not focus what Yosef and me means. That is mean compliment them and give them a sting on the Yehudi says, don't give out this thing, you can't work for free. You can't do something for an outcome for free. Even if the free favor is disrupting the whole Sarah, you still can't do it. So the Shemar says, Yehuda, Nishma Rabbi Akiva, La. The fact that you're saying it's not from Yehuda, something according to Rabbi Akiva is not be permitted. Yehuda also Litni Masina. Aval Neinte Tifla Shapin. Gemara says, no, according to Yehuda. And Yehuda says it's true. You can't do a favor, so as to give a free gift. You can't do a favor for him. But to do something to uproot our desire, that's absolutely committed. That's a good, that's a objective benefit. I am, so Rabbi Akiva Nami. Afa Rabbi Akiva, Rabbi Akiva, Mekayim Kilayim Mokeh, and the Ute Tifla Shakir. And you say something according to Rabbi Akiva. Even Rabbi Akiva was a more expensive, approach to the prohibition of Kilayim. They're not really Kilayim planted. That's when you can't see the actual planting itself, but you think you would put up a fence to sustain it. Even Rabbi Akiva would agree to uproot Kilayim to get rid of Isser, to get rid of prohibited, is absolutely permitted, and you can get paid for that from you. Which the Gemara says is so low in there is nothing else to go ahead and discuss. That's good. This phrase is so moving. This is like the Talmudic equivalent of like a mic drop. It's so low. That's it. We're done. There's nothing more to discuss. So also it's very interesting. Because therefore what this means is ultimately, let's go full circle. How did you start this? This was started by the case of an uncle wants to break his vows of Yahweh. He asks someone, he wants to hire me, a Jew, to go and break his will, to pay me $50 a barrel. great. Some might love to do it or not. So remember, on one hand, you can say no, because therefore that means I want the continued existence of the Yahweh. I'm benefiting from the Holy Zah. On the other hand, I'm destroying the Holy Zah. But nothing said, do it and cover Allah. If it involves the destruction of a bizarre, or for that matter, a prohibited item, even though, yes, I do want the continued existence of the INS, I get it. I want it to break on its own. I want to break it. I don't want the Quran to be uprooted on its own. I want to uproot it. But nevertheless, I am permitted to go ahead and do these activities and get paid for them and keep the proceeds because the destruction of people, the destruction of the Zara, the destruction of the prohibition ultimately is a good thing. It says you get paid and cover Allah. Incredible. I will say it really is such an interesting idea. Kind of a part of Western society. Mindset is, live and let live. And that is important. As members of society, just as a general approach to living in our society, we should go take an approach of living. Yes, it's not that religion is the nor is it the place to stand in judgment of everyone else's lifestyle choices or behaviors. Live and let live. That to a certain degree, that has to be our approach to living in society. On the other hand, it's also teaching us this idea that evil shouldn't be allowed to take the root in our world. And when there's something that is evil, it has to be. When there's something that is evil, it has to be broken. When there's something that is evil, it has to be smashed. It has to be destroyed. Because if you let evil take root, then it spreads and unfortunately becomes the norm. And sometimes then those lines between good and evil ultimately again become incredibly blurry. That's why the Rabbi uses this Ashna. Yes, destroy the INS and tunnel Allah. Because ridding the world of evil is a bracha. That is a bracha. It's not easy. It's not easy. And it's fraught with incredible challenges. We see this for you think about such an incredible thing. You think about what the nation of Israel, the state of Israel is doing. It's really not. And some of you will think that like we would just rise up, applause, right? Just clap. Because we're doing the world's dirty work. And yet, again, it's hard. Because often the world can't see what's evil, what's good, can't see who's right and who's wrong. But the Matthew tells us sometimes there is a little of good, and sometimes the Matthew says, Yishbar, or Tabarok. Sometimes you have to identify evil, you have to break it, you have to smash it, you have to destroy it, and once you do it, Tabarok. Ultimately, the process is difficult, the process is good, the process is alive. But ultimately, when you get to the other side of the process, that's what it's really about. The Gemara goes out. We're Hadri Yasvi, so again, the same federal sitting. And they ask about the question, there's Hadri Yasvi, they come about like, may I have this from the other people? So that's what this is very interesting. What happens if an Akum sells his idol? So Akum sells his idol and he has now something for $1,000. Does that money in the hand of the Akum take on the same identity as the idol itself? Says, does it take on the identity, right? Does it take on the identity of the idolatry or not? So I'm doing nothing. So it's very interesting. So ultimately, nothing is we start with the nail, let's come out of the problem in time. So nothing says, I think it's more to it. I think it's more to it. That is a problem sources idol. And he has that money does not retain idolatrous identity, but rather that money is just money being listen to this. So here's what nothing's proof. Another also made the Rabbi. There were these people who came up to Rabbi another move. Zivun Parad the Islafu, the Seal Scouts. This is fascinating. So that was like this. There were these people who came up to Rabbi and what happened was in Rabbi and they wanted to convert. Rabbi told them, guys, before you convert, here's what you need to do. Sell off all of your idolatry, right? Sell off all of your idolatry. And then you have the cash. After you do that, then you convert. Now listen, I watch this. What's over here? And Rashi says over here, look at Rashi. Look at the Suez guy. All these guys, the Unfortunate guy, also bring for the Kamolas for publishing the effect. Because remember, If they convert and still own the idolatry, then that's idolatry owned by a Jew. Idolatry owned by a Jew, number one, can never be gay, right? Can never have this identity. They can't get enough. So it tells them instead before, while you're still Gentiles, sell it off. You have the money, then you can convert and the money is permitted. What do you see from here? Obviously, you see from here that Allah is nice and sells his idol, that cash is permitted. So the Gemara says, my time, well, you shouldn't have got started, then you have to become gathered and the proceeds of the sale of idolatry on the hands of the who is permitted. I have been ashamed of some people that I can array, God I bought in that case, since the process of conversion, obviously they're negating the theological significance of the idol murder. So it happened to be the fact that he's up. So maybe that's why the persons Hallelujah. Rabbi Gemara says, here's the picture. We search by Moshe Rabbeinu, although those folk are in the I learned Akum $1,000. So what happened? So the Akum went and sold his item, right? And brought me the proceeds from the sale. Or Yayines in the same case, I went ahead and I lent Akum $1,000. He said he's Yayines, and then he brought me the proceeds of the sale. What's that? Mutter. Ultimately, again, it's mutter. Okay, interesting. The Gemara says, now, however, watch this. One thing you actually let's say I can sing case, I think $1,000. They still don't pay you. Give me the radio. I'm supposed to sell my own. I don't have to put this. I'm going to sell my own. In that case, it's awesome. See here, interesting. Case number one, same case. I lent up to $1,000. Case number one, he goes off, sells his idol, goes off, sells his guy. I know what he's doing. He brings me the proceeds, pays back the debt, moved to case number two, same thing, I lent him $1,000. He says, I want to pay back. Give me a couple of hours. I got to sell my idol. I got to sell my Nesef. Then he comes up with the proceeds are prohibited. I effectively know my generation, my shoes. So what's the distinction? I don't say what's using these two cases. See from the Shumba, Abimek, so this is very interesting. So now we see the circle back a little bit to the previous city. Now here's the difference. In the second case, where the Akim says, wait here while I sell my item, or while I go ahead and sell my wine, I want the continued existence of the continued existence of the wine, because I want to pay. So because I want it, therefore Sheshes posits the proceeds of us. Listen to a second. If you look at the community I got from this, so we just said before, I think that's what the Lord's will say. When you want the continued existence, but I'm not doing anything to further the existence. So yes, of course, I want the continued existence of that idol until the idol sells it for money. I want the continued existence of the Ayanesa because I want the money. But I'm not doing anything to facilitate the continued existence of these other items. Why should it be awesome? What's not? Garrett is in this one. So your shua, me and Kobe Force. This is very interesting. You have two brothers. One converted, and one they're both acting brothers. One converted and one is still. So brother Garrett and brother. So what happens? His father died. His father did acting father died. So he wants to the estate. In the estate is idolatry, and let's say permanent others. So Garrett brought a woman no called mouse. So acting so brother Garrett could say to brother Akum, so brother Akum, you take all these idolatries, you take all the items, and I'll take the money and potatoes. If you do that, then you should go, and that's clear. However, then you should go, it's just like yours, obviously. Only this presupposes that Garrett is not yet actively taking possession of the items. Obviously, once that happens, there's no more recourse. Right? Well, there's no receipt. You can get in the background. Sorry, that's mutual problem. Once that you only owns it, that you didn't carry the So as long as brother Ger has not yet taken possession of these items, there's no problem dividing up the estate. However, if brother Ger took possession of his vessel, so this is I do here, and what do you see? The halach l'maisa, now in this case, brother Ger wants the continued existence of the idolatry, the vessel, but he's not doing anything active to promote its continued existence, and therefore it's mutter. It's mutter. So what's the problem? What's the case over in this Mishnah? This Mishnah is on an item that says it's not for which means it breaks. It's still value. So therefore, again, brother Ger doesn't actually care if it remains mostly. No, even if it breaks, who cares? It still has value. Which the Lord says that's fine. That works fine for an item. How would you explain the case then of the item itself? The Pharaoh's country, so this is very Adrianic person. So apparently, he actually points out that the Adrianic person that ultimately site absorbent. Therefore, when you put wine in there, the person that absorbed you want it to a degree, which you can take a shard of that personware, put it in water, and retest it to water. In that case, also, brother Ger doesn't care as if that casts, right? Doesn't make it. It's usually the value is still retained. Which the investor goes and even if that's so, even if brother Ger doesn't care about the fact that he paid, right? But he does care about not being still lost, so he still wants it to continue existence. But on top of the Rushas Hager Kama, don't bring a riot in this case. You're bringing a riot, bringing it in the case of the inheritance. There, no, Shani Rushas Hager, Kilo Barah. Rabbis will make her by Yerusha. In other words, normally, the U.S. says perhaps this case should be problematic. But halacha l'maisa, Chazal will make her by Yerusha. As long as the Ger has not yet actually taken possession of the idols, he's absolutely permitted to work this out with his brother. Right, and so you take this, you take the stuff, I'll take the stuff. Even though, yes, he was the continued existence. Why? Why would they make it like here? We are afraid that if the Ger has to make a choice between his money, his Yerusha, and his religion, he will choose his money and choose his sacrifice. And we're saying that's not only not going to get, that's a reality for religion. We've seen this before as well. For example, right? The son of the prince of China. Chazal said that in certain cases of theft, the thief doesn't always have to return that which he stole. Right? The victim should not accept that he stole in order to go ahead and facilitate the thief's true. Right? If the thief has to return everything, he's not going to be rich. It's difficult for people to engage in self-sacrifice when it comes to financial matters. Like money is necessary. Money is important. And as much as we say that, as long as you have your health, it's true. As long as you have your health and you can pay your bills. Because if you don't have money, just things are like and many people do not stand up to religious challenges. There was a choice between religion and we're afraid that if he has to choose between both, and ultimately again as Yerusha, he may be tempted to choose his Yerusha. Again, not because of the gift, because it's human nature. So if Chazal put in that situation, if they're going to make it by care, and you're saying that often in this kind of case, they're going to have to stay with this comprised of committed items and committed items, therefore allow him to keep the committed items, give his brother all of the let's get into this. I know nothing nice that supports this. Imagine when is this so? Shirsh, in case of Yerusha. About Mishtag Su Asu. And in the case, let's say the business partnership will be Asu. So see from here that Chazal allowed certain things to happen in the context of Yerusha that they were not really normally allowed to occur in the context as well. Because we don't want to put the person in this precarious type of situation. Incredible. So remember that. How do you guys play about? So remember again, all this is the same people or another sitting together. Another question that Ger Tosha now she back to our So let's say this is very interesting. Can a Geratosha go ahead and let's say just before we go on, it's a good that Chazal will make it back again. Just so you understand the tremendousness of this news. Halacha is structured in a way to make us succeed. That a Gomer Shalhola wants us to succeed. And sometimes we have a very skewed view of Halacha, a very skewed view of Halacha. That Halacha is waiting for us to mess up, so we can see this. It's all waiting for us to mess up, so we can let me step over the punishment that we're against us. That's a good thing from the truth. But emotional wants our success more than we want our success. Chazal want our success more than we want our success. And all the halachas, all of the rules, all the scriptures, and all the punishments are only there to put us on a path to success, and not to slow us down when we go ahead and we make a mistake. But again, Israel understood what we need in order to be successful. Chazal understood what we need in order to be successful. And when they need to relax the standards to make us successful, they do it. They do it. When success is accomplished through relaxing of standards, because of no, there are many greater opportunities for that's in this world that we know. In this world, Chazal constantly opening for successes. Another question. Other years in Chazal. Ger Tosha, Moshe Batal's was very interesting. Can a Ger Tosha go ahead and abolish or negate idolatry? Remember, an Aku has the ability to negate his avodah, thereby decommissioning it from its status of theological